Chapter 68. Ugh, everyone who was just about to leave suddenly turned their heads as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight when they suddenly heard this. They blinked their big eyes, trying to see if Yi Qinghan was drunk, or if he had a fever and was talking nonsense. Seeing Yi Qinghan's incomparably serious expression, everyone knew that he was actually serious. Stinking brat, what did you say? Ever since Yu Qingqing announced the results, Yi Qingniu had been grinning from ear to ear. Just a moment ago, he was still chatting with the Feng clan elder. When he suddenly heard Yi Qinghan's words, he glared at her, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets as he angrily rebuked her. Yu Qingqing blushed when she heard this. Yi Qinghan's sword dance today made her think that Yi Qinghan's previous actions were all to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Today, he came out to perform because he liked her. Therefore, when she received the patriarch's voice transmission, she disregarded her girl's modesty and resolutely stood out. She said those embarrassing words in order to move Yi Qinghan's heart even more. Who would have thought that at this moment, Yi Qinghan actually acted out the scene of Yi Dao rejecting Yu Yan, in front of her? This. How could she endure this, When Yu Ji heard Yi Qinghan's incomparably serious words, she couldn't help but recall that 15 years ago, Yi Dao also rejected Yu Yan, in the same way. Like father, like son. A Yu clan girl owed a Yi clan when she was born. She sighed inwardly, thought for a moment, and said, "That's right, it was my negligence. But why did young Master Han reject? Is Qingqing not good enough? Young Master Han doesn't like it. Grand Elder, this is Qinghan's private matter. I hope you won't interfere." Yi Qinghan first cupped his hands at Yi Qingniu and said with a resolute tone. Then, he looked at Yu Qingqing with some guilt and turned to Yu Ji. "Elder Yu Ji, Qinghan has no intention of offending the Yu clan's dignity. Moreover, young lady Qingqing is very good in all aspects and is worthy of the name Qingqing. However, Yi Qinghan already had a fiancé. So forgive me, but I can't agree." As he spoke, Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at the southern sky. It was as if he could see through the stars and see the weak, white-haired, white-clothed woman lying on the bed. "Brat. When did you get a wife?" "Nonsense." Yi Qingniu's eyes seemed to bulge even more when he heard this. However, halfway through his words, he saw the desolate expression on Yi Qinghan's face and seemed to think of something. He stopped his outburst and paused for a moment, then rubbed his head and continued, "Even if you want to marry Yi Qingniu, you can also marry Yu Qingqing." Feng Zi and Hua Hua also rolled their eyes. In the Fire Dragon continent, even a normal man with a bit of money would have multiple wives, let alone their status. This excuse was too lousy. Wife, fiancé. That's the only reason. Yu Ji looked at Yi Qinghan in shock. She thought to herself, even if you want to reject, you have to find a reason. In the Fire Dragon continent, the strong were respected. It was normal for a man to have multiple wives. So she immediately said, "It's all right. Qingqing, I think she won't mind. Also, I think that if you marry Yu Qingqing, it will be very important for your future career development. I think your fiancé at home will also agree to this marriage. Am I right, Elder Green Bull?" Yu Qingqing was originally embarrassed and angry, but seeing that Yi Qinghan did not seem to be lying, and seeing Yi Qinghan's desolate expression as he looked up at the starry sky, it seemed to have touched a certain soft spot in her heart. She was no longer angry. Instead, she looked hopefully at Yi Qinghan, waiting for his explanation. Her black pearl-like eyes were shining, and her cherry lips were slightly open. Her pitiful expression made people unable to bear to hurt her. Yi Qinghan saw everyone looking at him like a tiger watching its prey. He knew that if he did not give an explanation today, he would not be able to leave this calm lake island. He somewhat admired his father, Yi Dao. Back then, he rejected Yu Yen's offer to leave the calm lake island. He touched his nose and thought for a moment. Then, he looked up at Yu Qingqing and Yu Ji. Elder Yu Ji, Miss Qingqing, I really don't know how to explain. Let me put it this way, my fiancée almost died because of me, and she's still unconscious right now. She's still waiting for me to use a type of treasure to save her. My beloved woman is still in a deep sleep. Do you think I will be in the mood to marry again? To have another romance? Furthermore, Lady Qingqing and I are not familiar with each other yet. It can be said that we have no feelings for each other. I am not familiar with her personality, and she does not understand my situation. It is unfair for both of us to get together in such a hurry. A marriage without love will never be a happy one. Yi Qinghan's words stunned everyone. They looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression and Yi Qingyo's lowered head and sighed. In the end, everyone believed that Yi Qinghan really did have a fiancée who was in a coma at home. They also felt admiration for his persistence. However, towards the latter part of Yi Qinghan's words, all the young masters raised their middle fingers in their hearts. Feelings, love. Was there such a thing? In the minds of the men of the Fire Dragon continent, the feelings and love of a woman were all nurtured in bed. Wouldn't a man treat a beauty like Yu Qingqing as a treasure if they slept with her? Wasn't love something that came out of nowhere? However, Yi Qinghan's novel words had a completely different feeling in Yu Ji and Yu Qingqing's ears. Looking at Yi Qinghan's deep eyes and feeling the emotions from this little man's heart, Yu Qingqing's initial admiration for Yi Qinghan completely turned into the ignorant heart of a young girl at this moment. Yu Ji was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at Yi Qinghan, the more satisfied she was. This man was willing to reject a beauty like Yu Qingqing for the woman he loved. His temperament was rare. As for love and feelings, she had always believed that once a woman of the Yu family married over, the man's heart could only revolve around her. With Yu Qingqing's seduction arts and the skills she had learned to serve men since young, she believed that no man would not fall under her skirt. If that's the case, I don't think this is a problem. What do you think? Yu Ji pondered for a while and came up with a compromise. If you want to save your fiancé, we won't object. Furthermore, our Yu family will do our best to help you achieve this goal. But, you have to promise me, give Qingqing a chance, and also give the Yu family a chance. You two get along well. If your fiancé is cured and you two get along well, then you two get married. How about that? Feng Zihua and Long Shuilu looked at each other, each of them seeing deep jealousy and envy in the other's eyes. They had encountered similar situations before. Some small families had done the same thing in order to form a marriage alliance with them. Only, when did the Yu family saintess become so worthless? Giving a woman to Yi Qinghan and still afraid that Yi Qinghan wouldn't want it, they still had to coax Yi Qinghan. Not only did they offer very generous conditions, they even sent their daughter to dress Yi Qinghan for a period of time. They clearly said, if you like it, then you can keep it. If you're not used to it, it's fine, you can just return it. Little sister Yu Ji, how can we do this? Sigh, this little brat, it's all because we didn't teach him well. Old brother feels guilty. Yi Qingyo rubbed his hands and said with some embarrassment, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes, causing the two old men from the Feng and Hua families to almost explode. Like this. Yi Qinghan also rubbed his hands, but he was truly embarrassed. He looked at the peach blossom with some shame and said very sincerely, this is very unfair to young lady Qingqing. What virtue does Yi Qinghan have to make the Yu family treat me like this? Pest. The moment Yi Qinghan said this, the surrounding young masters all booed. This brat was too good at pretending. Did he want everyone in the Yu family to kneel and beg him? They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. Feng Zihua clenched his fists. If not for the Grand Elder being present, he would have already rushed up to beat him up. Cough. Cough. Yi Qingyo coughed rapidly and kept winking at Yi Qinghan. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was unmoved, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt a sense of tenderness in her heart. She didn't seem to think that Yi Qinghan was pretending and acting at all. She had been trained to serve men since she was young and how to read their expressions. She didn't feel that Yi Qinghan's words were from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, her current mood was that if Yi Qinghan's acting skills were so superb, she would rather be deceived. So she bit her lip and said softly with a red face, "I am willing." Ah! Yi Qinghan lowered his head helplessly. He couldn't be so heartless to a beauty who was treating him like this. If he still dared to refuse such conditions, he would definitely be beaten into a pig's head by everyone present. After thinking for a moment, he ignored the murderous gazes of the crowd and rubbed his chin. He spoke again in embarrassment, "I am very confused. Although I am very outstanding, it is not enough for the Yu family to treat me like this. Can you tell me the reason?" Pfft. The young masters once again booed in unison. Shameless, so shameless. However, they were still very curious. Just what did the Yu family see in Yi Qinghan? Forgive me for keeping this a secret for now. You will know in the future. Yu Ji and Yu Qingqing looked at each other and said with a smile. Then, she smiled slightly and looked at Yi Qinghan coquettishly. She said in a soft voice, "Have you considered the matter of taking me as your master just now? Of course you are extremely important to the Yu family." Yu Qingqing also smiled and said in her heart. Seeing Yu Ji move to Yi Qinghan's side like a child, she smiled even more happily. The peach blossom on her head seemed to bloom even more brightly with her smile. Chapter 69. The silvery moon hung high in the night sky. Although it was already late at night, the entire Ecstasy City was still bustling with noise. This was a city without night. City center, Moon Tower. All the young masters and great elders were politely escorted here by the Yu family to rest. The summer fire festival was over. Other than the saintess's guardian, no man could stay at the tranquil lake. This was a rule left by the founder of the Yu family, the Moon Queen. The Yu family had followed it for generations, and this time was no exception. The Moon Tower was divided into 3 parts, covering an area of dozens of hectares. It was said that there were 9,900 rooms inside. The front yard was used to entertain guests from all over the world. The middle yard was made up of 9 pavilions of different sizes, used to entertain distinguished guests. The backyard was where the manager of the Moon Tower lived. The Moon Tower was the top entertainment place in the entire House of Aries, or rather, the entire continent. The front yard took up 2/3 of the Moon Tower, with 3 floors and 9,000 rooms. Every day, thousands of guests came from all over the world to spend their semen and crystal coins here. This brought a steady stream of wealth to the Yu family. The Yu family was undoubtedly the wealthiest among the 5 major families. Yi Qinghan sat quietly in one of the pavilions, listening to the manager of the Moon Tower explain the situation of the Moon Tower in detail. He looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly speechless. Tonight, he did not stay on Tranquil Lake Island. Instead, he followed the crowd to the Moon Tower. It was not that he was pretentious and did not want to sleep on Yu Qingqing's bed, which all men on the continent wanted to sleep on. In fact, he was just like any other man. He could not resist the temptation of the poisonous peach blossom. In Barbarian City, he went to the bed of that coquettish lady boss without any hesitation. However, he felt that Yi Qingyu had been sleeping in the Yi family's back mountain for him. Now that he had gone to someone else's bed after leaving the Yi family, he would definitely not forgive himself. Moreover, the peach blossom was indeed poisonous. He was afraid that he would never come down from that bed. Therefore, he left in a hurry and went to the Moon Tower. The Yu family treated him very well. The pavilion was only opened when the Yu family received their most respected guests. The decorations inside were the best in the continent. Yi Qinghan secretly glanced at them. Even the chamber pot behind the screen was carved out of jade. Yunyang had accompanied him all the way here, and had even introduced the situation of the Yu clan to him along the way. Presumably, the higher-ups of the Yu clan had already given him a position as a guest elder. "Young master, let's rest here tonight. If you need anything, you can just call the maids outside. They will satisfy all your requests." Yunyang's expression was respectful, and her attitude was very respectful. She knew how much her family valued the youth in front of her, so when it came to etiquette, she could not be picky at all. All right, sorry for troubling you, Yunyang. Go and do your work." Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, indicating that he was satisfied with her service. Yunyang bowed again and retreated. The room returned to silence. Yi Qinghan scratched his head and sat on the tea table. He poured 2 cups of tea and said to the person behind the screen, "Elder Azure Ox, since you're here, come and have a cup of tea." Hee. A tall figure walked out from behind the screen. As he walked over, he constantly complimented the decorations in the room. His mouth made clicking sounds as he sat in front of Yi Qinghan without any trace of politeness. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. His face was full of enjoyment as he said, "Good tea, good tea. Only the Yu clan can afford to drink this dragon saliva tea. I, old ox, have only drunk it a few times in my life. I didn't expect the Yu clan to treat you like ordinary tea. You're really lucky, brat. Old man, will you die if you don't brag? With your status, you think you can't even drink this lousy tea." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. He had always held a grudge against the old fogies of the Yi clan. He had originally planned to go to Dragon City to participate in the Elite Academy tournament, but he didn't expect that these old fogies would arrange for him to participate in the Tranquil Lake selection without his consent. Of course, he had some resentment. Now that he was sitting alone with Yi Qinghan, he naturally expressed the resentment hidden in the bottom of his heart. "This time, I arranged for you to come to the Tranquil Lake without your consent. It was my fault, but I also did it for the good of your sister. With the support of the Yu clan, the chances of waking up your sister will increase by quite a bit, and it will also be of great help to your future development." Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and laughed mischievously. "You're so sure that I'll be chosen?" Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He lowered his head and drank his tea, glancing sideways at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. He was in an extremely good mood, and his wrinkled old face was flushed red. Hee. At first, I thought that you only had a 1/3 chance, but then Tu Qianjun came and I thought that you had no chance at all. But, who would have thought that you, brat, would have such a trick up your sleeve? Not bad, not bad. Little Han, well done. You have to know that being able to obtain the position of guest elder of the Yu clan would be extremely beneficial to your future growth. If that idiot father of yours had chosen the Holy Maiden, that brat wouldn't have died on the God-slaying mountain. If my father had chosen Yu Yen, I wouldn't be here now." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes again. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly raised his head and asked, "Why did the Yu clan choose me? Don't say that my sword dance was very coquettish or anything of the sort. I want to know the real reason." Seeing Yi Qinghan's serious expression, Yi Qinghan stopped laughing and thought seriously for a while. He frowned slightly and said, "I don't know the specific reason, but do you remember that when you were performing that sword dance, you, brat, were actually able to draw upon the spirit chi of heaven and earth? Do you remember that sudden gust of wind? At that time, I was completely silent and didn't know anything that happened outside. I only know that I performed that dance very comfortably. My whole body was very relaxed, and my mind was very calm and serene. It seemed that I was in a very good state. Yi Qinghan also frowned and tried hard to recall what happened at that time. Hee hee. Yi Qinghu rubbed his round head and became all smiles again. He said, "That's the feeling. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have, brat. Did you know that at that time, you entered the state of soul silence that all martial artists dream of? A martial artist's first layer of cultivation is physical cultivation, which includes the tempering of battle qi and the internal body. The second layer is soul cultivation. Of course, with your current strength, your soul is too weak. Basically, your soul can improve along with your battle qi. However, once you enter the Emperor realm, your soul must cultivate alone, and soul cultivation is extremely difficult. When you performed that sword dance on Tranquil Lake Island, your mind was completely silent and drew upon the spirit qi of heaven and earth. This is an extremely rare state. The martial artists of our level call it the state of soul silence. As long as you can enter this state often, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, the most important thing was his soul. In this state, his soul cultivation would increase at a rate that was 10 times faster. The Yu clan attaches great importance to soul cultivation, and all of their special techniques are based on the soul. Why do you think the Yu clan values you so much? Soul cultivation. The Yu clan seduction technique. Yi Qinghan was a bit confused and blurted it out subconsciously. **T. The Yu clan special technique is a spiritual attack, and they are most famous for their illusion attacks. Back in the day, the Moon Queen's illusion could make experts at the peak of the Sage realm directly commit suicide. The Moon Queen was the only martial artist at that time who could enter the state of soul silence. Her soul cultivation could be said to be at the peak. The Yu clan seduction technique is just something that the younger generation of the Moon Queen created to make money. You have to remember, in the future, you have to try your best to enter the feeling you had when you were dancing on Tranquil Lake Island. That state will be correct. This time, you have only been in there for a short time, so you might not be able to feel the benefits to your cultivation. You will understand in the future. Remember, you have to try more and try to find a way to control this state. You have to be able to control the state of soul silence. With the help of the Yu clan, you will be the second Moon Queen, or even surpass her. Yi Qinghan stood up and said cautiously. His eyes did not seem to hide the admiration and love he had for Yi Qinghan. Tranquil Lake Island, North Court. In an elegant room, Yu Qingqing looked respectfully at a white figure in front of her. Her eyes were filled with respect and adoration. The white figure's back was facing Yu Qingqing, leaving behind a curvy back and a head full of black hair. Qingqing, I want you to choose Yi Qinghan. You won't blame me, right? The white figure did not turn around. He only spoke lightly. His voice was cold, but it was very pleasant to the ears. Clan leader, of course Qingqing won't blame you. Actually, among so many young masters, only Yi Qinghan has a special characteristic that can attract Qingqing. Qingqing is very satisfied with this ending. Yu Qingqing lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Her black and shiny eyes flashed, and a hint of gentleness appeared at the corner of her mouth as she spoke softly. That's good. I can tell you that in the entire continent's thousands of years, Yi Qinghan is the second person to enter the soul silence state. The Moon Queen said in her last words that she entered this state for the first time in her 30s. And how old is Yi Qinghan now? This child's future is limitless. It is very likely that he will be the first person to walk out of the Fire Dragon continent. Therefore, the Yu clan must seize this opportunity. Since you also like him, and he doesn't hate you, then tomorrow, you should go with him to Dragon City. For the sake of the Yu family and your future, do your best to capture his heart. The white figure's voice was still cold, but her words revealed a bit of emotion and excitement. Yes. Yu Qingqing nodded lightly. Her eyes were filled with joy and longing for the future. Her black pearl-like eyes occasionally flashed with light that was as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Moon Tower, Square Pavilion. Shui Fei sat on the bench with a gloomy face. He looked at Shui Wuhan, who was standing respectfully in front of him. After a long silence, he sighed deeply and said, "Your thoughts are not wrong. It's just that your actions are too radical. This will cause the Shui clan to be ostracized by the 5 great clans. Forget it. Since things have already reached this point, I can't say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Since you want to walk the path of Tu Qianjun, then keep walking. I hope you're right. Wu Hen is right. To walk out of the well that is the Fire Dragon continent, there is no other way but to borrow the power of the Divine City. As for the 5 great clans, as long as I can reach that step, the 5 great clans can be destroyed at any time. Second Grandpa, you must believe me." Shui Wuhan said lightly, but the arrogance and insolence in his words were unmistakable. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." Shui Fei sighed as he stared at the stubborn Shui Wuheng. Suddenly, a vicious glint flashed across his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. His lips trembled as he spoke in a low voice, "Yi Qinghan, since you've already formed a grudge with this person, then you must protect yourself in the sect battle and think of a way to secretly eliminate him." "Yes." Shui Wuhan's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and he nodded heavily. Chapter 70. The next day, before dawn, a row of luxurious carriages appeared in front of the Moon Tower. The pedestrians who had woken up early were shocked to see such a long line of carriages. Luxurious carriages were not rare in Ecstasy City, but it was the first time they had seen such a long line of luxurious carriages. However, when they saw the flags of the 5 major families fluttering on the carriages, they thought of the upcoming Elite Mansion battle and suddenly realized that it was not so strange. 30th Night, 17th Night, and the Grim Reaper squad were in a good mood. They had stayed in the Moon Tower of Ecstasy City for a few days and enjoyed the warm hospitality of the Yu family, which ordinary guests could not enjoy. Anyone would be in a good mood. Most importantly, the top-notch hospitality was paid for by the Yu family. Therefore, when they saw Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty little face, they all smiled at the same time, a little coquettishly and a little fawning. The carriages were already slowly moving toward the north gate of Ecstasy City. Everyone looked at the tall loft of the Moon Tower and the huge plaque through the curtain. Their hearts echoed with the promise that Yi Qinghan had made when he boarded the carriage. They could not help but feel excited. "As long as you can come back alive, I will let you stay in the Moon Tower for a month. And whoever contributes the most in the Elite Mansion battle will be given a month's special package. Now, let's go kill." A month's special package. 30th Night and 17th Night thought of Yi Qinghan's words and could not help but feel excited. Special package. They had only enjoyed the first-class package once this time. The first-class package was enough to make them want to die, and it was enough to make them remember for a lifetime. Now, he actually said that he would give them a special package. And for a month. Yi Qinghan's move was too ruthless. If he did this, people would die. Of course, they felt that Yi Qinghan's proposal was very good and very feasible. Looking at the Grim Reaper squad, who kept poking their heads out of the carriages as if they had taken aphrodisiacs, 30th Night sighed helplessly. At the same time, he admired Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly in the carriage. Although they couldn't enter Tranquil Lake Island, they heard about their young master's glorious deeds on the island. Young master was even more ferocious than young master's father. Although young master's father, Yi Dao, had also rejected the previous generation saintess and left in a huff, the Yu clan did not do anything. And now, the young master had also rejected the saintess of the modern era. However, the Yu clan was still trying their best to coax him. They were almost crying and grabbing the young master's trousers to ask him to accept this saintess, Yu Qingqing. Why did he say that? Wasn't the 5 family carriages hanging behind the caravan a very good proof? The Ecstasy City was not far from the Dragon City, only 5 to 6 days' journey. The carriages of the 5 clans and Long Shuelio's carriage were traveling on the broad road silently. Perhaps those young masters were too tired last night, or for some other reason, they had been sitting in their carriages silently for the first day. They didn't come out, even eating and defecating in their carriages. On the second day, the young masters began to come out to get some fresh air while eating. Wuxia, Fengzi, and Long Shuailu had rested for a day and a night. It was as if they had completely forgotten the unhappiness of the night of the summer fire festival. They were all chatting and laughing around a simple dining table, drinking the fine wine brought from the carriages, eating barbecued meat, and casually chatting about some topics. At this time, Fengzi raised her eyebrows and looked into the distance. A figure was walking over, and she said with a smile, "Young Master Han seems to be very busy. He doesn't even have time to eat." The person walking over was Dongfang Dao. Dongfang Dao and the other 4 had been following Yi Qinghan ever since they left Tranquil Lake Island. Yi Qinghan had asked Yi Qingniu and was reassured to let the 5 follow him. However, he wasn't as close as he was with Yi Shisan for the time being. Dongfang Dao and the others didn't mind and just silently sat in the carriage behind Yi Qinghan. Today, they were out for a meal. Fengzi wanted to invite Yi Qinghan out for a drink, so she asked Dongfang Dao to invite them. "Young Master Feng, Young Master Hua, Young Master Long. My young master said that he's going into seclusion for a few days, so he's very sorry that he can't accompany you for a drink. He said that he wants me to apologize on his behalf. After this cultivation, he'll punish himself with a jar of wine as an apology." Dongfang Dao seemed to have changed from the status of a young master to a servant. In just one day, he had completely accepted his status as a subordinate of Yi Qinghan, and his tone and etiquette were completely that of a servant. "Dongfang Dao, you're a talent. Are you willing to be a subordinate of the Yi family?" Fengzi waved her hand, indicating that she didn't mind this matter. Instead, she looked curiously at Dongfang Dao. He had only found out from the information sent over by his clan today that Dongfang Dao and the other 4 and their clans had always kept a low profile. However, the shocking thing was that all 5 of them were at the 3rd level of the general realm. At this age, with this level of strength, they were all characters who could dominate a region. And looking at Dongfang Dao's expression today, it seemed that he was very willing to be Yi Qinghan's servant. "That's right. Brother Dongfang, with the strength of the 5 of you, you are all dazzling geniuses no matter where you go. If the 5 of you follow me, I will serve you as an elder brother and a state scholar. Why should I follow Yi Qinghan as a servant? Moreover, it seems like Yi Qinghan doesn't like it." Long Shuailu also said in confusion. He chuckled and tried to poach someone from the wall. "Thank you for your favor, young Master Feng, but young Master Long, I don't want to hear such words ever again." The fathers of Dongfang Dao and the other 4 were all saved by Master Yi Dao, and they have already sworn to serve Master's family for generations. Moreover, even if you want to be a servant, you have to look at whose servant you are, right? And the 5 of us feel that it is our fortune to be able to be young Master Yi Qinghan's servants. Dongfang Dao's expression was still calm, but when he heard the word servant from Long Shuelio's mouth, a blade-like sword light appeared in his eyes. He cupped his hands and left calmly after speaking. He walked to the side and silently ate with Nangong and the others. Ah! Long Shuailu was choked by Dongfang Dao's words. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and picked up his wine to drink. "Brother Shuailu, if it were me, I wouldn't have said what you just said. You probably haven't seen the information on what Yi Qinghan has done in the Yi family. Yi Qinghan is very fierce. The reason why Dongfang Dao and the other 4 are so loyal to him is probably because of Yi Qinghan's performance." Seeing Long Shuelio's embarrassment, Fengzi smiled faintly and twisted his neck as he spoke. This kid is indeed fierce. Brother Shuelu, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't befriend him, and it's best not to offend him. Hua Hua hadn't said anything at first, but when he saw Long Shuelio's confused expression, he advised him seriously. Long Shuelu frowned. He was the nephew of House Master Long, but he wasn't like Feng Zi and the others. He didn't have a direct intelligence system, so he was very confused. How fierce. Feng Zi drank a mouthful of wine, looked left and right, then came over and said in a low voice, this kid was still in the elite realm a few months ago. He couldn't even summon a beast and was considered trash by the Yi family. Then, in these few months, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. First, he killed 5 of Shua Wuhan's subordinates with the strength of a level 1 commander in the barbarian city. One of them was a general realm expert. After returning to the Yi family, he killed a few general realm Yi family core disciples and destroyed Yi Qinghuang's Dantian. In the end, he was surrounded by the elders of the Yi family, but they didn't kill him. Instead, he killed an emperor realm Yi Rong, which caused Yi Tianlong and the other 2 elders to come out of their seclusion. However, I don't know why Yi Tianlong didn't punish Yi Qinghan even though he killed so many people. Instead, he imprisoned Yi Jian in the back mountain and chased Yi Qinghuang out of the Yi family's castle. Now, look at Yi Qingmiu. It's obvious that the Yi family treats him like a treasure. Don't you think he's fierce? Pfft. Long Shuelu was slowly drinking wine at first, but when he heard that Yi Qinghan killed an emperor realm Yi Rong, he spat out the wine in his mouth. His face was full of shock and disbelief. After listening to Feng Zi, he shook his head and said, that's impossible. How old is he? A 15 or 16-year-old killing an emperor realm martial artist. This information is obviously fake. Also, you said that he was just an elite realm trash a few months ago. How could he kill an emperor realm martial artist? Impossible. At this time, Wuxia also came over. Although his eyes were full of doubt, his face was serious as he said, the information is true. Our family received similar information. Although we don't know the details, it is true that Yi Qinghan killed Yi Rong. This caused a huge commotion in the Yi family, and your uncle probably received the news. Our family told you not to offend Yi Qinghan. If you offend him, he won't care about anything and just kill you. According to my family's calculations, he can instantly kill any martial artist below the martial realm. He has a high chance of instantly killing a martial realm martial artist. As for the specific reason, I don't know. Clang. Hearing Hua Xiao's confirmation, Long Shuelio's hand shook. The cup fell to the ground and broke into pieces. His palms were sweaty. He recalled how arrogantly he challenged Yi Qinghan to a duel in the Yu building. In the end, Yi Qinghan knocked him out with one punch. He didn't believe Dragon Fifth when he said that Yi Qinghan held back. Now, it seemed like he was back from the Grim Reaper. Also, Yi Qinghan was chosen as a guest elder by the Yu family. It could be said that the 2 families were one. Long Shuelu wanted to find a chance to take revenge, but it seemed like it was impossible now. Thinking about this, his body trembled. He immediately listed Yi Qinghan as one of the people he couldn't offend. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't showing off. He was cultivating. Dragon City was getting closer and closer, so he had to seize the time to cultivate. Although he had entered the first stage of the general realm for a few days, he hadn't even learned the symbolic battle aura release of the general realm. Therefore, after resting for a day, he told Yi 13th that he wanted to go into seclusion for a few days so that he could learn the battle aura release before he arrived at Dragon City. Chapter 71. Actually, the principle of releasing battle chi was very simple. Any warrior who could cultivate would know how to do it. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew how to do it. Additionally, Yi Tianlong had given him a pile of secret books before he came here, including the fastest and fiercest way to release battle chi. Battle Qi was transformed by absorbing the spiritual Qi from the sky and the earth through a special method. Before human beings broke through their meridians, they could only slowly run their battle Qi through their cells. Therefore, they could run their battle Qi to all parts of their bodies through their cells and release battle Qi through their cells. However, before human beings broke through their meridians and formed their dantian, they had too little battle Qi in their bodies and their running speed was too slow. Therefore, even if they released battle Qi, they could only release weak battle Qi energy, which could not be condensed at all, not to mention injuring people. After a martial artist opened up his meridians and condensed his dantian. Additionally, the 12 meridians and dantian would form a perfect circulation. Therefore, battle Qi could constantly run to all parts of the body through the meridians. Therefore, it would be easier to release battle Qi. Additionally, the released battle Qi could be constantly replenished and condensed into terrifying energy crystals, which could injure the enemy or cause severe damage through energy explosion. In the spacious carriage, Yi Qinghan was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed and eyes closed. The dense sounds of horse hooves and rolling wheels couldn't affect him at all. He was concentrating on his meridians and dantian. He separated a bit of battle Qi from his circulating battle Qi and slowly moved it towards his 5 fingers on his left hand. The meridians of human body were complex, but the 10 fingers were the closest to the skin and had the most meridians. Additionally, each finger was connected with a small meridian. Therefore, most of the fighters on the continent chose to release their battle Qi through their 10 fingers. In other words, they chose to release battle Qi through their palms. In this way, it was fast and easy to control. Of course, Yi Qinghan chose to release battle Qi through his 10 fingers like the predecessors. A small amount of battle Qi slowly overflowed from his 5 fingers and gradually condensed in his palm. Yi Qinghan dared not be careless. He constantly released battle Qi through his 5 fingers and maintained the consumption of battle Qi in the air. Through his palm and fingers, he constantly condensed and integrated the battle Qi in his palm. Buzz! The battle Qi in Yi Qinghan's palm was constantly compressed and integrated with the weird gesture of his palm and fingers. In a split second, the battle Qi in his palm suddenly bounced up like an elastic rubber ball and disappeared in the air under Yi Qinghan's weird gesture. Ah! It seems that the most difficult part of releasing battle Qi is to control it. Yi Qinghan slightly opened his eyes and looked at his empty palms as he muttered inside. He didn't feel discouraged at all even though he failed in releasing his battle Qi for the first time. It didn't require too much technical content. It mainly depended on the proficiency of controlling the battle Qi in the palm of one's mind. There was no shortcut to this thing. One could only constantly release battle Qi, constantly control it, gradually master it, and gradually master it. Again. Yi Qinghan continued to close his eyes and continued to practice the external aspects of battle Qi. 2 times, 3 times, 50 times. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. On the evening of the 5th day, Yi Qinghan finally walked out of the carriage. He stretched his rusty waist and let out a long breath. He turned to look at Feng Zi and the others who were sitting not far away and smiled as he jumped out of the carriage. "Young master, have you finished your cultivation?" Yi 17 had been guarding the carriage. When he saw Yi Qinghan walk out of the carriage, he greeted him with a smile. "Yes, let's go. Accompany me for a drink." Yi Qinghan finally mastered the external release of battle Qi after a few days of boredom. He was in a good mood as he waved his hand and walked towards the fire cart in the distance. "Ah! Young Master Han. Sit here. Young Master Han is really diligent in cultivation. Greetings, young master." "Greetings, young master." The people sitting in the distance saw Yi Qinghan walking over. Feng Zi and Hua Hua hurriedly stood up and greeted him. The members of the Reaper squad stood up neatly and shouted in a deep voice. "Dongfang Dao, Nangong Chang, and the others hurriedly dropped the food in their hands and greeted him. "What are you doing?" "I said there's no need to be so polite. Go back and eat and drink. I'm going to have a chat with young Master Feng and the others." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened as he stopped Dongfang Dao and the others. He waved his hand and signaled for Yi 17 to do as he pleased. He then walked towards Feng Zi and Hua Hua. "Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Long Shui Lu, prepare some wine. I'm here to apologize." "Okay. Old Feng, like young Master Han's personality. Let's drink until we're drunk." Feng Zi slammed the table and laughed, signaling for the servants to prepare wine. "Lunatic, be gentle. This isn't your marble table. If you break it, you'll have to eat on the floor in 2 days." Hua Hua glared at Feng Zi, then turned around and smiled at Yi Qinghan. "You're right. Yes, young Master Feng, you slammed the table when you saw young Master Han. You should punish yourself with a jug." Although Long Shui Lu didn't stand up to greet Yi Qinghan, his tone was slightly ingratiating. "A jug? Who's afraid of who? Do you think I won't flirt with you tonight?" Feng Zi's eyes widened and he wanted to slap the table again. However, he remembered Hua Hua's words and slapped his thigh embarrassedly. "Hee, you all seem to be in high spirits. I wonder if Qingqing will have the honor of drinking with you all." A crisp voice like that of an oriole sounded from afar. They all looked over and saw a white figure floating over with a faint fragrance. They all had an awkward expression on their faces. "What? Young masters don't like me coming." Yu Qingqing was dressed in a white dress with a white scarf covering her face. Her pearl-black eyes twinkled like a fairy that came out of the forest. "How could that be? Look at what you're saying. Sister-in-law, we're so happy that you can come." Feng Zi was the first to react. He quickly pulled out a stool from the side and patted it, gesturing for Yu Qingqing to sit down. "Ah!" A row of black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He glared at Feng Zi and rubbed his hands even more awkwardly. He forced a smile at Yu Qingqing and said, "Miss Qingqing, have a seat." "Yes, sister-in-law, please sit." Hua Hua and Long Shui Lu also reacted. They suppressed their disappointment and said with a smile. Compared to Yi Qinghan's awkwardness, Yu Qingqing was much more natural. She ignored the gazes from the side and the distance and sat down. She smiled and said softly, "Hee, I'll just call you Qingqing. Sister-in-law sounds awkward." "Hee. Miss Qingqing, you'll have to call me sister-in-law sooner or later. Since you're not used to it, I'll do as you say. Come over for a drink, but there's only wine here. It's not convenient for you to drink with a scarf on, right?" Feng Zi seemed to have recovered from the disappointment of her failed marriage proposal. She was talking and laughing calmly. "Then why don't we just call young Master Han to drink?" Long Shui Lu laughed mischievously. His smile was very bright and cheerful. It seemed that he wanted to completely get Yi Qinghan drunk. He had lost in the arena of love and the arena of martial arts, so he wanted to win it back in the arena of wine. "It's a little inconvenient." Hua Hua looked at Yi Qinghan with a sinister smile. He wanted him to express his stance. "If it's not convenient, then don't drink. I'll pay for his. Come, I'll punish myself by drinking this jar first." Yi Qinghan's lips curled up. He raised the jar of wine in his hand and raised it to the few of them. Then, he raised his head and drank. The people of the Fire Dragon continent had been practicing martial arts since they were young, so their bodies were not bad. Everyone knew how to drink, which didn't require much skill. Yi Qinghan found it strange too. He didn't know if it was because the wine in this world didn't contain much alcohol or because his body was really good. He had never drunk wine since he was young, but after drinking in the barbarian city, he realized that if he really drank wine, it would be like drinking water. No matter how much he drank, he didn't feel drunk. Come on, who's afraid of who? Fengzi glared at him, not showing any signs of weakness. Hua Hua, Long Shui Lu, and the others also rubbed their palms together, ready to go all out. They couldn't win against Yi Qinghan in love, but they didn't believe that the three of them couldn't win against him. A battle without gunpowder began. Because Yu Qingqing was at the side, there was no foreplay, and the battle went straight into a hand-to-hand fight. The three of them were obviously on the same side, and they wanted to deal with Yi Qinghan together. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid to fight. First, he drank 3 jars of wine with Fengzi, and Fengzi was drunk until he didn't know what was going on. Then, under Hua Hua's fearful gaze, Yi Qinghan and Hua Hua drank 3 jars of wine, and Long Shui Lu fell under the table. At this time, Yu Qingqing had been staring at Yi Qinghan with her bright, black eyes. Finally, she saw Long Shui Lu fall to the ground, and Yi Qinghan's face was only a little red, but his eyes were still as clear as before. Then, she giggled and said, "Your Yi family has a secret drinking technique?" "Hee, no, it's just that I have a good physique." Yi Qinghan rubbed his bulging belly and slowly stood up. He let out a burp and stood up shakily. He was about to walk out of the room. "What are you going to do? Do you need me to go with you?" Yu Qingqing was slightly stunned, and asked with concern. "No, I'm going to relieve myself. I drank too much." Yi Qinghan's indistinct voice reverberated along with the sound of her leaving, causing the half of Yu Qingqing's face that was not covered to be boiling hot. She reached out to summon Yi Shisan and told him to take care of Yi Qinghan. Then, like a jumping little rabbit, she hurriedly walked back to her carriage. Chapter 72. Dragon City was located in the center of the House of Ares, and was rumored to have existed since ancient times. According to the legends, in ancient times, there weren't 3 major prefectures, and the 3 clans all lived together in a chaotic manner. Although there were occasional disputes, there were no major wars. Then, an ancient great emperor appeared on the continent. He called himself the Dragon, and he led 3 generals from the 3 clans on expeditions to the east and west, finally unifying the continent and establishing the Fire Dragon Empire. Then, he established Dragon City, and divided the continent into 3 prefectures, with 3 generals from different clans appointed as prefectures. And now, Dragon City was the capital of the Fire Dragon Empire. The legends might not be trustworthy, but the prosperity of Dragon City was unquestionable. The city walls were more than 20 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide, and wrapped around the entire Dragon City like a dumpling. There was a moat dozens of meters wide, and the water inside was turbulent and unfathomable. This city wall is too majestic. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had come to Dragon City. Through the curtain of the carriage, he looked at the tall, green, and towering walls. It was as if he was seeing the great wall of his world for the first time, and he was deeply shocked. The carriages entered Dragon City without any obstruction. The prestige of the 5 great clans wasn't challenged in this aspect. Even the rows of prefectural soldiers at the city gates wore respectful and envious gazes. They stood to the side respectfully and watched the carriages advance. After the carriages entered Dragon City, they parted ways at an intersection. Each clan had a manor in Dragon City. Last night, they had agreed that they would go back and rest for the night, and gather at the city lord's mansion the next morning. The Yi family's manor was in the east of the city. After traveling from the city gates for an hour, the carriages stopped in front of a large bronze gate. There were rows of people standing in front of the gate. They had probably received the news and were waiting here in advance. "Greetings, young Master Han." Yi Qinghan alighted from the carriage and saw a group of people kneeling on one knee in front of the gate, and a middle-aged man standing in the middle with a smile. "I am Yi Ping. Nephew, you must have had a hard journey." The middle-aged man was about 40 years old. He looked scholarly and had a gentle expression, and he had the demeanor of an elder. Yi Qinghan greets Elder Yi Ping. Yi Qinghan had already obtained information about Yi Ping from Yi Shisan. He knew that Yi Ping was from the same generation as his father, Yi Dao. He was a collateral descendant of the family and had a good relationship with Yi Dao in his early years. He was now at the second level of the Emperor realm and had been guarding the Dragon City all year round. He was one of the elders who held real power in the family. He wasn't at the same level as the city lord like Night Rod. He was one of the true higher-ups in the family. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Ping had expressed enough sincerity and personally came to the entrance of the manor to welcome him, he was too embarrassed to be so cold, so he politely bowed. When Yi Ping saw Yi Qinghan bowing respectfully to him, the smile on his face deepened. Didn't the family report say that this kid didn't have any manners? He even dared to scold the patriarch? Look, aren't you being very polite to me? Yi Ping's mood became even better when he thought of this. He held Yi Qinghan's hand affectionately and said, "Come, let's talk inside. I thought you had prepared a banquet to welcome you. Elder is too polite." Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently and nodded at Yi Shisan, Dongfang Dao, and the others behind him. Then, they walked into the manor. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the meal was very enjoyable under Yi Ping's deliberate persuasion. After the meal, Yi Qinghan sat leisurely by the tea table and drank tea. He sat quietly and waited for Yi Ping to speak. He knew that the elders of the Yi family definitely had something to tell him about the residence battle. Since they didn't tell him anything, he would be entering the residence battle zone in 2 days. Only Yi Ping could tell him something. Tomorrow, you will go to the city lord residence to receive your badge. The day after tomorrow, you will be directly transported from the city lord residence to the residence battle island. Before that, the family sent me a message asking me to explain to you the situation of the residence battle and the things you need to pay attention to. Yi Ping saw that Yi Qinghan was sitting quietly, so he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He had only participated in the residence battle once, and it was a chaotic residence battle where warriors of all levels could enter. However, the number of people who had participated in the residence battle was very high. Therefore, the information in this area was relatively complete. After receiving the message from the family, he specially went to the city lord residence and looked through a lot of information about the residence battle. At this moment, seeing that Yi Qinghan was very interested in listening, he was also gratified. He paused and continued to speak. First of all, let me introduce the venue to you. The residence battle island is actually made up of 4 islands. There is a big island in the center and 3 small islands on 3 sides of the big island. You will be transported to the small island belonging to the House of Ares. This place is absolutely safe. It is where the camp of the House of Ares is located. As for the island in the center, we call it Netherworld Island. Netherworld Island is very large, about 1/10 the size of the House of Ares. The terrain inside is intricate. I will give you a detailed map later. Netherworld Island is the battlefield of the residence battle. You can kill wantonly here. Except for the children of the Yi family, you can't trust anyone here, including people from other families. Historically, people from the House of Ares often plotted against people from the House of Ares. As long as the deed is done secretly, the family can't do anything if there is no evidence. The residence battle is held once a year, and each prefecture has 100,000 people. The House of Ares has 50 elite teams like the one you are leading, and a total of 10,000 people. The rest of the 90,000 people are low-level warriors and ordinary soldiers, and the elites of the other 2 prefectures are also about 10,000 people. In the past, the rules of the residence battle have been that the elite teams will fight and hunt each other at the beginning. The final battle of all the legions will be held in the last month. The final battle is the most chaotic, so the family recommends that you don't participate. Therefore, your mission is to enter Netherworld Island in the first 11 months, hunt the elites of the other 2 prefectures, collect badges, and earn points. I understand. How are the points calculated? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes, nodded seriously, and asked. To explain the points, I first have to tell you about the difference in strength between the monster clan and the barbarian clan. Like the human race, the two clans are divided into 9 ranks: monster soldier, great monster soldier, monster warrior, great monster warrior, monster general, monster commander, monster emperor, monster saint. There are also barbarian soldier, great monster soldier, great monster warrior, barbarian general, barbarian commander, barbarian emperor, barbarian saint, and barbarian emperor. Of course, there will be no monster emperor or barbarian emperor in the 3 clans below the age of 30. At least on the surface, according to the family's information, there are no such geniuses in the 2 prefectures. After all, your father, Yi Dao, reached the emperor realm at the age of 28. There is only one in the entire Fire Dragon continent every few hundred years, so you don't have to worry about this. The family's request for you is that you try not to participate in battles in the first half of the year and focus on training. When your strength reaches the martial realm and you can protect yourself from the barbarian emperor and monster emperor, you can participate in battles in large numbers. Yi 13th and Yi 17th will tell you the details. The points are easy to calculate. Using the monster clan as an example, monster soldiers and great monster soldiers are considered ordinary soldiers. They only have 1 point, monster warrior is 2 points, great monster warrior is 5 points, monster general is 10 points, monster commander is 30 points, and monster emperor is 100 points. Ah! After listening to Yi Ping's explanation, Yi Qinghan lowered his head and calculated silently. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and said with a serious expression, "According to you, I have to kill at least 100 monster emperors, 300 monster commanders, or 1,000 monster generals to get 10,000 points to exchange for spirit pills." Theoretically, yes. Yi Ping nodded and sighed. However, the elite teams from the 3 prefectures that enter Nether Island are basically led by marquises or monster emperors or barbarian emperors. The marquises and monster emperors and barbarian emperors are basically there to restrain them. If a marquis wants to kill a martial artist of a lower realm than him, the opponent's powerhouse will definitely restrain him and then summon their companions. Therefore, it is usually the martial artists of the same realm in the team who attack each other. On the surface, you are a general realm martial artist, but your strength is probably enough to kill a level 1 martial realm martial artist, right? Therefore, you have a great advantage in the prefecture battle. This is why the family sent you to participate in the prefecture battle. You don't understand the specifics, and it's hard to explain the situation. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Try to listen to Yi 13th and Yi 17th's opinions in the prefecture battle. The task was difficult. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. The number 1 treasure of the prefecture battle, the spirit pills, was indeed not so easy to exchange for. Although the monster god and barbarian god prefectures had 200,000 elites, the points added up would probably be more than 1,000,000. However, in a chaotic battle like the prefecture battle, it would be quite difficult to obtain 10,000 points while preserving one's life. At least, Yi Qinghan felt that the difficulty was as high as the mountain in the divine city, seemingly insurmountable. Late at night, Yi Ping explained many things to Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan listened attentively. After all, this was related to his life and whether he could save his sister. The prefecture battle seemed to be easy to obtain points, but in fact, it was extremely difficult. It was basically exchanging points with people's lives. After Yi Ping finished explaining the things that the family had ordered, he arranged for someone to bring Yi Qinghan to rest. After watching Yi Qinghan's figure disappear into the vast night, Yi Ping entered through the side door of the hall and came to a quiet room. The room was a study. A green figure was sitting quietly inside, drinking tea and reading a book. "Greetings, Grand Supreme Elder." Yi Ping bowed respectfully. "Ah." The green figure raised his head and looked over with a pair of bulging eyes. "Are you done explaining?" I've explained everything according to Grand Supreme Elder's instructions. Yi Ping said softly. After a while, he asked with a puzzled expression, Grand Supreme Elder, there are some questions that Yi Ping doesn't understand. Why did you send Yi Qinghan to the prefecture battle? You have to know that it's impossible for him to obtain so many points. Moreover, the prefecture battle is so dangerous. If anything happens, the family can't afford to lose. Yi Qinyo heard Yi Ping's question and revealed an expression that he knew he would ask. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, both the patriarch and I know this. In fact, we don't expect him to obtain 10,000 points. The family has also arranged a few secret teams and experts to secretly obtain points. Moreover, this kid has been chosen by the Yu family saintess. After a discussion with Yu Ji, the Yu family has also sent 3 super elite teams to help him obtain the spirit pills. As for why we sent Yi Qinghan to the prefecture battle, I get angry just thinking about it. Isn't it all because of that idiot Yi Jian? If he hadn't caused so much trouble, would the situation be so troublesome now? You don't know how much Yi Qinghan resisted the family after that incident. It could even be said that he completely disliked the family. The patriarch and I had no choice but to use him to save his sister to slowly ease the gap between him and the family. As for the danger, the patriarch said that martial artists who don't experience life and death battles will never become strong. Moreover, 13, 17, and the Death God team will follow him. As long as they don't act rashly, it shouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the family has other arrangements, so you don't have to worry too much. Since Grand Supreme Elder and the family have arrangements, Yi Ping is naturally assured. I hope that this kid will have a smooth journey in the prefecture battle. I hope so. Later, let 13 and 17 come in. I'll explain to them. 2 deep sighs resounded in the room. It added a bit of melancholy to the summer night. Chapter 73. To the north of the House of Aries' floating snow city was a famous snowy mountain called Qingshan. At the foot of the mountain was a small city called Qingshan City. 50 years ago, an 18-year-old youth walked out of Green Mountain City. This youth possessed unparalleled cultivation. He walked all the way from the north and challenged the famous young experts of the 5 major clans. He won every battle and declined the recruitment offers from the 5 major clans. Finally, he fought his way into the chaotic prefecture battle 30 years ago. He fought his way through countless demon and barbarian emperors and obtained the highest number of points in the prefecture battle 30 years ago. After that, he went into seclusion for 5 years and came out again to challenge the previous generation's prefecture master of divine battle prefecture. After fighting for a day and a night, he won and became the house master of the House of Aries with unquestionable strength. He was the current house master of the House of Aries and the number 1 expert of the House of Aries in the continent, Long Bofu. Standing in front of the palace-like castellan's mansion, Yi Qinghan listened to Yi Shisan's brief introduction of House Master Long. He couldn't help but feel excited. He couldn't help but look forward to meeting the legendary number 1 expert of the House of Aries. Today, he got up early in the morning. According to the rules of each mansion battle, the elite squads of the major families would come to Dragon City before the battle. They would stand in the square in front of the castellan's mansion to be received by the mansion master and listen to the motivational speech before the battle. Then, they would receive their tokens after being tested by the staff of the Divine City. Rows of elite squads were already lined up neatly on the square, and there were people everywhere. As time passed, more and more squads were pouring in from all directions, and there were also countless spectators nearby. The entire front gate of the city lord's mansion had become a scene of tens of thousands of soldiers parading. Brother Qinghan, you came so early. We went to the Yi family's mansion early in the morning but found nothing. At this moment, a group of people walked over from the left. The 2 people in front were Feng Zi and Hua Hua. Behind them were 2 neat teams. They were the elite teams of their clans. Well, I woke up a little earlier today. Since I have nothing to do, I came over to take a look. Yi Qinghan was not surprised by the arrival of Feng Zi and the flowers. Although both of them were likely to be the successors of their clan's patriarchs, Yi Ping's introduction of the mansion battle yesterday was enough to prove that Yi Ping was right. He knew that as long as he didn't leave War God Island, where the House of Ares was, his safety was guaranteed. Even if he left War God Island, as long as he didn't go deeper into Nether Island, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the two precious young masters to participate in the mansion battle. Let's wait together. You guys can line up with the Yi family brothers. Feng Zi waved his hand behind him, signaling his clan's team to stand together with Yi Qinghan's Reaper team. Flora nodded and waved his hand behind him. The two squads at the back stood side by side with the Reaper squad in silence. Hua! Suddenly, there was a low cry from the side of the crowd, which caused a commotion among the crowd. Yi Qinghan and the rest were attracted by it too. They lifted their heads and looked over, only to see the crowd parting to form a path. A group of women in purple with their faces covered walked over in an orderly manner. Before they even arrived, a faint fragrance had already greeted them. Brother Han, your wife is here. Feng Zi chuckled and straightened his muscular body. He blinked and said to Yi Qinghan. Looking at the woman in the middle of the group, a hint of disappointment flashed across Flora's beautiful phoenix eyes, but he recovered in an instant and teased her. We're brothers, don't tease me like this in the future. You know, I resisted this marriage before, but it didn't work, Yi Qinghan shrugged and said helplessly. Damn you, show off all you want. Flora and Feng Zi raised their middle fingers and cursed softly. What are you guys chatting about? Just then, Yu Qingqing walked over and blinked her bright eyes as she spoke. Her expression was natural, as if the few people in front of her were good friends for many years. She did not look awkward at all. Nothing much. Greetings, Miss Qingqing. Also, it's time for Master Long to appear, right? Feng Zi laughed and changed the topic. Ah! Isn't he here? Yu Qingqing smiled. She did not expose Feng Zi's lie, but turned to look at the city lord's mansion and said. When they heard that, they subconsciously turned to look at the city lord's mansion. Just then, the main gate of the city lord's mansion slowly opened, and the noisy square shut their mouths at the same time when they saw the city lord's mansion slowly open. They looked at the small figure slowly walking out of the main gate of the city lord's mansion with passionate eyes. He's Dragon Man. Yi Qinghan looked at the small and monotonous figure in front of him and thought to himself. He had heard of Dragon Man's name since he was young, and he had always fantasized about his handsome appearance. Even if he was not 7 feet tall and had 3 heads and 6 arms, he should at least be tall and mighty with a domineering aura. However, it was difficult for the figure in front of him, who looked like an old man sweeping the streets, to match the image in his mind. Master Long. Master Long. Yi Qinghan thought this way, but it did not mean that others would think the same way. They followed Dragon Man and walked out. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar from the crowd, and people kept joining in the roar. In an instant, the roar in the square shook the heavens. Countless martial artists, who had never seen him before, roared with their heartfelt respect for the strong, waving their arms to welcome the #1 expert of the House of Ares. Master Long kept a smile on his face, like an amiable old man sweeping the streets. He just stood quietly in front of the city lord's mansion. There were no guards or followers behind him. He stood there alone. The crowd slowly felt that his figure was becoming taller and taller, like a tall mountain that they could not look up to. After the crowd roared a few times, he gently raised his hand, and his body slowly rose into the air. It was as if there was a mysterious force under his feet that was constantly lifting him up. The scene was strange and silent for a moment. Emperors and sages could fly in the air. This was something everyone knew. However, the short and skinny Master Long in front of them did not seem to be using any strength in his body. He could actually fly slowly. It should be known that there were countless Duke Realm experts in the training field. They did not feel the slightest aura of battle aura being released, but Dragon Man just rose into the air. Master Long. Master Long. The square became noisy again. Countless people looked up at the high and mighty Dragon Man, who was as gentle as the old man next door. He roared once more. Palace Master Long nodded, raised his hand again, and then pressed it down. Only when the entire area had returned to silence did he speak again. His voice wasn't loud, but his steady and slightly magnetic voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Hello everyone, I am Dragon Man. Tomorrow is the Elite Mansion Battle, which is held once every 60 years. I have nothing to say, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you all ready? We are ready. The sound was like a tidal wave, instantly drowning the entire square. Yi Qinghan secretly clicked his tongue. It seemed that Master Long's prestige and popularity in the House of Ares were extremely high. Very good. The demons in the west and the barbarians in the south have also said that they are ready. Then, young lads, polish the weapons in your hands and fight. 30 years ago, I and countless warriors used the weapons in our hands to completely beat the demons and barbarians to the ground. Now, it is your turn. The glory and dignity of the House of Ares will be in your hands. In 3 years, I will be waiting for your return here. Master Long's voice continued to be calm and friendly, but the domineering and confidence in his tone was exceptionally clear. Fight, fight, fight. Following Dragon Man's words, the emotions in the square were completely ignited. Countless people waved the weapons in their hands and roared. After Dragon Man finished speaking, he once again smiled warmly, waved his hand, turned around, and then turned into a shadow, disappearing from the Castellan's mansion. Then, rows of warriors in white robes walked out of the Castellan's mansion. Each of them held a white crystal pillar in their hands and lined up in front of the square. At this time, 3 white-robed warriors appeared out of thin air above the Castellan's mansion. One of the white-robed warriors flew to the front alone and shouted in a deep voice, "Now, you will receive badges according to your individual strength. There are 100 crystal pillars in front of you to test your strength. As long as you activate the battle chi in your body and attach it to the crystal pillar, you will be able to test your strength. Then, you will receive the badge and activate it with a drop of blood. Now, warriors who want to enter the mansion battle, line up to receive it." Fengzi nodded and took the lead to walk towards the white crystal pillar. He stretched out his left hand, and battle chi slowly appeared in his palm. Then, he touched the white crystal pillar, and the white crystal pillar suddenly changed color, turning a deep yellow. Third layer General Realm, dark yellow badge, activated with a drop of blood. The white-robed man next to the white crystal pillar said coldly. He took out a dark yellow ring and handed it over. Fengzi took the ring and put it on. Then, he squeezed a drop of blood from his other hand. The ring lit up, and a faint battle character appeared on the dark yellow ring. Chapter 74. The white-robed man nodded and looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. He said, "Depending on your strength, you will be given the color of the badge. After you wear it and activate it with your blood, you won't be able to take it off. If you want to take it off, you either have to chop off your finger or die. If there's nothing else, you can go to the Divine City to remove it or come here to remove it." Next. After everyone went to collect their rings, Yi Qinghan watched for a while and understood the rules of the badge. He also understood why Elder Yi Ping said he could hide his strength last night. The white crystal pillar could only measure the level of battle aura. Badges of different colors were given according to the level of battle aura. Ordinary soldiers could only receive white rings, elite martial artists received red rings, commander-level martial artists received orange rings, general-level martial artists received yellow rings, martial artists received green rings, and Duke martial artists received cyan rings. The color of each martial artist's ring was different according to their strength. For example, first-level general martial artists received light yellow rings, second-level general martial artists received light yellow rings, and third-level general martial artists received dark yellow rings. On the surface, Yi Qinghan was a first-level general martial artist, so he would definitely receive a light yellow ring when collecting his badge. However, with his overall strength, he would definitely receive a dark green ring. That was why Yi Ping said he could hide his strength and kill people of a higher level. Of course, the 5 great clans were actually hiding their strength. On the surface, Feng Zi was a third-level general martial artist, but with his imperial sword technique, his combat strength was probably at the martial level. Not to mention Wuxia, a third-level general martial artist could easily assassinate a first-level general martial artist after he stealthily activated. Presumably, there were also a few people in the Demon God's estate and the River Barbarian God's estate who could hide their strength. Therefore, it was impossible to deduce a martial artist's true strength just by looking at the surface of the ring. The process went quickly. 4 hours later, everyone had collected their badges and rings. As expected, Yi Qinghan received a light yellow ring. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that Yu Qingqing, who was a third-level general martial artist, received a dark yellow ring. It was just that he did not know what level of martial artists she could kill if she coordinated with the Yu clan's spirit technique. When Yi Qinghan was staring at the ring in Yu Qingqing's hand, Yu Qingqing probably sensed it. A trace of craftiness flashed across her eyes. She leaned over and said softly, I can kill a normal second-level martial. Of course, I can't deal with someone with a strong soul. Yi Qinghan, don't underestimate women. I'm not a vase. F***ck. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the pair of spirited eyes that were right in front of him. He thought to himself, it seems like I can't underestimate the disciples of the 5 great clans. A woman like this is actually so terrifying. At the same time, he smelled the faint fragrance coming from beside him. His mind was shaken, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Yi family manor in Dragon City. Yi Qinghan gathered Dongfang Dao's group of 5 in a side hall for the first time. He wasn't disgusted by the 5 of them following him. Firstly, the 5 of them had performed well along the way. Secondly, their fathers had perished along with his father, so it was his family that owed them. Now that they were wholeheartedly following him, he couldn't bear to leave them out in the cold. Young Master. Outside, the 5 of them called him Young Master. When there was no one around, they called him Young Master. Yi Qinghan did not really like this title, but he could not dissuade them and could only accept it. We'll be entering the prefecture Battle Island tomorrow. I can't give you anything. Moreover, I'm sure you know why I'm entering the prefecture battle. You also know how dangerous this prefecture battle is. If you withdraw now, I won't blame you. Moreover, I will have the Yi family provide you with a good place to settle down. Yi Qinghan said sincerely. After all, this time, people would definitely die. The 5 of them were still so young. It was not worthwhile to follow him to death for a promise made by their fathers. The 5 of them looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Dongfang Dao stood up and said, if it wasn't for Master, our family would have been destroyed. Our family's genealogy clearly states that we will serve Master Yi Dao and his descendants as our masters for the rest of our lives. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, then helplessly nodded. He took out a booklet from his bosom and handed it over, saying, in that case, I won't say anything more. These are the 5 king-level secret skills I asked the Yi family. They are also very suitable for you to cultivate. You will mainly focus on cultivation in this prefecture battle. I will put you in the Reaper squad. In the future, you don't need to protect me. After all, with Yi Shisan and Yi 17 by my side, my safety is guaranteed. You will be safer with the Reaper squad. Yes. The 5 of them looked ashamed. Indeed, at their age, they were considered geniuses in the House of Ares with their cultivation at the 3rd level of the general realm. However, compared to a freak like Yi Qinghan, they were nothing. If they followed Yi Qinghan, who knew who would be the one to protect? They took the secret skills with their names written on it and thought that Yi Qinghan treated them well. After all, there were not many king-level secret skills in the Yi family. The 5 of them secretly planned to redouble their cultivation in the future. Otherwise, if their strength couldn't keep up with Yi Qinghan's footsteps, there would be no value in their existence as the Dripping Blood Guards. After the 5 of them said their goodbyes, Yi Qinghan took out a wooden box from the side. In fact, the 5 king-level secret skills and this wooden box were passed down from the family. Elder Yi Ping had just specially sent it over. The secret skills given to the 5 of them were all king-level. It seemed that the treasures in the wooden box given to him by the Yi family would definitely not be inferior. The box had no lock, only a simple switch. When it was gently opened, there were 3 things in the box. A cyan dagger, a set of black soft armor, and a booklet. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly. He estimated that these things must be extraordinary. After all, it was the first time that the Yi family, one of the 5 major families, made a move, so it would definitely not be shabby. He reached out and picked up the dagger. The cyan dagger was about a foot long and was very heavy. It was at least twice as heavy as the dagger he used before. However, this weight was insignificant for him, who was at the 1st level of the general realm. He stabbed a few times in the air and felt that it was very smooth. He took out the original dagger from his boots with satisfaction and then inserted the new dagger into the booklet. The black soft armor was very light and soft. He didn't know what material it was made of. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He picked up the dagger he used before and gently scratched it. Ugh! There was no trace at all. Therefore, he increased his strength. He used 30% of his strength and scratched it heavily. However, it only left a faint white mark. When he touched it with his hand, it disappeared. This soft armor was a treasure. In the next moment, Yi Qinghan determined that this soft armor must be extraordinary. Therefore, he simply took out the cyan dagger and slashed at the old dagger he used before. Crack! The original dagger broke with a sound. Yi Qinghan smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that the gifts from the Yi family were quite good. This soft armor and dagger seemed to be treasures of the highest grade. Treasures were divided into 4 grades: human, spirit, treasure, and saint. Obviously, these 2 treasures were at least spirit tools, and most likely treasured tools. As for saint tools, the Yi family only had 2. One was with Yi Tianlong, and the other was with Yi Qinghan. Presumably, before Yi Tianlong died, the saint tool would not be passed down to him. Finally, he picked up the remaining booklet and flipped it open. There was actually a small note inside. After reading it, Yi Qinghan's expression showed that he had expected it. The note introduced the grades and functions of the dagger and soft armor. The dagger was called the Blue Dragon Dagger, a low-grade saint tool. It might not be able to cut through iron like mud, but it was definitely a killing weapon. The soft armor was called the Black Tortoise Armor, a low-grade saint tool. It could block the stab of a low-grade saint tool. In theory, it could block a full-force attack from a level 3 martial. A saint tool. Although the 2 treasures were low-level, not to mention the dagger, the soft armor was definitely priceless. It was definitely a peerless treasure that could save one's life. Only now did he know that saint tools were divided into upper and lower grades. Didn't he know that saint tools were not divided into lower and lower grades? If they were divided, what grade would his bronze ring be? However, when he thought about the bronze ring's automatic healing function, he wouldn't trade it for a few saint tools. He laughed at himself and picked up the booklet. On the booklet, there were 3 big words, Shadow Step. When Yi Qinghan saw the small words at the bottom, his expression finally changed. His lips moved and his fingers trembled. After a long time, he finally said, Saint Tyr's secret technique, Yi Ruoshui's masterpiece. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qinghan tried his best to calm himself down. It seemed that his grandfather was willing to go all out for him. Saint Tyr's secret technique and Saint Tool were the family's treasures. Although the Yi family was wealthy, they only had 1 Saint Tool and a few Saint Tyr's secret techniques. Moreover, this was created by Ancestor Yi Ruoshui. Ancestor Yi Ruoshui was a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the founding divine ancestor Knight Emperor in the Yi family's thousands of years of history. How could the secret technique he created be simple? Since the Yi family owed him, it was only natural for him to take it. Yi Qinghan told himself that there was no need to be polite. The temptation of a Saint Tyr's secret technique was too great. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't resist this temptation. Only a fool wouldn't want such a treasure. He couldn't wait to open the secret technique and read it. Shadow Step, as the name suggests, is a footwork technique. It's a footwork technique used to avoid the enemy's attack in a small area. There are 3 levels in total. Mastering all 3 levels allows one to go anywhere in the world. The first level requires a general realm cultivation base to master. Go anywhere in the world. Seeing these words, Yi Qinghan felt that the Saint Tyr's secret technique created by Ancestor Yi Ruoshui didn't let him down. A Saint Tyr's secret technique was indeed a Saint Tyr's secret technique. Although it wasn't an offensive secret technique, it was more precious than anything else to Yi Qinghan. He didn't lack attacks. Once he used the body fusion technique, a normal martial would definitely die if he got close. This Saint Tyr's secret technique that didn't care about defense or cultivation base directly attacked the soul gave him a perverse attack method. What he lacked the most right now was a life-saving technique. After all, the mansion battle wasn't a one-on-one battle. When hundreds of people attacked each other, you could instantly kill anyone, but when you killed your enemy, attacks from the side would land on you. In such a chaotic situation, how important was a life-saving technique? Now, it seemed that Yi Tianlong still placed his safety as the top priority. He even passed on such a precious Saint Tyr's secret technique to him for free. After quickly browsing through it, Yi Qinghan immediately started cultivating. This was a life-saving technique. The earlier he mastered it, the earlier he would be safe. His strength would also improve a lot sooner. The first level looked simple, but it was actually very complicated. First, he had to release his battle chi from the soles of his feet and use it to speed up his footwork. Then, he had to continuously practice 18 seemingly awkward footwork techniques. Releasing battle chi from the soles of his feet wasn't difficult because he had experience in releasing battle chi. On the other hand, he had to practice the 18 awkward footwork techniques continuously. In the end, he had to master them all and form his body's instinctive reaction. After reading through it, Yi Qinghan pondered in silence for a while. Then, he started the boring cultivation of releasing battle chi. The next day, early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight from the east shone into the room, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He hadn't slept the entire night, but with his general realm cultivation, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He just felt a little dispirited after a night of cultivation. He forced himself to stay awake, stood up, and stretched his body. Then, he washed his face and rinsed his mouth. After a quick breakfast, he walked to the entrance of the manor. Outside, Yi Shisan and the others were already waiting for him. Yi Qinghan smiled and entered the carriage. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to set off. The group arrived at the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion. He had long noticed that there were 3 huge teleportation arrays on the right side of the plaza. However, they were guarded by soldiers, so he couldn't get close. Now, if he wanted to teleport to the prefecture's battle island, he had to use the teleportation array. The plaza was already filled with people. Everyone was lining up to enter the teleportation array. Beside the teleportation array, there were more than 10 white-robed people like yesterday. They were constantly activating the teleportation array, sending groups of people over. Young Master Feng and the others are over there. They're probably waiting for you. Yishir-san's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing standing near the first teleportation array on the left. They were looking left and right. It seemed like they were waiting for them. Yes, let's go. Yi Qinghan got off the carriage and ordered everyone to follow. He asked the coachman of the Yi family to send the carriage to the manor, and his group walked over to Feng Zi. Young Master Han, did you do something bad last night? Why are you so late? Feng Zi glanced at Yu Qingqing when she saw Yi Qinghan coming over, and smiled. To hell with being the second master, I've been practicing for the whole night. Why is there no one at this teleportation array? Yi Qinghan scolded jokingly, looking at the teleportation array with interest. Yu Qingqing laughed and explained, this is used by the 5 great clans. After we finish teleporting, we'll naturally let them use it. Then are we leaving now? Or do we have to wait for someone? Yi Qinghan nodded at Yu Qingqing as a form of greeting and said with a smile. Let's go, we're just waiting for you. Xue Wuhan, that traitor, isn't with us now. He left a long time ago. I heard that Long Shuailu and Long Sainan left first. Long Sainan is the daughter of House Master Long, Hua Hua said disdainfully. It seemed that the more she looked at Xue Wuhan, the more she disliked him. Yes, let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded, then made a gesture of invitation to Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing didn't stand on ceremony. She nodded at the Pink Legion behind her and led her elite team to the teleportation array. The few white-robed people beside the teleportation formation reminded them. Then, they inserted a few white crystals into a few corners of the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation suddenly erupted with a dazzling white light. Then, with a flash, Yu Qingqing's group disappeared. This teleportation array is very simple. I wonder what the white crystals in their hands are. And what's the principle behind this teleportation array? Yi Qinghan looked at the teleportation array with interest. He felt that this thing was too magical. Such a simple thing could teleport so many people 1,000 miles away in an instant. This was no different from a godly skill. I'll leave first. See you later. Feng Zi saw that Yi Qinghan had no intention of leaving, so she laughed and teleported with her people. Flowers and grass followed behind and brought people to teleport over. Finally, it was Yi Qinghan's turn. The group walked into the teleportation array. The people in white robes reminded them coldly, don't be nervous, don't panic, and don't resist. Then, they activated the teleportation array. There was a flash of white light. Yi Qinghan felt that the light was very dazzling, so he closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly felt a huge suction force sucking his body into the air. He also felt that his brain was slightly congested, and he was a little dizzy. Moreover, his ears were ringing. It might have been a while, or it might have been a long time. The terrifying suction force finally stopped, and his head slowly stopped feeling dizzy. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes slightly. After getting used to the light, he opened his eyes curiously to observe the surrounding scenery. At this moment, an old voice suddenly resounded in his ears, "Welcome to the official battle island. Here, you will experience the massacre of blood and fire, and enjoy a year of hot-blooded passion." Chapter 75. An old voice. Yi Qinghan turned his head in puzzlement and saw an old man standing at the side of the team unknowingly. This old man was dressed in a gray robe and had a head of white hair. He looked slightly old and was looking at them with a smile. Why is there an old man? Isn't the elite prefecture battle only open to those under 30? Yi Qinghan immediately became vigilant. This was the prefecture battle island. Danger could come at any time. At this time, Yi Shisan pulled his sleeve with a smile and whispered in his ear, "Don't be nervous. He's one of us, an elder who guards the island. Of course, he's not going to enter the Nether Island." After saying that, Yi Shisan pulled his sleeve again and cupped his hands at Yi Shisan. "Greetings, Guardian Elder." "Greetings, Guardian Elder." Yi Qinghan and the Reaper squad responded immediately and saluted. You're the disciples of the Yi family, right? Your courtyard is in the southern yard. Follow this road and there will be someone there to receive you." After saying that, the gray-robed old man disappeared in a flash. Teleportation. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yi Shisan in horror. This gray-robed old man was too terrifying. How could he disappear into thin air? "I don't think so." A trace of respect and worship flashed in Yi Shisan's eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "This guardian elder should be at least in the sage realm. Moreover, he studies the law of heaven and earth related to the law of space. His speed is so fast that it looks like he teleported to us." Terrifying. Staring blankly at the place where the guardian elder disappeared, Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Originally, he was very proud of his strength and became a little lax in his cultivation. Now, it seemed that his cultivation had not reached the threshold of cultivation. There were too many people in this world who could kill him in a second. However, this guardian elder showed off his skills as soon as he arrived. He must have known that those who came to the prefecture battle were the young elites of the House of Aries. He must have been a little proud and arrogant. He also wanted to warn them that there was always someone better than them. Only by maintaining a vigilant attitude would they not easily fall in the upcoming battle. "Let's go." Yi Qinghan smiled and said softly after figuring out the cause and effect. He took the lead and walked toward a courtyard in the distance. The battle island wasn't big. With a single glance, one could see the boundless deep blue ocean in the distance. Other than the small plaza that Yi Qinghan had just teleported to, the island was surrounded by courtyards. The battle island was guarded by a sage realm expert, so it should be very safe. The rows of green bricks and black tiles in front of him made it very easy to explain. Since the flames of war couldn't spread here, this was the base camp of the divine battle residence, a place for everyone to rest, cultivate, and recuperate. Of course, it had to be better and more comfortable. The southern courtyard was not big, but it was very elegant. Hua Fengzi and the others were nowhere to be seen. They were probably settling down their team. Yi Qinghan was led by two middle-aged men dressed in the same gray robes as the guardian elders to the small courtyard prepared for the Yi family. Yi Qinghan gestured to Yi Shisan to make arrangements for the Reaper squad while he and Yi Shisan walked into the hall of the small courtyard. There were quite a few people in the hall, and one of them was an acquaintance. "Yi Qingwu. Why are you here?" Yi Qinghan looked at the figure that he hadn't seen for 2 months and asked in astonishment. The fiery red skin-tight leather armor, tighter-fitting fiery red leather pants, and a pair of fiery red leather boots. Yi Qingwu's devilish figure was completely revealed. Adding on her pure and cute face, it was hard for anyone to forget her after seeing her. Hee. You can come, but I can't. I'm an expert ranked 6th on the Earth ranking. It's not too much for me to come here and play. Yi Qingwu was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's performance. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she stood up from the square chair. Her 2 straight and round white legs dazzled everyone in the room. "Greetings, young Master Han." After Yi Qingwu finished speaking, the other 4 people in the room stood up with Yi Qingwu and bowed respectfully to Yi Qinghan. "No need to be so polite. Yisher-san knows that I don't like too many rules. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and looked at Yi Qingwu with a smile. Miss Wu, can you explain it to me? I say, Yi Qinghan, the Yi family doesn't treat you well, but big sister treats you well. There's no need to be so distant. Moreover, a large part of the reason why we came here to fight for our lives is because of you. Is this how you treat us? When Yi Qingwu heard Yi Qinghan call her Miss Wu, she was obviously a little displeased and pouted. Ah! Looking at Yi Qingwu's cute pouting expression, Yi Qingwu remembered that Yi Qingwu had helped him several times. When he was still a cripple, she had helped him suppress Yi Qinghuang once in the War Beast Academy. Then, at the most critical moment, she had lured elder Yi Qingniu out and saved his life. Moreover, Yi Qingwu's battle prowess was indeed very terrifying. She had cultivated to the first level of martial tier at the age of 20, and combined with her 7th grade snow fox, she could probably reach the 3rd level of martial tier. Moreover, since Yi Qingniu allowed her to come to the prefecture battle island without worry, he must have given her some life-saving treasures. Thinking of the past, Yi Qinghan smiled slightly and said sincerely, Big Sister Wu, it's my fault. You said that you came here for me. Yi Qingwu felt Yi Qinghan's sincerity, and the smile on her face became even wider. She giggled and said, That's right, but it's best to remove the word that from the front. To tell you the truth, I'm also here to kill people. These 4 people are Yi Yi, Yi San, Yi Zhou, and Yi Shi. They are all experts of the Commander realm. We brought 2 small teams this time, and we're also here for the spirit pills. For the sake of insurance, the clan leader has dragged almost all the experts of the younger generation of the clan to the battle island. You're in the light, and we're in the dark, so we have a higher chance of success. Is that so? Yes, I can't thank you enough. As long as I'm alive, I will remember your kindness in this life. Are you coming with me? Alone? Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Yi and the others. It seemed that his grandfather was really hell-bent on thinking for him. Today, Yi Yi and the others showed up and spoke tactfully to Yi Qingwu, and the meaning was very clear. Yi Tianlong wanted to tell him that he had already secretly sent people to get the spirit pills for his sister, and that he should try his best and not work too hard. The main force was not him, but the few low-profile warriors of the Yi family in front of him. I'll be in your team. The clan leader wants me to watch over you. With 13 and 17 around, safety won't be a problem. Yi Yi and the others will split into 2 teams and go alone to secretly get points. Yi Qingwu giggled, looking as if she was following him, protecting him, and supervising him. Ah! Yi Qinghan nodded blankly. Originally, he thought that Feng Zi and the others came to the prefecture battle island to have fun and gain experience. Now it seemed that the nature of his coming to the prefecture battle was the same as theirs. But thinking about it, he had a sacred beast. Although his strength was not bad among the elites of the 3 prefectures, in such a chaotic situation, with so many demon emperors and barbarian emperors who could easily kill him, it would be strange if the Yi family was willing to let him take the risk alone. Practice hard. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. He still felt uneasy putting all his hopes on Yi Yi and the others. His sister was only relying on soul-nourishing medicine to keep a trace of her soul. If he wanted to save her, he had to get the first treasure of the prefecture battle. Looking at the current situation, if he only had this little strength, Yi Qingwu and Yisher-san would definitely not bring him to kill wantonly and get a large number of points. Only with his strength could he protect himself from the attacks of demon emperors and barbarian emperors, who were comparable to Marquis realm experts. Could he use his abnormal body fusion technique to kill a large number of demon kings and barbarian emperors and get enough points to exchange for the spirit pills? I'll go back to my room to rest first. Call me if there's anything. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan chatted with Yi Qingwu and the others for a while. Then, he went back to his room alone and prepared to practice. Hee, Patriarch's move is really brilliant. Under the tremendous pressure, this kid's cultivation base would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. This brat's comprehension is so high, his cultivation won't be too slow. I'm really looking forward to the scene of this brat sweeping across the fire dragon continent with a mature sacred beast after he reaches the Saint Realm. Looking at Yi Qinghan's determined figure gradually disappearing outside the door, Yi Qingwu twitched her nose and said with a smile. As long as young Master Han doesn't die, the Yi family will definitely be able to suppress the major clans and the demon and barbarian residences for 200 years. Yi nodded and said with certainty. Then, he looked at Yi Shisan and his eyes suddenly became fierce. He shouted in a deep voice, 17, tell 13 that even if you all die, you must protect the safety of Miss Wu and young Master Han. I, third brother, ninth brother, and 11th brother will go first. You all take care. Eldest brother, third brother, ninth brother, 11th brother, you all take care too. Yi 17 nodded with a heavy expression. They were all orphans adopted by the Yi family. Among thousands of people, they relied on their amazing talent and diligent cultivation to be given the titles Yi to Yi 30 by the Yi family. But as they continued to carry out missions, only a dozen or so of the 30 of them survived. This mission seemed to be the most difficult and dangerous. Who knew how many of them would survive in the end? His heart was a little heavy and sad. Yi, be careful. Hunt for points under the premise of protecting yourself. The Patriarch has ordered that as long as you complete this mission, the 6 of you will be completely abolished as death warriors. The family will give you the position of clan elder. This is the last mission, so everyone take care. Miss Wu, don't worry. We are the strongest force on the Netherworld Island. After so many years in the wind and fire, no one has taken our lives. I don't believe that a few demons and barbarians can do anything to us. Third brother, ninth brother, 11th brother, let's go and kill. Yi laughed and cupped his hands towards Yi Qingwu. He patted Yi 17's shoulder and strode out. Chapter 76. According to the usual practice, the elites who entered the mansion battle would rest on the island for 3 days. After 3 days, the elite team would enter the Netherworld Island and begin their massacre. During these 3 days, Yi Qinghan stayed in his room to train. Under the huge pressure, Yi Qinghan did not dare to relax. On one hand, he trained day and night, cultivating his battle chi to increase his realm. On the other hand, he trained in the life-saving Shadow Step. Before arriving at the Yu clan, he had opened up all the meridians in his body, condensed his dantian, and stepped into the first level of the general realm. After reaching the first level of the general realm, training was mainly to accumulate a large amount of battle chi and compress it into liquid form, storing it in the dantian. This training was a vast and tedious process. If the dantian was a wine bottle, then his current training was to fill the wine bottle with chi and compress it into a drop of water. Continuously filling the bottle with chi and compressing it into water, until the wine bottle was filled with water. Moreover, the dantian became firm and wide under the warm pressure of the water. Finally, it completely combined with the acupoints in the dantian and reached the peak of the general realm. This seemed easy. As long as he trained every day, he would reach the peak of the general realm sooner or later. However, Yi Qinghan did not relax at all, because there was a strange beast in his body. When this beast was weak, it did not absorb battle chi and only ate magic crystals. Now that it had reached the growth stage, it did not eat magic crystals and only absorbed battle chi. Moreover, as time passed, it absorbed more and more battle chi. Therefore, Yi Qinghan's daily training was basically only enough for the beast to absorb battle chi. There was not much left. Therefore, in these 3 days, other than continuing to practice releasing battle chi from the sole of his feet, he spent the rest of his time accumulating battle chi. The battle was about to begin. If he ran out of ammunition during the battle, he would really die. Training in Shadow Step required the release of battle chi from the sole of his feet. Because he had experience in releasing battle chi, he had already succeeded. He only needed to be proficient in using it. Dong, dong, dong. Yi Qing Han was awakened by the knocking on the door. He turned to look at the door and stopped his training. He got out of bed, stretched, and opened the door. "Young master, it's time to go. Miss Wu asked me to call you out." It was Yi Shi-san with a plain square face outside the door. "Ah! 3 days have passed." Yi Qing Han slapped his forehead. He had been cultivating day and night, causing his sense of time to be a little confused. He felt that 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. After washing up as fast as he could, Yi Qing Han changed his clothes and followed Yi Shi-san out. In the hall, Yi Qinggu and Yi 17 were sitting quietly. Outside the hall, Yi Qing Han walked over. Standing up, Yi Shi-san blinked and smiled without saying anything. Yi Qinggu wrinkled her cute nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "Let's go. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. We'll gather in the square later. After listening to the Guardian Elder's explanation, we'll set off for Nether Island." Yi Qing Han was a little ashamed as he looked at Yi Qinggu, who still had a fiery red body. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, let's go." The 4 of them walked out of the hall. The Death God team was already waiting outside the gate of the West Court. Yi Qing Han looked at Dongfang Nangong and the other 4 who were standing in the Death God team. He nodded at them with a smile and waved his hand to signal them to go. The square next to the teleportation array was already full of people. It was a large crowd, but except for a small number of people who were gathered together, the rest were standing in neat rows in the square. Yi Qing Han squinted his eyes slightly. Among the people who were talking and laughing, he saw the strong Feng Zi, the flowers and plants that were more beautiful than women, and Yu Qingqing, who still looked like a white lotus with her face covered. He also saw the handsome Long Shui. However, when he saw the elegant Shui Wuhan with the folding fan in his hand and the gray eyes, an invisible murderous aura surged from his body. Ever since he entered Dragon City, this guy had been avoiding meeting him. It seemed that after entering Battle Island, he had no scruples and was not afraid of meeting Yi Qing Han. "Brother Han." Yi Qing Han and the others appeared in the square and attracted everyone's attention. Feng Zi shouted from afar and waved at him. However, when he saw Yi Qinggu, who was standing beside Yi Qing Han, his body obviously stiffened. He looked at Yi Qinggu with a fiery gaze and didn't even look at Yi Qing Han. Yi Qinggu's hot clothes outlined her curvaceous figure. Together with the pure smile on her face, she successfully attracted the attention of all the men on the scene. It also made Yu Qingqing's pure black eyes shrink. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan's gaze swept to a tall and beautiful girl beside Long Shui. She held a cyan long sword in her hand and had a heroic look on her face. Seeing this girl standing together with Long Shui, he easily guessed her identity. Just as he was about to introduce Yi Qinggu to everyone, the girl beside Long Shui unexpectedly opened her mouth first. Unexpectedly, the woman next to Long Shui was the first to speak. She revealed a friendly smile and said, "Younger sister Qinggu, I didn't expect you to come too. Did your old man agree?" Yi Qinggu ignored everyone's fiery gaze and walked straight to the girl's side. She affectionately held the girl's hand and her cute nose twitched. She said coquettishly, "Big sister Sainan, with you here, why would I be afraid of those demons and barbarians? Who can stop your dragon cry sword? Hee hee, little girl, don't be afraid of flattery. If you want me to protect you, just follow me." The tall girl smiled and pinched Yi Qinggu's delicate nose. Her expression was very natural and she had a graceful temperament as she looked around. "That won't do. I want to help my family's old man and look after my family's little Han." Yi Qinggu smiled tenderly and her chest trembled, causing everyone's eyes to flicker. Everyone heard the conversation between the two girls and understood each other's identity. Feng Zi and the other sighed inwardly and lowered their heads in shame. They had long heard of Yi Qingwu's great name. Not only because of Yi Qingnu's precious granddaughter's terrifying cultivation, but also because Yi Qingwu dared to angrily scold Tu Qianjun in front of the divine general of the divine city. Yi Qingwu's cultivation level of 6th on the earth roll made them feel extremely ashamed. Moreover, Yi Qingwu's fiery temper also made them slightly restrain their originally unbridled gazes. Occasionally, when they inadvertently swept a glance at her, their gazes became slightly fiery. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, confirmed the identity of the tall and handsome woman. Long Sainan. Dragon Bastard's only daughter. She was 29 years old and unmarried. Her strength was only slightly inferior to that of Yi Dao's back then. She was at the peak of the Duke tier, the undisputed first on the earth roll, and the leader of the younger generation. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why that short old man named his daughter Long Sainan. He was practically raising his daughter as a man. However, although this girl looked valiant and heroic on the surface, she had a different temperament of a mature woman. Yi Qinghan greets Miss Sainan. Yi Qinghan thought quickly in his mind. After confirming her identity, he smiled and cupped his hands in salute. You're too polite. Some time ago, I heard that my little sister Qingqing had chosen a good husband and had always wanted to meet him. I'm very satisfied to see you today. Long Sainan pulled Yu Qingqing's hand and looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile. It was obvious that she was cheering for Yu Qingqing. Ah. This is Miss Qingqing's favor. Yi Qinghan is ashamed. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with some embarrassment. He's ashamed. Feng Zi's eyes were blazing as she watched from the side. She curled her lips and was about to say ashamed my ass, but when she saw Yi Qinghan's cold gaze sweeping over like lightning, she quickly stopped and said, very ashamed, hee, I don't care about what happened in the past. If my sister Qingqing is wronged in the future, Yi Qinghan, I'll get even with you. Long Sainan pretended not to hear Feng Zi's words. She only lovingly stroked Yu Qingqing's hair and said softly. Sister. Yu Qingqing lowered her head and shook Long Sainan's hand, indicating that she should stop talking. Ah. Hee. Yi Qinghan didn't know how to answer. He laughed dryly and felt a little embarrassed. Buzz, at this time, there was a sudden ear-piercing sound in the square. Everyone immediately stopped talking and looked up. A man in gray stood in the air above the square. He had white hair and a white beard. On his aged face, a pair of gray eyes were shining with dazzling light. It was the guardian elder that Yi Qinghan met when he just entered the battle island. Greetings, guardian elder. Except for Yi Qinghan's group, everyone present knelt on one knee. Yi Qinghan's group also bowed and shouted in a deep voice. Dispense with the formalities. Today, all the elite teams will enter the Nether Island. I represent the House of Ares to send you off. I'll also tell you the relevant rules. First, all the elites are not allowed to kill each other. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Second, once you enter the Nether Island, you must not leave the island for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be transported to the Battle Island. Third, you are not allowed to collude with the Outer Palace. Once discovered, you will be killed without mercy. Fourth, you will obtain points. After killing the enemy, take his ring and put it on the ring on your hand. The ring will absorb the enemy's ring and automatically record the points. Alright, let's go. The guardian elder quickly finished speaking and then waved his hand. Suddenly, there was a burst of colorful light in the north of the square. A huge teleportation formation slowly appeared on the square. Looking at the huge teleportation formation, everyone's face became solemn. Their eyes were burning with a monstrous fighting spirit. They stepped firmly and orderly toward the teleportation formation. The huge teleportation formation shook 10 times. The 10,000 densely packed people in the square disappeared. The square that was a little crowded just now suddenly became empty. Sigh, I wonder how many people will die this time. The guardian elder looked at the empty square and sighed deeply. A trace of gloominess flashed in his gray eyes. Chapter 77. A white light flashed. This time, due to the close distance, Yi Qinghan didn't feel dizzy and ringing in his ears like when he was teleported from Dragon City to Battle Island. He only blinked his eyes, and the scenery in front of him changed. In front of him was a strange place. They were teleported to the foot of a tall mountain. It was a flat and wide grassland. There was a small river not far away, and a large herd of antelopes and buffaloes were drinking water by the river. The grassland was lush, and unknown wildflowers were blooming everywhere. The scenery was very beautiful. Everyone. Long Sainan's heroic and majestic voice sounded, disturbing everyone's mood of enjoying the scenery. When everyone looked at her, she pointed at the mountain and smiled. Let's enter the temporary base camp and settle down first. We'll have a pre-war meeting later. I'll give you a detailed introduction of the situation of Nether Island, and then we can decide on our future path. What do you think? I agree. Yu Qingqing was the first to nod, but she looked at Yi Qinghan. Agree. Yi Qinghan saw Yi Qingwu looking at him, and knew that she had given him the right to decide. Long Sainan, with her strength at the peak of the Marquis realm list, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 10,000 elites present. Furthermore, the rumors about her in the House of Ares were similar to her strange name. She could compete with men, and she was better than them. Her strength and wisdom indeed made countless men blush with shame. As the only daughter of House Master Long, she must have seen most of the top-secret information in the House Master's database. Since she proposed to hold a pre-war meeting for everyone, it would only be beneficial for everyone. Therefore, Yi Qinghan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Agree, agree, agree. Long Sainan's proposal was immediately agreed by everyone. It seemed that this woman who was not inferior to men had a high prestige among the crowd. However, among the 10,000 elites of the House of Ares, the 5 major families and Dragon City accounted for 2/3. The young masters of the 5 major families all trusted and liked Long Sainan very much. The rest of the elites were also inextricably linked with the 5 major families. This result seemed to be accidental, but also inevitable. Everyone began to quickly walk towards the temporary base camp halfway up the mountain. This temporary base camp was set up by the Divine Battle Abode after countless prefecture battles. There were a lot of simple bamboo buildings in the base camp. Although they were very simple, they were still habitable. After experiencing countless mansion wars, countless sentries and simple mechanisms were set up in the surroundings so that they could be alerted in advance if anyone approached. Team 1, be on guard. Team 2 and Team 3, clean up the barracks. Team 4 and Team 5, go hunt for food and cook. Long Sainan was obviously used to commanding troops. She skillfully instructed her subordinates to get busy. This time, Dragon City had sent a total of 1,000 people. Some of them were Dragon City's own people, while others were temporary additions. Long Sainan obviously didn't order the rest of the family's elites, and the elite teams formed from various places. The others also consciously rested on the spot, not wanting to add to the chaos. The efficiency of 1,000 people was very high. In less than an hour, they had already tidied up the temporary base camp. The captains of the various elite teams let their people return to their assigned residences to rest. Then, the representatives of the major families and the leaders of the teams followed Long Sainan to the conference hall of the base camp. Although it was called a conference hall, it was actually a slightly larger bamboo building. Everyone sat down on the simple wooden stools and began the first pre-war meeting. I won't say any more nonsense. After the meeting, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Long Sainan didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. First of all, I've decided to follow the usual practice and set up a temporary base camp here. I will send a team of elites to guard the vicinity 24 hours a day. All the elites participating in the mansion wars can cultivate, recuperate, and rest here. Of course, after today, everyone will have to take care of their own food. Those who want to stay here can stay until the end of the mansion wars. Of course, if the enemy comes to attack, I hope that all the elites in the base camp will fight together. Agreed. Agreed. The first decision was clearly approved by everyone. Every generation would set up a temporary base camp for those who had experienced hard battles to rest and recuperate. Those who didn't want to fight could also rest in the temporary base camp. Under normal circumstances, if the enemy wanted to attack the base camp from thousands of miles away, it would be very difficult. Therefore, although this base camp wasn't absolutely safe, it was still a safe place in the crisis-ridden Nether Island. Now that Long Cheng had obviously taken on this heavy burden alone, everyone was naturally happy. Second, I think most of you have understood the terrain of Nether Island, but there are still a few who don't. Let me give you a brief introduction. Long Sainan gestured to her subordinates to spread out a map. Then she picked up a bamboo and explained to everyone, Nether Island is triangular. We are now in the southern corner, and the other two corners are the base camps of the Demon God's Mansion and the River Barbarian God's Mansion. Everyone can see that the most central area is a circular plain, which is the battlefield of the decisive battle. The outer area of the circle is where our elites will fight, the illusory forest. Except for the three corners, the entire Nether Island is a round cake. There is a small hole in the center of the round cake, where the decisive battle will take place. The rest of the place is the illusory forest. The illusory forest will be the place where everyone will fight for the next 2 years. There are treasures, magic beasts, enemies, and of course, the most common thing is the ubiquitous microtransmission array. These transmission arrays are invisible when not activated, but once activated, they will randomly send you to every corner of the illusory forest. Therefore, everyone must be careful when exploring the path, don't rush around recklessly. Otherwise, you will be teleported to an entire team of demon elites, and then you will definitely die. There are also magic beasts in the forest. You must be careful if you encounter them. The magic beasts here are at least of the 4th level, and the highest are of the 8th level. They can directly kill anyone here. Of course, 50% of the magic beasts have treasures around them. Whether you can get them or not depends on your luck. My advice to everyone is to stay alive first. Many of you may want to use the capital battle to kill people and get points, in exchange for a large amount of wealth, treasures, or the position of a city lord. But if you lose your life, you will lose everything. I wish everyone good luck. Long Sainan's words made the people present feel that they had benefited a lot, but also extinguished the fiery hearts of many. Many people came to the capital battle once every 60 years with the mentality of killing people and gaining points. They knew that points represented fame and status. Points could be exchanged for a lifetime of wealth, countless beauties, and the position of a city lord in 500 small cities and 100 large cities. But Long Sainan's words made them realize the fact that if they lost their life, then they would lose everything, illusory forest. Yi Qinghan carefully looked at the map again. He had actually seen this map before and understood that this was their main battlefield, as well as the dangers and treasures it contained. The forest was very large. If he were to rush at full speed, it would take him a month to cross from south to north in a straight line. But he thought that even Long Sainan, the #1 expert on the Earth list, wouldn't dare to run in a straight line. The transmission arrays in the illusory forest would randomly change after every capital battle. Most importantly, the high-level magic beasts inside would also change territories after every capital battle, or enter to replenish the magic beasts consumed in the previous capital battle. As a result, no clan or force could know the coordinates of the transmission arrays and high-level magic beasts before the capital battle. Everything had to be explored by the participants of the capital battle. The large clans and forces could only mark the locations where high-level magic beasts were most likely to appear on the map, as well as many dangerous areas. After the meeting, everyone returned to their respective encampments. They began to prepare food and water for the start of the battle. In the afternoon, teams began to leave the temporary headquarters, crossed the small river, and entered the illusory forest. The 10,000 elites were the elite teams formed by the various clans of the House of Ares. On the surface, most of them belonged to or were vassals of the 5 major clans and the 6 major forces of Dragon City. In fact, apart from the elite disciples of their own clans, most of the others were only temporary vassals. Once they arrived at Nether Island, they would go their separate ways. The main purpose of the elites who came here was to kill people and gain points. Take risks and obtain treasures. If they were to follow the butts of the major forces all the time, they would be the ones to fight when the time came. They wouldn't get a share of the points and treasures. They weren't fools. Of course, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, after arriving at Nether Island, they would either travel in groups or go out alone to try their luck. Of course, this phenomenon was the same in the past capital battles, so the major forces wouldn't blame them. After all, everyone was risking their lives. Moreover, the illusory forest wasn't suitable for large groups of people to travel together. Firstly, it was too big of a target, and secondly, the terrain of the illusory forest didn't allow it. Perhaps half of them would be sent to different parts of the forest by the transmission arrays. After some simple preparations, Yi and Yi San led 400 people into the illusory forest. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu just looked at them from afar, and didn't go over to bid farewell to them. On the surface, they were elite teams formed by 2 small clans in a small city, but in secret, they were the Yi family's death warriors, carrying out a secret mission. Chapter 78. The people from the 5 great clans didn't leave. Yi Qinghan, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing returned to their base and prepared a large amount of food and water to prepare for war. Xue Wuhan and his team stayed in their base quietly and didn't come out. They seemed to be preparing to stay here for a long time and not enter the psychedelic forest for the time being. In the Feng clan's encampment, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu were summoned by Feng Zi to a large bamboo building. She said that she had something important to discuss. Yi Qinghan realized that Hua Hua and Yu Qingqing were all there as soon as he entered. Seeing that they were smiling at him, he sat down and asked in confusion, "Why did you summon me in such a hurry?" "Good news." "That's great news." Feng Zi chuckled. His face was glowing as he said excitedly. Hua Hua was also very happy. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "It's indeed good news. This is fun." Yu Qingqing's limpid eyes stared at Yi Qinghan for a while before she started to explain, "Our 3 clans have just decided on something. We will transfer the 50 most elite experts from our clans and have them join your team. Of course, after killing someone, all the points will be given to you." Ah! There was such a good thing. Yi Qinghan was stunned. It was understandable that the Yu family wanted to help him because of him. However, Feng Zi and Hua Hua didn't seem to be that close to them, right? After all, they represented the interests of their respective families. Hence, he looked at Feng Zi and Hua Hua in confusion. Yi Qinggu also looked at the 2 of them with a smile. She seemed to be puzzled by their actions. "Young Master Han, I'm not criticizing you. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you needed points to save your sister's life? If you had told me earlier, I would have definitely gathered all the elites in my family to help you flatten Nether Island." Feng Zi looked at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, patted her chest, and said heroically, "Hee hee, a team made up of the strongest elites from the 4 great clans. Our family will be in charge of scouting and assassination, the Yu family will be in charge of elite attacks, the Feng family will be in charge of firepower support, and the Yi family will be in charge of frontal assault. Although he could block such a powerful elite team, it's enough to flatten the entire Nether Island. Hua Hua smiled sinisterly, as if he was looking forward to the future, where they would kill Buddhas and gods. Feng Zihua's words caused Yi Qinghan's heart to burn. Indeed. If the four great families formed an elite team, it would definitely be incomparably valiant. The Hua family's stealth was the strongest technique for scouting and assassination, while the Yu family assisted with the spirit attack, causing the enemy to fall into an illusion. Then, the Yi family would charge forward from the front, while the Feng family would attack with their swords from behind. Who would be able to stop such a powerful team? Most importantly, those present were the treasures of their respective families, so there would definitely be one or two dukes following them. When all these experts gathered together, Anquan's aggressiveness would definitely be super strong. Yi Qinghan stood up and bowed. His expression was solemn as he said sincerely, I can't return the kindness of the three of you, so I won't say any more polite words. This time, the Yi family owes your family a favor, and I also owe the three of you a favor. Haha, you're welcome. We owed you a favor on Tranquil Lake Island last time, so we're just fulfilling our promise. Also, your wife has already given us two of the finest Tranquil Lake disciples of the Yu family. If you want to thank someone, thank your wife. However, since you're willing to owe me a favor, I'm very willing to accept it. Hee. Feng Zihua touched his old face, glanced at Yu Qingqing, and spoke with some embarrassment. Hua Hua also chuckled and said, a favor from Yi Qinghan is a good thing, hee. Yu Qingqing didn't seem to mind at all. Her limpid eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. However, the smile in her eyes deepened. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything either. He just looked deeply at Yu Qingqing and smiled faintly. Yi Qinggu, who was at the side, pouted her lips without leaving a trace. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable look before returning to normal. She smiled and said, I'll definitely report your kindness to the clan leader. We'll definitely repay you in the future. With that, Feng Zihua and the others became even more embarrassed. They rubbed their heads and said, Miss Wu, you're too serious. The few of us came to the prefecture battle to have some fun and gain experience. Plus, it's safer for the big clans to be together. Hua Hua stood up and said excitedly, there's no time to lose. Everyone, go back and gather some people. The rest of you can form small teams and guard the temporary base camp. They didn't come with us, so it's very dangerous. Let's practice and coordinate. I can't wait to rush into the psychedelic forest and fight. Feng Zi and Hua Hua came to the prefecture battle island to train. They didn't care about how many monsters and barbarians they killed or how many points they got. After all, they didn't lack power, money, or women. Of course, they didn't care about the things they exchanged for points. Of course, it was impossible for them to get too many points. Yu Qingqing's suggestion was new and interesting to the two of them. The strongest elites of the four clans formed a super elite team. Not only would their safety be guaranteed, but their combat power would also be unprecedented. Yu Qingqing gave them two of the best beauties of the Tranquil Lake. Now that Yi Qinghan owed them another favor, they were happy and willing. In the Shui clan's base camp, Shui Wuhan sat expressionlessly with his eyes closed. Old Shi and Old Mo didn't follow him this time. Instead, two young men stood on his left and right to protect him. Young master, are you sure you don't want to go with the four clans? The young man in white on the left asked worriedly and respectfully. He looked a little worried. The young man on the right also frowned and said, yes, the 5 clans are connected. This will go against our ancestors' principles. Shui Wuhan's mouth twitched when he heard the two young men's words. He sneered and said, "There are some things you won't understand even if I tell you. Let me tell you, the fire dragon continent is a dead well and we are the frogs at the bottom. The only difference is who can jump higher and who can jump shorter. My task now is to cultivate and jump out of this well. The rest is nothing. You can go now. I'm going to cultivate. All teams stay in the temporary base camp until the prefecture battle is over." Sigh. The two young men shook their heads and sighed as they walked out of the bamboo house. Many people knew that there was a wider world beyond the fire dragon continent. It was just that thousands of years had passed and no one had been able to jump out. However, the young master insisted on it. What was even stranger was that the clan didn't oppose or support this. It seemed like they were giving him freedom. They were helpless and could only follow Xue Wuhan. After an afternoon of adjustments, Yi Qinghan's super elite team finally took shape. This team gathered all the young experts of the four clans. Their strength was unprecedented. Each team had 50 people in each family. There were 7 Duke-level experts and 6 of them were second-level Duke-level experts. There were 150 martial realm martial artists, and the remaining 50 were third-level general realm experts. There were a total of 212 people. The one with the lowest strength was actually Yi Qinghan, who was only a first-level general. At night, the few of them gathered again to discuss their cooperation. They practiced a few offensive and defensive formations, as well as the measures to deal with unexpected situations. They were busy until late at night before returning to their rooms to rest. On the second day, as soon as the sun rose, the super elite squad set off in a majestic manner. The team left the temporary base camp, crossed the river, and entered the psychedelic forest. After last night's discussion, the entire elite team changed into black warrior attire. Once they entered the psychedelic forest, all of them would cover their faces if they encountered an enemy. However, their bodies were smeared with the Yu clan's special perfume to prevent the enemy from covering their faces as well. Yi Qinghan, Hua Hua, and Ziyu Qingqing had different patterns embroidered on their chests to differentiate them. Hua team, spread out and be on guard. Once they entered the forest, Hua Hua immediately ordered half of the Hua clan to spread out to scout and be on guard. When they heard Hua Hua's order, the 20 people in front of the team spread out and disappeared into the dense forest. Not long after, a man in black quickly reported the situation in front of them and continued to move forward. The team moved forward slowly. Although they had just entered the psychedelic forest, no one dared to be careless. After all, the demon clan and the barbarian race could appear at any time. Before they understood the surrounding terrain and situation, no one could guarantee their safety. Yi Shisan and the other 6 marquis surrounded Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingwu, and the others in the center as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly. It was their first time participating in the prefecture battle. Furthermore, they had the heavy responsibility of protecting their young masters and mistresses. They were confident that they could protect themselves, but they did not have absolute confidence that they could protect their masters. After all, the psychedelic forest was too strange. Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. Instead, he felt a little disappointed. Before participating in the prefecture battle, he had fantasized about fighting a hot-blooded battle. He did not expect that he would become a vase that was being carefully protected, afraid that he would fall and break. It was a terrible feeling, but he had no other choice. He could only release his battle aura from the soles of his feet and practice the shadow step. Hua Clan 1 reports that the situation in front of us has been explored. There are 7 transportation matrices that have been marked. There are no high-level magical beasts. We can move forward quickly. In less than an hour, the Hua Clan's intelligence personnel reported that they had thoroughly checked the surrounding terrain. It was confirmed that it was safe. Continue to scout. 4 hours later, we will change shifts with Hua Clan 2. Hua Hua nodded. He was very satisfied with his subordinate's work and waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Everyone began to move forward at a faster pace. After all, it was probably the best choice to use the Hua clan as scouts in this world. Since the Hua clan had said that it was safe, it meant that they were basically safe unless there were any accidents. Moreover, the squad was full of experts. Even if they were to face any unexpected situation, they would be able to solve it very well. Hence, after gradually adapting to the environment of the psychedelic forest, the team sped up. According to the agreement made by Yi Qinghan last night, the team's goal today was to advance 50 kilometers. Then, they would find a place with a lot of transportation matrices and wait. They would eliminate some demons and barbarians who accidentally teleported over. They would first understand the attacks of the demons and barbarians, as well as their special skills, so that they could better deal with the elite teams of the demon race in the future. They marched silently. Because of the swaying figures of the Yu clan's ladies, the youths in the team did not feel bored at all. Instead, they stood tall and straight and moved like the wind. Some of the warriors even secretly made eye contact with the ladies of the Yu clan. When men and women worked together, work was not tiring at all. Report: a demon soldier suddenly appeared in the transportation matrices ahead. Team 1 is secretly following him and did not alert him. After an hour, an elite from the Hua clan suddenly reported. Everyone was invigorated. Fengzi rubbed his hands excitedly as if he had seen a new toy. Then, he waved his hand and said, "What are we waiting for? Follow him and eliminate him." Chapter 79. The crowd followed the Hua family assassins excitedly as they walked forward in soft voices. Even though their faces were covered by black cloth, the fiery gaze in their eyes betrayed their inner feelings. Ever since they were born, this was the first time they were facing the demon race who had fought against the human race for thousands of years. Even the few powerful cultivators of the dukedom realm felt the corners of their eyes twitching faintly. The three races had fought for tens of thousands of years, and the hatred between them had been carved into their bones. Once they met, it would definitely be a situation where they would fight to the death. At this moment, a demon, even if he was a demon emperor comparable to a duke's, would definitely die today. Hence, the crowd was very relaxed. They were just a little excited and curious to see another race for the first time. After walking quietly and quickly for more than 5 kilometers, the demon's figure was finally exposed to the crowd. When the crowd saw him, a sense of loss welled up in the depths of their hearts. In their hearts, they had always thought that since the demon was called demon, he should have a monstrous demonic aura, a cow's head, a horse's face, and a stocky build. In the end, the one in front of them looked like a human, except that his head was slightly larger. His limbs were extremely thick, and his long golden hair draped over his back. His nose was larger and taller than a human's, and his teeth were slightly protruding. He looked somewhat ferocious and terrifying. Furthermore, this demon also had long golden hair, making him look like a savage. This demon was very cautious. He looked left and right as he slowly walked forward. However, the crowd's arrival clearly made him vigilant, and he immediately noticed the group of humans behind him. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. He roared loudly, and his body became even more muscular. Yellow light circulated around his body, and his speed suddenly increased as he rushed forward without any mishap. The flowers and plants chuckled and let out a long howl. Suddenly, 3 black figures appeared beside the demon. They held sharp swords in their hands and slid past the demon's body. Then, their bodies flashed and disappeared. The afterimage clone technique. A Hua family assassin elegantly floated past with the afterimage clone technique and left a deep wound at the base of the demon's thigh. This caused the golden-furred demon to pause. His leg trembled, and he almost fell. Swoosh! Just as the golden-furred monster was about to continue running away, a black silhouette flashed in front of him. Next, the black silhouette flashed and split into 3 silhouettes. Once again, the three silhouettes shot towards the other leg of the golden-furred monster at lightning speed. As there was too much speed, and it was difficult to tell which of the three figures was real and which was fake, the demon could only keep dodging in order to avoid the three rapidly floating swords. However, the speed of the swords was too much. After the demon received another heavy blow, the figures in front of him disappeared again. Roar! The demon was clearly confused by this strange attack and didn't dare to move forward. He paused for a moment, perhaps knowing that he would definitely die today. In the end, he didn't object. With a loud roar, his body grew even thicker, and with bloodshot eyes, he pounced towards Yi Qinghan's group. No one moved when they saw the sinister face coming closer and closer. Only two dukes took 2 steps forward. As for Yu Qingqing, she chuckled and her eyes emitted a colorful radiance that directly entered the demon's eyes. The demon immediately stood dumbfounded on the spot and looked at the crowd in a daze. Then, he actually started giggling foolishly. At this moment, Feng Xi activated the sword kinesis technique. The black sword on her back turned into a black light and directly smashed the golden-furred demon's head into pieces. It was obvious that everyone's first cooperation was on point. However, many people present didn't seem too satisfied with this situation. They looked at the bloody and headless corpse of the demon and the blood that was mixed with white brain matter. Someone made the first sound of vomiting. As a result, a third of the people present ran to the forest at the side and vomited. Among this third of people, half of them were women from the Yu clan. Yi Qinghan had killed people before, and not just once. Naturally, he didn't feel any discomfort. He patted Yi Qingwu, who was forcing herself to remain calm. He walked to the front and took a ring from the demon's corpse. The ring was orange. It seemed to belong to a great demon warrior, which was equivalent to the commander realm of human warriors. Also, judging from the demon's performance in the battle just now, it was obvious that his cultivation wasn't high. Yi Qinghan gently slid the orange ring over the yellow ring on his hand. The demon's ring disappeared into the air, while the number 5 appeared on Yi Qinghan's ring. Oh, 5 points were easily obtained. What a good start. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach 10,000 points, it wasn't a good start no matter what. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. He glanced at Yu Qingqing, who was lying on the ground and vomiting. He also looked at Yi Qingwu, who wanted to persuade her but was also forcing herself to endure it. Yi Qingwu laughed bitterly, shook her head, and walked over. Here, wipe your mouth. It's like this for the first time. You'll get used to it after vomiting. The demon race is a hybrid between a demonic beast and a human. If you think of him as a demonic beast, you might feel better. Yu Qingqing's black veil had already been taken off. At this time, she was bending over to hold a tree trunk and retching. Her originally snow-white face had become strangely flushed because of the vomiting. Her whole person looked even more lovely and charming. Seeing the handkerchief that Yi Qinghan handed over and listening to his unconventional persuasion, she felt much better. She took the silk scarf and wiped her mouth. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she forced a smile. She closed her eyes slightly and lightly exhaled, stabilizing her emotions. Little Han, you've forgotten about me after getting a wife. I'm not feeling well either, so why aren't you comforting me? Yi Qingwu looked on from the side, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Hee, sister, didn't you not vomit? If you vomit, I'll take off my clothes and wipe it for you. How about that? Yi Qinghan laughed mischievously. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he lightly placed his hand on Yi Qingwu's shoulder. Go to hell, I'm not that weak. Yi Qingwu angrily slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes at him. A hint of joy flashed across her eyes, as if she was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's intimacy and attitude. B*****. All the good cabbages are going to be eaten by pigs. Meanwhile, Feng Zi, who was standing on the side, glanced at Yi Qinghan being intimate with the two most beautiful girls in the team. She felt extremely unbalanced, and said indignantly to Flora and Fauna. Flora and Fauna also bit their lips, and their eyes were burning. After a long while, they finally said, F***ck, why aren't handsome men popular these days? Yi Qinghan is an animal. He doesn't look that good, but why is he so popular with women? After a short rest, the group continued their journey. After knowing that they had just killed a great demon warrior, they no longer looked down on him. Although the demon did not look particularly powerful on the surface, his speed had obviously increased after he roared twice. This was definitely a demon technique of the demon clan. How could a great demon warrior increase his speed so much? If he had encountered a high-level demon clan or barbarian clan, it would definitely be very terrifying. For the entire morning, the small team did not encounter another foreign clan. It seemed that the demon just now was an unlucky fellow who had accidentally encountered the teleportation formation. At noon, everyone took turns to rest. After hastily eating the prepared dry rations and fresh water, they continued their journey in the afternoon. At this moment, they had only advanced for more than 20 miles. The prefecture battle had only started 2 days ago. Presumably, even the demon clan who could fly would not be able to reach this place so quickly. Other than encountering the scattered enemies who were teleported here by the teleportation formation, it was estimated that if they wanted to encounter the main force or the elite team, they would need to travel for at least 10 days before they could reach the depths of the psychedelic forest and meet the teams of the demon clan and the barbarian clan. The Hua family assassins were the most tired during the boring march. The rest of the people, on the other hand, were hurrying on their journey leisurely. They did not need to worry too much. After witnessing the Hua family assassins' stealthy method of appearing and disappearing like ghosts in the morning, everyone had a deeper understanding of the Hua family's ultimate technique. After being amazed, they were even more relieved to hand over the task of scouting and guarding the way to them. During the afternoon's journey, they did not encounter another barbarian or demon. Instead, they encountered 3 elite teams of the human race. After a casual greeting, the team moved forward alone. The other 3 teams were only slightly curious as to when a team of black-robed warriors had appeared from the battle god's mansion. The team seemed to have an extraordinary aura. They did not converse excessively. After a brief greeting, they went their separate ways. In the evening, the small team had traveled another 12 miles. They were thinking about where they should stay for the night. The Hua family assassins had delivered a piece of excellent news. They had found an excellent treasured land. Everyone's state of mind was shaken. The tiredness of the day's journey was immediately expelled. Under the Hua family assassins' lead, they hurried to the treasured land in high spirits. The so-called treasured land was a small pond. This small pond was surrounded by rows of huge ancient trees. If one looked from afar, they would not be able to see this place at all. However, this row of ancient trees grew very strangely. They only grew around the small pond. Near the pond, there was indeed a wide lawn that was dozens of meters long. Ha! Hua Jia, well done. I'll remember your merit. That's right, this is indeed a treasured land. According to the information, this is the demon-slaying pond. It's definitely a treasured land. I didn't expect that after so many years, this place is still so well preserved. When the flowers and plants arrived at this place, they carefully looked around and suddenly burst into laughter. They excitedly rubbed their hands together and nodded continuously. Their eyes were full of smiles. Xiao Chao, it's just a lousy pond. Look at how happy you are. Feng Zi was slightly puzzled. When she saw that the Hua family members were all happy, she couldn't help but mock them. Lunatic, what do you know? I'll talk to you later. Group 1, spread out and carefully search for the transportation formations. There are many transportation formations nearby. Find all of them. Group 2, enter the first level of alert. The barbarians and demons may appear here at any time. Once they appear, send the alarm immediately. Just as Wuxia was about to scold Fengzi, his eyes suddenly flashed. He stopped talking nonsense with Fengzi and shouted in a deep voice with a stern expression. When everyone heard this, they immediately stopped joking. They ordered their people to spread out and follow the Hua family assassins to be on guard. When everyone was in position, Wuxia took out a sheepskin map and explained to everyone. You all know that the Hua family is suitable for assassination and killing, but not for direct combat. Therefore, every time the residents war, the family will search for a good location that is suitable for killing other clans. This place is ranked 4th among the 5 treasured lands recorded by the Hua family. Our ancestors named it the demon-slaying pond. Wuxia raised his head slightly proudly. He was very satisfied with the hope and admiration in everyone's eyes. He continued, everyone, look at the terrain here. This is an absolutely safe place according to the Tan family's records. The ancient trees can rest without worry, and the pond water can be used boldly. There is well water under the pond. Every morning, large numbers of wild beasts will come here to drink. Everyone doesn't have to worry about food and water. Most importantly, there are a large number of teleportation arrays hidden in the vicinity. Although the teleportation arrays would move every time, this place seems to be very special. Although the teleportation arrays would move every time, there would always be a large number of teleportation arrays here. Every day, there will be demons and barbarians who accidentally step into the transportation formations and are transported here. We only need to guard this place, and we will be able to obtain a large number of points every day. When the few of them heard this, their eyes suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Everyone present was not stupid. They naturally understood the importance of this terrain. If there were a large number of transportation formations nearby, this place would definitely be the best feng shui treasure land. After an hour, everyone finally obtained the answer they wanted. After a careful investigation by the Hua family assassins, they discovered 33 transportation formations nearby. Chapter 80. The report from the Hua family assassins lifted everyone's spirits, especially the ladies of the Yu family. They did not have to travel tirelessly, and there was a pool here. Although with their cultivation base, they would not get dirty if they did not bathe for half a month, but which girl did not like to look pretty? Therefore, everyone began to divide the work. 100 people were sent to guard the 33 transportation formations, while the other 100 people began to set up camp. They leaped onto the ancient tree with ease, and found that the simple beds that the Hua family had previously set up were still there. Everyone was delighted. They quickly gathered some dry grass from nearby and threw it on the bed. They also took out the prepared bed covers from their backpacks and threw them on top. A large number of simple beds were arranged. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Yu family began to set up a simple bathhouse in the pool. Although it was called a bathhouse, it was actually just a few pieces of wood inserted into the small river beside the pool. Then, they would cover it with straw and wrap it with bed sheets. This was to prevent them from exposing themselves. After busying themselves for a while, everyone finally finished tidying up. Meanwhile, the ladies of the Yu family and Yi Qingwu bluntly set up the pool on the east side of the bathhouse as a forbidden area. They forbade men from going there. After tidying up, they distributed the food and prepared to eat. However, the cry of a kingfisher sounded from afar. Enemies! This was the sound of the Hua family's alarm. Everyone's hearts tightened. They quickly put away their food, put on their weapons and armor, and quickly leaped toward the source of the alarm. They approached the northern area of the alarm quietly through the thick weeds. Not far away, they found 3 tall figures looking around in confusion. The three figures were more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on their bodies were even more exaggerated than Feng Zi's. Their 2 thick arms were thicker than everyone's thighs. Their entire bodies were wrapped in thick leather armor. The foreheads of their 3 large heads were slightly protruding. Their eyeballs, which were the size of half a fist, were slightly bulging. They looked very much like a few apes wearing leather armor. The barbarians. Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi looked at each other and nodded lightly. With a wave of his hand, 10 martial realm experts walked out from the Yi family elites behind him. Under the leadership of Yi Shisan, they charged toward the 3 barbarians. After a brief moment of confusion, the 3 barbarians came to their senses and began to carefully observe the terrain around them. Then, their eyes, which were as big as a bull's, abruptly turned to look at Yi Qinghan. When they saw the 10 disciples of the Yi family dressed in black robes and brimming with a murderous aura, the 3 berserkers opened their mouths wide and roared a few words. Then, they swung their thick arms aggressively and walked towards the elites of the Yi family while swaying their bodies like giant gorillas. Beast fusion. The 10 elite disciples of the Yi family were obviously disciples of the Yi family. They quickly merged with their beasts one after another. In an instant, countless demonic beast shadows appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 10 Yi family elites changed slightly at the same time. Some had pointy ears, some had sharp claws, some had thicker legs, and some had 2 legs on their heads. However, all 10 of them had black tattoos on the corners of their eyes, which made them look very strange, demonic, and extraordinary. %Yi and clan %. The 3 barbarians were obviously dumbfounded by the Yi clan's elites formation. They spat out some very awkward words from their mouths. It seemed to be a little similar to the words of the human race. Their words probably meant that they recognized the disciples of the Yi family. After all, the 5 major families were the representatives of the House of Ares. Over the years, they had slaughtered countless demons and barbarians. The people from the 2 manors would definitely collect information about them and inform the clansmen participating in the mansion battle so that they could be careful. Young Master Han, is your family closely related to the demon race? Why do you look like a demon after you transform? Hee hee. Feng Zi chuckled and glanced at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu with ill intentions. Look like your head. I see that your body is thick and strong. You're the relative of the barbarians. No, I think you're originally a barbarian and came to the human side as a spy, Yi Qinghan immediately retorted, not to be outdone. Yi Qingwu's innocent face also heard Feng Zi's words. She was obviously unhappy. A trace of anger flashed through her eyes as she cracked her knuckles. She said hatefully, "Little crazy brat, do you want me to spar with you? I promise I'll make you wish you were dead." Don't. Sister Wu, I was wrong, okay? Look, the battle is starting. There was no doubt about Yi Qingwu's strength. With the strength of a first-level martial and her 7th-grade snow fox, her strength would definitely reach the peak of the 2nd-level martial after merging. Moreover, this girl was Yi Qingnuo's treasure. Yi Qingnuo had given all the useful treasures he obtained to her. Feng Zi, with the strength of a 3rd-level general, would definitely wish he were dead if he fought her. Everyone's attention was successfully diverted by Feng Zi's last sentence to the 3 barbarians. Everyone knew that the first few battles were very important. This was the best opportunity to understand the barbarians' and demons' fighting style and techniques. If they understood them well now, it would be easier to deal with them in future large-scale battles. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Everyone sent the 10 martial realm cultivators from the Yi family to test the barbarians' fighting style. Moreover, there were 7 Duke realm cultivators watching from the side, so their safety was guaranteed. After the 10 elites of the Yi family merged with their battle beasts, they quickly surrounded the 3 barbarians. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, three of them faced the three barbarians separately. Bang! The elite Yi family on the left fought the barbarian first. The elite battle beast of the Yi family on the left was probably a pure strength type. This elite didn't have a weapon, so he just waved his fist and punched the barbarian heavily. He didn't release his battle aura, but condensed his battle aura on his fist, enhancing it to a terrifying strength. His huge fist collided with the barbarian's fist, which was as big as a clay pot. Battle aura surged violently, and a dazzling light erupted from the collision. After a loud explosion, the elite and the barbarian flew back at the same time. The spectators sighed and were shocked. The southern barbarian was indeed a barbarian. After the elite battle beast of the Yi family merged with his battle beast, his strength had probably reached the peak of the martial realm. Now that they exchanged a punch, both sides were injured. It seemed that the information was right. The barbarians were born with great strength, and specialized in body refinement. Their bodies were comparable to weapons. The Yi family disciple in the middle was obviously an agile warrior. He held a Sanmedeo in his hand, and his battle aura was released on the blade, forming a green blade light at the blade's edge. This blade light wasn't just for show, it was an attack method unique to the martial realm. Releasing battle aura on a weapon would make the weapon incomparably sharp and indestructible. After all, the barbarian's defense was rumored to be very strong. Just relying on releasing battle aura and energy attacks wouldn't be able to break his defense. This elite of the Yi clan had a leopard tattoo on his forehead. Although he didn't know what level the beast was, Although he didn't know what level it was obvious that after merging with his beast, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He brandished his Sanmedeo that had a green blade light, and with his super speed, he continuously dodged the barbarian's huge fists that contained terrifying strength. Then, he continuously used his Sanmedeo to leave blade marks on the barbarian's body. The blade light of this Yi family disciple's battle aura was obviously comparable to a spirit weapon. However, it could only leave scratches on the barbarian's leather armor, and couldn't completely cut through it. Furthermore, the blade marks on the barbarian's exposed skin could only cut through his flesh, and couldn't cut through his bones or break his arms. The defense of these three barbarians, whose realms were unknown, was actually this strong. The third elite from the Yi family was obviously a defense-type warrior. His beast was probably either an elephant or a rhinoceros. His entire body shone with battle aura, as if his body was wrapped in layers of brilliant protective shields. He was actually prepared to withstand the barbarian's fierce punch. Bang! This barbarian was obviously enraged. A cruel smile flashed across his bull-sized eyes. He waved his fist that was as big as a casserole and smashed it down fiercely. His strength was so great, and his speed was so fast that it actually caused a faint whistling sound of wind. The fist collided with the Yi family elite's battle aura protective shield, and a dazzling light blossomed. Then, there was another explosion. This barbarian was pushed back a few steps by the huge wave of energy. Then, he looked at the Yi family elite who was still standing in his original position with an incredulous gaze. He looked at his own fist, then looked at the Yi family elite's battle aura protective shield that had dimmed for a moment, and then instantly lit up again. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 81. The three members of the Yi family had obviously been instructed by Yi Shur-san to test the barbarians in terms of strength, defense, and attack. It was like an experiment to collect the comprehensive strength of the barbarians in all aspects so that it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Enough. Kill the three of them. Half an hour later, the three elites of the Yi family had fought with the three barbarians dozens of times. Yi Shur-san's cold voice sounded. The 10 elites of the Yi family moved quickly and formed a battle formation in all directions, besieging the three barbarians. Young master, go and take their rings and see what level of barbarians they are at. Yi Shur-san nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the 10 elites of the Yi family. He moved a few steps to the side and came to Yi Qinghan's side. Ah! Another point was earned. Yi Qinghan also walked to the corpses of the 3 barbarians expectantly. He quickly took out the 3 rings and then swiped them on his own ring. After a slight flash of light, the original 10 next to the big battle word on Yi Qinghan's yellow ring turned into 35. 3 barbarian generals. Yi Qinghan said to Yi Shisan. This result was within their expectations. The barbarian generals were comparable to human warriors in the general realm. Although their strength and defense seemed to be much stronger than that of human warriors in the general realm and were basically comparable to that of a martial realm warrior, they only had pure physical strength. They had never cultivated battle aura, moves, or anything like that. Therefore, when they fought, they only relied on their natural divine strength and strong defense. Their fighting style was relatively simple. The women of the Yu family on the field vomited a little less this time, although they all looked very pale. The 3 barbarians on the field were only stabbed to death by weapons. They were not directly smashed into pieces like last time. Moreover, after vomiting in the morning, their resistance had probably become a little stronger. A few warriors from the Yi family dragged the corpses away and found a place to bury them. As for the rest of the people, they continued to stand guard and guard. The rest of the people returned to the pool to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the others gathered together and began to discuss the division of labor. After all, they were not going to be stationed here for a few days, but for a few months. According to the Hua family's experience, the first 3 months were more chaotic than the first 3 months. Many of the teleportation formations had not been figured out. This would result in a continuous flow of people being teleported to various parts of the illusory forest. Over the past 3 months or so, everyone had been waiting here, easily obtaining points, and also familiarizing themselves with their teamwork. They had also collected information on the combat skills of the goblins and barbarians who had been teleported over. After a round of discussion, everyone decided to take shifts. The 200 people were divided into 2 groups, taking turns to rest. If a large number of barbarians and demons did not appear, he would handle it alone. But if a large number of outsiders appeared, or if they were relatively powerful, they would sound the alarm and kill them with all their might. 3 out of the 7 marquee rank powerhouses were stationed in the east, west, and north, where the teleportation formations were more concentrated. If a high-level outsiders appeared and they were no match for them, they could quickly rush over. The operation codenamed Hunt officially began. Everyone began to get busy. Those who squatted to guard, those who rested, and those who cultivated. Night gradually descended. Yi Qinghan was duty-bound to become one of the first members to take the shift. He and the 20 elites of the small team sat cross-legged on a thick and sturdy tree. There were 8 teleportation formations within 500 meters of the tree. Their mission was to guard the 8 teleportation formations. If a small number of outsiders appeared, they would eliminate them alone. If they felt that they were no match for them, they would send a secret signal to summon the patrol team. The Hua family assassins had long since installed some small yet ingenious mechanisms in the teleportation formation below. Whenever an enemy appeared in the teleportation formation, it would certainly make a very soft noise. This was to let them know in advance and quickly prepare a countermeasure so that they could eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. The silver moon gradually rose into the sky. The salty and slightly hot sea breeze blew from the distant seaside, making one feel drowsy. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel sleepy at all. Of course, he did not dare to sleep. After everyone finished their discussion, he formulated a plan for the next 3 months for himself. These 3 months were precious to him. If he did not know how to cherish such a wonderful land like the demon-slaying pool, then he would be too stupid. He prepared to spend the rest of his time in cultivation during these 3 months. Apart from the necessary moments, he was prepared to spend the rest of his time on cultivation. As a first-level general, there were many outsiders on Nether Island who could kill him in an instant. He felt a sense of danger that was like the sea breeze blowing against his face at any moment. Whether it was for himself or for his sister whose life was hanging by a thread, he had to become stronger. He had to become stronger at all costs. Moreover, ever since he returned from Barbarian City, he had become very accustomed to the thrill of becoming strong and controlling his own fate. The difference between his strength and status from half a year ago and his current self was like the difference between heaven and earth. He deeply understood that in this world, if one did not have strength, then one was nothing. Therefore, he formulated a cultivation mission. As long as he had time, he would continuously cultivate, accumulate, and increase his realm. He understood his advantage. His holy beast, Xiaohe, could increase his strength by one realm after fusion. He was a first-level general, and after fusion, his cultivation level could reach the first-level martial. Combat was secondary as long as his soul realm reached the first-level martial. His heaven-defying fusion battle technique could ignore defense and directly attack the soul, causing the soul to fall into a state of dizziness. Therefore, as long as he got close, he would be able to kill a martial artist in an instant. He had once asked Yi Qinyo if he could cultivate his soul alone. His thought was that if his soul could cultivate alone, he would do everything he could to improve his soul. Then, he would be able to kill a martial artist of a higher realm. In the end, Yi Qinyo's answer made him very helpless. Before the imperial realm, the soul could only improve along with the cultivation of battle qi and the increase in realm. Unless there was a soul treasure like the spirit pill, or if Yi Qinghan entered the state of soul silence in the Yu family, there would be no improvement. The value of the spirit pill was needless to say. If Yi Qinghan had it, he wouldn't have to risk his life on Nether Island. As for the state of soul silence, ever since he left the Yu family, Yi Qinghan had tried countless times to enter it, but he couldn't. Therefore, Yi Qinghan could only improve his battle qi realm. Only when his battle qi realm increased could his soul realm increase. He swore to himself that he would definitely reach the martial realm before the final battle of the prefecture battle. If he could reach the duke realm after breaking through to the martial realm and fuse with his battle beast, then he would make a huge profit. At that time, even if Yi and the others didn't get enough points, he could still take the risk to sneak attack a Duke Realm expert during the final battle and get enough points to exchange for the spirit pill. He ordered a Yi family disciple beside him to call him if anything happened. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his battle qi. His father, the peerless genius, Yi Dao, had left him a martial arts manual that mentioned that before the general realm, it all depended on one's talent, and after the general realm, it all depended on hard work and comprehension. 300 years ago, there was also a peerless genius in the Feng family who broke through to the general realm at the age of 7, shocking the entire continent. However, because this peerless genius was lazy in cultivation, his cultivation wasn't high in the end. Although Yi Qinghan also cultivated from the first level of the elite realm to the first level of the general realm in just a few months, his cultivation wasn't high. Countless people in the Yi family were shocked silly. However, he knew that if he didn't continue to cultivate diligently like the previous 10 years, his ending would be the same as that peerless genius in the Feng family, a flash in the pan, and then completely silent. After the general realm, one needed to accumulate a large amount of battle qi and compress it in the dantian into liquid battle qi. After cultivating for a day, the battle qi would finally be compressed into a drop of liquid battle qi the size of a strand of hair. And Yi Qinghan's situation was even more serious. The holy beast Xiaohe in his body needed to absorb a large amount of battle qi every day to complete its growth and transformation. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was even more pressed for time. He had to cultivate his battle qi more diligently than others in order to quickly advance. It was probably because at night, it was easier to encounter transportation arrays on the road at night. The warriors of the 3 clans didn't travel at night. Instead, they hid in various places on the Nether Island to rest and build up their strength. For an entire night, other than an unlucky great barbarian warrior who was teleported over from the western area that the flowers and plants were in charge of. He was quickly eliminated by the flowers and plants. No more barbarians or demons were teleported over. Chapter 82. Yi Qinghan cultivated quietly for a whole night and successfully compressed a drop of liquid battle qi. Plus the battle qi water droplets that were compressed before, he had compressed a dozen drops in total. If he wanted to enter the second level of General Realm, he had to accumulate half of the water droplets in his dantian. According to the records in Yi Dao's Martial Art Heart Sutra, a normal dantian would need at least 1,000 battle qi water droplets to be completely filled. Yi Qinghan's dantian was obviously 1/3 larger than that of a normal person. Therefore, it was estimated that he had to store about 750 water droplets in order to enter the second level of General Realm. There was still a long way to go. At the first glimmer of dawn, everyone was a bit tired and sleepy after guarding for a whole night. At this moment, 2 light sounds rang out from the transmission formation that Yi Qinghan was guarding. The elites hiding on the ancient tree were shocked. They immediately became spirited and looked around with sparkling eyes. Yi Qinghan was also woken up by the Yi family's disciple beside him. After understanding the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded to the Hua family's elite. 2 Hua family elites flashed and disappeared from the thicket. They sneaked over to investigate the situation. After a while, the Hua family elites returned to the tree and brought back 2 shocking news. 2 foreign races were teleported to the 2 transmission formations at the same time. Coincidentally, the 2 transmission formations were not too far away, and the 2 foreign races were a demon and a barbarian. Hee. After being stunned for a while, Yi Qinghan curled his lips into an evil smile. He smirked and whispered something into the ear of an elite of the Hua family. After the elite of the Hua family listened to him in confusion, a smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he smirked and disappeared. "Young master, what should we do?" The disciples of the Yi family asked doubtfully when they saw Yi Qinghan looking at the transmission formation through the tree leaves with a smile. However, he didn't order people to kill the foreign races. The dozen elites beside him also looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously and waited for his order. "Sure." Yi Qinghan did not explain further. He just waved his hand and continued to stare into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out in the distance, followed by the sounds of fighting. The expressions of the people in the fields suddenly changed. They held their swords in their hands and prepared to attack. However, Yi Qinghan did not move. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan confusedly. Another elite from the Hua family almost rushed out, but he remembered Hua's warning the night before, so he did not rush out. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan with sparkling eyes. "Young master." The elites of the Yi family were obviously anxious. They tugged on Yi Qinghan's sleeves. Although their voices were low, they sounded a little urgent. "Don't worry. It wasn't our people who did it. You'll know soon enough." Yi Qinghan's eyes were smiling. He patted the Hua family's elite gently, signaling him not to be impulsive. He continued to stare into the distance quietly. Xiao! A figure appeared on top of the tree. It was the elite from the Hua family who disappeared just now. He had an amused smile in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Young Master Han, it's a success. The beasts and the barbarians are fighting." Ah! Everyone suddenly realized that this was Yi Qinghan's plan. He actually asked the Hua family to lure the 2 different clans into a fight. When both of them were injured, they would reap the benefits and easily obtain points. Looking at Yi Qinghan's evil smile, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The disciples of the Yi family knew that Yi Qinghan liked to sneak attack and do dirty tricks in the Yi family. Go. Be careful to hide. Yi Qinghan did not care about everyone's expression. He pulled up the silk scarf that covered his face, waved his hand, and jumped down from the tree branch lightly. He dashed towards the battlefield in the distance. Hiding among the weeds, everyone peeked through the dense weeds and quietly looked forward. The one fighting was a barbarian that was slightly shorter than the one they met yesterday. However, their appearances were exactly the same. He was tall and strong, and his body was wrapped in thick leather armor, revealing his terrifying muscles. Meanwhile, the soldier of the demon race that was fighting him was short and small. His back was slightly hunched, and his eyes were small, but they moved very quickly. His ears were thin and sharp, and stood up high. His 10 fingers were slightly curved, and his nails were sharp and long, glowing with a faint black light. He looked just like a standing leopard man. The leopard demon was very fast, and the barbarian's attack could not hurt him at all. However, this leopard man's attack power was obviously not high. The sharp claws that he was so proud of could only leave shallow scratches on the barbarian's body. His claws that scratched the leather armor only left a few white marks. He could not break through the armor at all. It looked like the two of them could only enter a battle of stamina to see who could last until the end. Of course, the one who could last until the end would not be them, but Yi Qinghan and the others who were secretly hiding in the bushes at the side. After half an hour, the demon's stamina had obviously decreased, and his speed had slowed down. He saw that although the barbarian's body was covered in scratches, they were all minor injuries. He reckoned that before the barbarian's blood ran out, he would be exhausted to death. The demon's black bean-like eyeballs moved rapidly a few times. His legs slipped and he floated to the side, preparing to escape. Enough. Hua family, kill that demon. The rest of you, spread out and be on guard. As for this barbarian, I will deal with him. When Yi Qinghan saw the demon's eyeballs moving wildly, he knew that he wanted to escape. He stood up and ordered the crowd. Then, he took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots. With a light leap, he jumped out of the bushes. The blue dragon dagger had not seen blood, and he was protected by the low-grade precious weapon, the black tortoise armor. He walked fearlessly towards the barbarian. This barbarian was obviously not as powerful as the 3 barbarians he killed yesterday. He reckoned that he was a great barbarian warrior. He could use him to practice the shadow step. He told the others to be on guard in case another demon or barbarian would suddenly teleport over. He was also confident that he could kill this barbarian in an instant. Everyone obeyed and spread out. They also understood that this barbarian had about the strength of a human commander and was a great barbarian warrior. And rumor had it that Yi Qinghan had the strength to kill a marshal. Of course, they were not worried. They were just worried that powerful demons or barbarians would suddenly appear at the teleportation formation next to them, so they were very nervous and hid near the teleportation formation next to them. Battle Beast Fusion. It was Yi Qinghan's first time fighting with a foreign race. Of course, he did not dare to be careless and immediately merged with his battle beast. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Qinghan's confidence soared. Even if the barbarian in front of him was a marshal, he would still dare to fight. However, his inflated confidence did not make him lose his calm. He quickly swept across the grass and directly stabbed the barbarian's back with his dagger. The barbarian clearly heard the footsteps behind him. He was a little shocked and hurriedly turned around. However, he only saw a flash of a black blade. Immediately after, the leather armor in front of him actually cracked with a chi sound and a deep hole appeared. Scarlet blood slowly flowed out and dyed the leather armor red. After Yi Qinghan's attack was successful, he quickly retreated. His quick-witted eyes shone with excitement. His eyes swept over the green dagger in his hand and he chuckled. The blue dragon dagger that Yi Tianlong gave him was indeed not a fake. It was indeed a low-grade artifact. The demon's sharp claws could only leave behind a white mark. However, a casual slash from him was able to directly break through, even cutting open the skin within the leather armor. Once again confirming that the barbarian was a danger to his life, Yi Qinghan put away his dagger. He released his battle chi. A part of it formed a battle chi shield on the surface of his body, while the other part was released from the acupoints in his feet. His feet took a strange step and rushed straight towards the barbarian. "What is your young master doing?" In the distance, a woman from the Yu family and a disciple from the Yi family were secretly hiding in the weeds. Through the gaps in the weeds, they saw Yi Qinghan's strange actions. The woman from the Yu family was very puzzled and asked. She watched as Yi Qinghan rushed towards the barbarian that was as tall and sturdy as a giant again and again. Then, he did not attack. Instead, he constantly circled around the barbarian and dodged the barbarian's attacks. However, although Yi Qinghan's steps were strange, he would occasionally be hit by the barbarian's fist, which was as big as a clay pot. He would be sent flying like a sandbag. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if nothing had happened. He patted his butt and continued to stand up. Then, he would rush forward again. "I am also not very clear. Perhaps the young master is bored and is playing with the barbarian." The elite from the Yi family was also puzzled. Of course, he knew that his young master did not have a hobby for masochism. However, he did not know his young master's intentions and could only vaguely answer. He. It looks like the barbarian is playing with your young master." The woman from the Yu family laughed softly. She rolled her eyes when she saw Yi Qinghan, who was 1.7 meters tall, circling around the barbarian that was more than 2 meters tall like an adult playing with a child. Chapter 83. What Yi Qinghan didn't know was that in the eyes of others, he had become a monkey jumping around the barbarian's body. He was having too much fun. In the beginning, he circulated his disorienting footwork. On average, he would be hit 5 times by the barbarian's stiff fists every 3 minutes. However, with the protection of the battle chi shield and the low-grade black tortoise armor, he only felt a little suffocated, but he wasn't injured. Therefore, he only needed to protect his head from being hit. The rest of his body didn't matter. Afterwards, he became more and more excited as he practiced, and his disorienting footwork gradually became more proficient. Gradually, the number of hits decreased. But the barbarian giant seemed to never know fatigue. Like a machine, he continuously attacked Yi Qinghan. It seemed that Yi Qinghan's blade had injured him a lot. 1 hour. 2 hours. The barbarian's arms became slower and slower, and his body became slower and slower. It seemed that the 2 consecutive battles had consumed too much of his physical strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan's speed became faster and faster, and he slowly became proficient in the 18 strange footwork. Although there was still a long way to go before he could master the first level of proficiency, he was already very satisfied. At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Qinghan seemed to have become a loach. He kept circling around the barbarian's body, but the barbarian couldn't even touch a single sleeve of his. Only then did the crowd realize that Yi Qinghan was using the barbarian's body to practice his movement technique. "I'll give up after practicing for a while," Yi Qinghan silently thought in his heart. The eyes of the barbarian on the opposite side bulged out. At first, he had thought that this little human was a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed to death. However, he hadn't expected that this human was actually an unkillable cockroach. His defense was even stronger than his. After 1 hour, he finally realized that Yi Qinghan was actually playing with him, and was using him to practice. But knowing that he couldn't escape, he had no other choice. The 3 races had been fighting for thousands of years, and the hatred between them was too great. They definitely wouldn't accept surrender or let him go. He could only bite the bullet and hope that he would be lucky enough to kill Yi Qinghan. However, when a strange bird cry rang out in the distance, the barbarians discovered to their horror that the human's gaze had suddenly become fierce. The cyan dagger that hadn't appeared until now suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flash, it quickly slashed across his neck. In an instant, he lost consciousness. The one who sent the signal was the guard in the north. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He killed the barbarian in a second, put away the ring, and quickly left, jumping into the bushes at the side. The Hua family's assassin immediately appeared in front of him and reported the situation. He discovered two fiend generals. Yi Qinghan sniggered. He was secretly impressed by the Hua family for finding such a good place. They waited for the hare by the stump and caught the turtle in the jar. 2 demon generals and 20 points. It was such an easy way to obtain them. It really made one happy. He secretly gathered the people nearby and stealthily sneaked over. The 2 demons that were teleported over were actually female demons. Their figures were very graceful, but the patterns on their faces did not quite meet the aesthetic standards of the human race. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He secretly ordered the 2 Hua family assassins to sneak out and act according to the situation. He and the Yi family disciple rushed out. In midair, under the surprised gazes of the demons, Yi Qinghan directly used body fusion combat technique to stun the soul of a demon. Then, his figure flashed, and the blue dragon dagger easily reaped a life. The other Yi family disciple was just as relaxed as him. He directly released his battle aura and transformed it into a large hammer. He directly smashed the demon into serious injuries, and then easily reaped a life with one slash. With the cultivation of the martial realm, it was still very easy to deal with a demon general who was comparable to the general realm. After all, the martial realm and the general realm were a realm apart. Of course, they were not on the same level. The team members at the side watched with their mouths agape. The Hua family's assassin was prepared to step forward and help Yi Qinghan at any time if he was no match for the demon. They did not expect that this Yi Qinghan could kill a demon general by himself. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The Yi family's martial realm warrior was instantly killed. That was because of the difference in realms. There was nothing wrong with it. Yi Qinghan, a level 1 general realm warrior, was actually able to instantly kill a demon general of the same level. This was very strange. Were the level 8 battle beasts of the Yi family really that powerful after body fusion? In response, Yi Qinghan only smiled. He did not explain. He knew that everyone would definitely know that he possessed the body fusion combat technique in the future. Now that he suddenly used it, he wanted to test if the body fusion combat technique would work on the demon when no one was paying attention. It was just as he thought. As long as it was a living creature with a soul, it would definitely suffer the attack of the body fusion combat technique and be immediately stunned. According to the discussion, Yi Qinghan's team needed to work in shifts for a day and a night. At their level of strength, they would not feel tired even if they worked for a few days and nights. Hence, after everyone cleaned up the corpses, they continued to abide by the rules. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan returned to the tree and continued to cultivate his battle chi. However, today's good luck seemed to have been completely used up last night and this morning. For the entire day, there was not a single foreign tribe appearing in the eastern region that Yi Qinghan was in charge of. A busy and fulfilling day passed by. In the evening, Yi Qinggu brought some people to change shifts. After giving some instructions, Yi Qinghan led the team back to rest. The members of the team could return to the simple beds that Xiao Tan had prepared for them and sleep soundly. However, Yi Qinghan still had one more thing that he had to do. And this matter could only be done by him alone. Collect the corpses nearby. Of course, it was not to collect the corpses, but to collect the points. These points could not be collected by others on his behalf. This was something that could not be traded. Moreover, the exchange system for the points of the Fu battle could only be one person's points and could not be stacked. The result of yesterday's discussion was that each side would be responsible for the north, south, east and west. The points would be collected by each side first. Then, when it was Yi Qinghan's turn, he would collect the rings and bury the corpses on the spot. After walking around and greeting the people who had obeyed the rules, he collected the points. Yi Qinghan returned to Xiao Tan's resting area. Looking at the constantly changing points on the ring, he was in an exceptionally good mood. After a day and a night of hard work, they had collected a total of 95 points. Adding the 35 points from yesterday, they now had a total of 140 points. He calculated and found that they had killed 6 demon generals for 60 points, 5 barbarian generals for 50 points, and the remaining great demon warriors and great barbarian warriors. They had already collected more than 100 points after waiting here for a day. If Tian had such good luck, he could have collected 1,000 or 2,000 points after waiting here for 3 months. Yi Qinghan was looking at the ring and thinking happily. Suddenly, he sensed an abnormality in the air flow in the distance. He had worked with the Hua family many times, so he was very sure that someone from the Hua family was sneaking over. At this moment, the only person who dared to sneak over to him was the ladyboy, Flora. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, but he did not point it out. He continued to lean on the tree trunk in silence, waiting for Flora to appear. Sigh. Flora sighed deeply and slowly appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. His expression was a little gloomy and disappointed. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan quickly sat up and asked with concern. Failure. I've been with you for a long time, and you've seen through all of the Hua family's ultimate skills. Even your general tier soul perception can tell that I'm here. How will the Hua family survive in the future? Flora pouted and complained. He looked extremely dissatisfied that he had suffered a great loss. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, Go to hell. Haven't you all seen through the ultimate skills of my Yi family? There are no secrets between the 5 great clans. How did you suffer a setback and come to me to complain? Sigh, I still can't hide it from you, young Master Han. Hee, look over there. Flora blushed after being exposed by Yi Qinghan. He said embarrassedly. Then, he pushed Yi Qinghan's arm and pointed into the distance. Yi Qinghan looked through the leaves in the direction that Flora was pointing. That was where the ladies of the Yu family were stationed, and the place that Flora was pointing at was the bathhouse that the ladies of the Yu family had built. Don't misunderstand, young Master Han. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to peep at your wife and Yi Qingwu bathing. I just want to see the elite disciples of the Yu family, hee. Do you think you can ask your wife to remove those disciples who are guarding the bathhouse? Feast my eyes, and I'll definitely repay you generously. Flora saw that Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened when he saw the bathhouse, so he quickly patted his chest and promised. Seeing that Yi Qinghan's face had recovered slightly, Flora finally put on a flattering and vulgar expression and asked tentatively. Go to hell. Why didn't you say it yourself? You brat, I didn't think that you would be so lascivious, vulgar, and perverted on the outside. Yi Qinghan pushed Flora's arm away. He was a little shocked. He didn't think that the usually cultured Flora would say such words and make such a request. Flora flipped his hands and explained helplessly, I don't want to, but it's a habit that I've developed over the years, and I can't change it even if I wanted to. You don't know that when we awakened our bloodline in a small family, the first family skill we learned was stealth. After learning stealth, the mission given by the family was to sneak in and peep at ladies bathing. We must succeed once a month. We've been peeping for more than 10 years, and we've gotten used to it. I feel a little itchy after not peeping for a few months. Chapter 84. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. What kind of clan and what kind of people were these? They actually made peeping at other girls bathing a mission. He thought about how the girls of the Hua family's main city, Hua Luo City, grew up under the peeping of the Hua family's disciples. Countless girls slowly wiped their precious bodies under countless pairs of wretched gazes. Thinking about this, an unknown anger surged from the bottom of Yi Qinghan's heart. He was slightly angry and slightly jealous. He scolded in a low voice, F***ck, your family is all animals, all perverts. It's not right for you to peep at other people's privacy like this. Don't you have any humanity? How unfair was this to other young girls? Could it be that your family has been peeping for so many years without being discovered? No one in Luohua City protested? None of the female members of your family objected? Hee, don't be so righteous. Aren't you just jealous of me? To tell you the truth, the ancient god of my family has the title of the god of perversion. Also, the girls of Hualuo City are waiting to be peeped at by my disciples every day so that they can have the chance to marry into the Hua family. Of course, the Hua family would never admit to this kind of thing on the surface. Once someone was discovered to be peeping, once someone is discovered, the Hua family will not acknowledge the identity of this disciple. Think about it, what future does a person who can't even do something as unskilled as peeping have? What's the use of the female members of the family protesting? The ancestor once left a message, peeping can be used to practice stealth and train one's state of mind. It's killing two birds with one stone. This kind of thing can be done and must be done. Hua paused and shook his head proudly. He continued, however, the family also has a rule. Those who are not virgins are not allowed to peep. Those who are not of age are not allowed to peep at other people having sex. Of course, brothels are an exception. Also, if someone finds out about peeping, they must not admit to being a member of the Hua family. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. To tell you the truth, I've done this at the quiet lake and succeeded. A group of quiet lake girls bathing together. That scene was King breathtaking. Animals, animals. Yi Qinghan finally knew that the unknown fire in his heart was actually jealousy. Actually, in this world, there were no laws or police. A small matter like peeping was not a serious matter. With the power and influence of the Hua family in Hualuo City, this matter was insignificant. There are two sides to a person's heart. Which boy or girl doesn't yearn for love? Peeping was a high-tech activity that could satisfy a person's criminal heart and satisfy a young man's fantasies about a young woman. Of course, there was no man who wouldn't want to do it. It was just that, the majority of people hid these somewhat immoral and somewhat shameful thoughts deep in their hearts. On the other hand, the Hua family openly allowed this idea to become a reality. It even became an ancestral teaching. Not only could they do it, they often did it. When the outsiders found out that the Hua family's people were doing this openly, the thoughts that they had hidden deep in their hearts for many years, anyone would feel unbalanced. Under the extreme disparity, it was only natural that there would be some nameless anger. Of course, this included Yi Qinghan at the moment. How is it, young Master Han? Why don't you go and peep as well? I'm sure your wife would welcome you to peep at her, hee. Of course, Flora knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He smiled pervertedly, and his submissive expression made people want to beat him up. F***CKU, your second grandpa. Do I still need to peep? Yi Qinghan thought of Yu Qingqing. Her peerless and graceful figure made his heart waver. He thought of the pink bed in the backyard of Barbarian City's Dark Moon Hotel. He thought of the enchanting figure that made him infatuated. He thought of Dark Moon's satisfied and heart-stirring moans as he whipped her. He hadn't tasted a woman for a few months. Then, he put on a good show with Yu Qi and the others on Tranquil Lake Island. He almost threw caution to the wind and did it for real. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Under Flora's bewitching words, he began to seriously consider the feasibility of this idea. He had mysteriously entered a magical state of soul stillness at Tranquil Lake. It made the Yu family's patriarch choose him as the sole guardian of the saintess. It seemed that Yu Qingqing didn't hate him either. Moreover, the Yu family sent Yu Qingqing to Prefecture Battle Island to facilitate the marriage between him and her. Yu Qingqing gave advice on Battle Island and sent 4 Tranquil Lake girls. Facilitating the 4 families to form a super elite team was also to help him get points. From another perspective, it could be understood that she was flattering him. Then, if he wanted to do something with her, she wouldn't reject him, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had been suppressing his emotions for a few months. He had been desperately cultivating and had accumulated a nefarious fire in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't bear it anymore. Meanwhile, Flora at the side was obviously choked by his words. Thinking that this kid dared to reject Yu Qingqing at Tranquil Lake, she couldn't help but say hatefully, F***CKU. Of course you don't need to peep. Yu Qingqing wanted to go to your bed some time ago, but you dared to reject her. You don't know, but Frenzy and I thought you were a rabbit that didn't like women. Frenzy was scared that you would climb into his bed in the middle of the night. During that time, he just wore his clothes and slept. Speaking of which, why are you so popular with girls? Can you teach me some tricks? Flora's words made the nefarious fire in Yi Qinghan feel as if he had been splashed with cold water. His whole body quivered. He despised himself in his heart. Why did he reject Yu Qingqing? Wasn't it because of his sister who was lying on the mountain behind Yi family because she tried to save his life? He thought of the weak, white-haired, white-clothed girl who was in a deep sleep. He thought of her floating in the air in front of the Garden of Enchantment and telling him that she wanted to marry him in her next life. Yi Qinghan felt that he was the animal. His sister's life was hanging by a thread, and he still had the mood to talk about love and go to the flowers under the moonlight. After calming down, Yi Qinghan's mood gradually recovered. The nefarious fire in his heart also disappeared completely. Then, he turned his head and said to Flora, "It's a matter of character. A wretched person like you wouldn't understand. All right. I'm going to cultivate. You should go back and rest too. You only know how to cultivate." "Brother, what do you mean by work and rest?" "Forget it, you're so boring. I'm going to talk to Frenzy." Hua Hua shrugged her shoulders. Just as she was about to persuade Yi Qinghan, she saw that he had already sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked like he was sending her off. She shook her head in boredom and leaped onto another tree. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ever since the conversation with Flora that day, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. Every day, whether it was in shifts or when he was resting, he spent most of his time cultivating. He cultivated his battle chi and practiced his shadow step. He was extremely busy. Flora and Feng Zi, on the other hand, focused on peeping after their shifts. They tried their best and scratched their heads, but they didn't seem to make any substantial progress. Although Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu didn't point it out, they probably knew what was going on. Every time he bathed, he would do it at a fixed time. At that time, there would be 6 guardians instead of 4, completely sealing off all directions. Yu Qingqing saw that Yi Qinghan was so diligent and didn't come out. She didn't say much. She just quietly took shifts every day. Then, she and Yi Qingwu stayed by a small pond on the east side. No one knew what they were doing. After a few days, Feng Zi and Flora realized that they couldn't peep. They came up with another plan. They stopped peeping and started to flirt with the girls from the Yu family. Both of them had their eyes on a girl from the Yu family. Every day, they would use all kinds of methods to woo her. This made the originally boring hunting activity a little more interesting. And in this half a month, their good luck seemed to have been used up on the first day. In this half a month, only a small number of the mutated race had been teleported over. They had only obtained over 100 points. Currently, they didn't even have 300 points. It seemed like the barbarians and monsters weren't fools. They started to move forward carefully. Seeing that there were so few mutated race teleportations, the leaders of the teams had another meeting. They decided that the young masters would deal with all the mutated race that appeared in the future. When they fought, there would be a duke protecting them at the side to ensure their safety. This would allow the young masters to obtain large amounts of battle experience. It wouldn't go against the original intention of the leaders to let them participate in the prefecture battle. Chapter 85. That day, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be on duty. It was still the same place, the teleportation portal in the east, with the same batch of over 20 elites. No mutated races teleported over for the entire night, and everyone was used to it. Those who cultivated, those who rested, and those who were bored finally bored. Finally, at 10 in the morning, the long-awaited alarm sounded from the teleportation portal. Everyone immediately perked up. They had not hunted for a few days, and they were bored to death. Now that they had finally caught one, wouldn't they kill him? The Hua family assassin immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone rubbed their palms and began to prepare for battle. Gugugugu, however, in the blink of an eye, the Hua family assassin sounded the alarm, causing everyone's expression to change. At the same time, they perked up again and quickly ordered another Hua family assassin to spread the alarm. This was a level 1 alarm, which meant that a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign had appeared. For a moment, the cries of a flock of birds came from beside Xiao Tan, as if the sudden appearance of a ferocious beast had alarmed the flock of birds in the forest. Swoosh! Yi San, who was not far away, rushed over immediately and stood close to Yi Qinghan. His battle aura surrounded him, and his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something slicing through the air was heard at the same time. It was obvious that this was the first time they were dealing with a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign, so the small group of Duke Realm martial artists took this seriously. They did not want to accidentally injure anyone, so they appeared together. What's going on? Wuxia also rushed over immediately and quietly appeared next to Yi Qinghan, asking in a low voice. Yi Qinghan looked back at him and said, "I'm not sure either. It was your family's elite who sent the alarm. Let's wait for everyone to arrive before going over to take a look." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Feng Ziyue, Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu also rushed over. Everyone had already discussed this beforehand. If a demon sovereign or barbaric sovereign appeared, everyone would gather except for the necessary guards. 2 Duke Realm martial artists would guard, 4 Duke Realm martial artists would besiege, and 1 would patrol. The goal was to ensure that the demon sovereign and barbaric sovereign would not escape and would not harm the low-level martial artists in the team. Of course, the most important thing was to ensure that the few royal members would not be harmed. After all, such existences could easily kill the few young masters and young mistresses. Let's go, they've already surrounded us. Yi San communicated with the rest of the vassal realm experts for a while. Seeing that the vassal realm experts of the Yu clan had also arrived with Yu Qingqing, he no longer had any misgivings and called everyone over to watch the battle together. After all, high-level demons and barbarians all knew some demonic techniques and witchcraft. It was a good thing to learn more about them now. Since they were surrounded, they didn't bother hiding. They jumped down from the ancient tree and rushed over like a gust of wind. The one who was teleported over was a member of the demon clan. He was not tall and was as thin as a bamboo pole. His skin and face were covered in black scales. He had a pointy head and a pair of yellow eyes. Occasionally, when he squinted, there was a green light shining in them. At this time, the demon clan was surrounded by 4 black-clothed martial artists with halos around their bodies. There were traces of trampled flowers and grass all around. Clearly, the demons had tried to escape but failed. It's a snake demon. As soon as Yi Qinghan saw the demon race, he immediately recalled his family's records of the demon race and exclaimed softly. This was a very pure snake demon. Moreover, snake demons made up a large portion of the demon race and were one of the more powerful ones. Snake demons were extremely fast and possessed a lethal poison. They were a difficult type of demon race to deal with, but their offensive power was relatively weak. Since we've surrounded him, this demon race isn't scary anymore. Just wait to get your points. Yishir-san relaxed when he saw that it was a snake demon. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, he chuckled and explained, the demon race is extremely fast and skilled at hiding in the environment. They are most afraid of sneak attacks. If they bite you, you will die without an antidote. However, as long as a vassal realm expert releases his aura, the demon race won't be able to get close. Thus, there's no need to fear his poison. He can only be beaten. However, before you reach the vassal realm, you must be careful. Don't let the demon race hurt you. If you do, kill him first. Once poisoned, your body's functions will gradually disappear and your movements will become sluggish. This way, you can easily lose your life on the battlefield. Everyone nodded and committed this to memory. This was a matter of life and death, so they naturally had to remember it. Meanwhile, the 4 vassal realm experts didn't attack. Instead, they continued to surround the demon race in 4 directions. Their auras of different colors bloomed like 4 divine beings guarding the gates of heaven. The demon race was clearly unwilling to be killed. He tried to break through the encirclement and escape several times, turning into a series of afterimages as he scurried in all directions. However, no matter which direction he fled in, he would be intercepted by a vassal realm expert and forced to retreat. It was like a mouse that had crawled into a cage. Once it was locked in, it ran all over the place. In the end, it realized that this side wasn't working, so it hurriedly ran to another side, only to be surrounded by walls. This demon emperor isn't that powerful. Apart from being a little fast, I don't see how strong he is. Feng Zi was a little puzzled. It was obvious that this demon emperor wasn't a match for any of the 4 people present. Since they were cultivators of the same level, why was there such a huge difference? Seeing that everyone was confused, Yishir-san patiently explained, it is true that the demon race isn't a match for a vassal realm expert in a head-on fight, but do you know what the outcome would be if I were to take all of you and fight him alone? Apart from me, all of you would probably be annihilated. Of course, if the Feng clan's martial realm assassins had stealthily escaped from the beginning, a few of you might have escaped. A trace of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. When they looked at the black-scaled demon with green eyes again, they no longer looked down on him as if he was a mouse in a cage. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a ferocious monster. Yishir-san paused to give everyone enough time to think. After a while, he explained again, he is faster than cultivators of the same level, and his endurance is superb. Those who are slower than him will only be tortured to death. His attacks are very weak, but as long as he scratches you, he can bring poison into your body, causing you to slow down and lose your functions. In the end, you will die under his claws. The demon race is the most terrifying demon race in the prefecture battles and is the nemesis of cultivators below the vassal realm. In every prefecture battle, a large number of people die under the claws of the demon race. Don't you think he's weak? Look carefully, the 4 of them haven't attacked yet because they are giving you a chance to observe and see how you will deal with low-level demon race members in the future. It was obvious that Yishir-san's lesson was very good. No one dared to joke anymore and carefully observed the movements of the demon race member with serious expressions, imagining how they would deal with such a situation themselves. Yi Qinhan also secretly put away his contempt. After watching for a long time and thinking for a long time, he finally came to a conclusion. Before he mastered the shadow step, there was nothing he could do if he encountered a demon race member of the same level. He could only rely on his battle beast's fusion technique to kill him instantly. Moreover, in a chaotic battle, this kind of demon race member was the first target to be eliminated. He didn't know if the mystical white gas in his holy artifact bronze ring had the effect of detoxification. Of course, he didn't dare take this risk. After all, it was a matter of life and death. An hour later, after receiving Yi Shisan's telepathic message, the four no longer surrounded the demon race. After all, if another demon emperor or barbarian emperor were to be teleported over at this time, the situation would be difficult to control. Thus, after giving everyone less than an hour to observe, they began to pull in the net. The four's chi field clearly doubled and slowly moved closer to the demon race member. The chi field of the Duke realm was a further evolution of the external release of battle chi. Not only could it be used for defense, but as long as the enemy entered their chi field, their movements would be restricted. Moreover, Duke realm experts could also use their chi field to distort the enemy's attacks. In the end, the demon race member had nowhere to go. He was shrouded by the chi field from all directions and his movements became sluggish. His speed was reduced by more than half and he was easily killed by the Feng clan's Duke realm experts. Young Master Han, come and get the points. Yi Shisan laughed and winked at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quickly jumped out. A demon emperor was worth 100 points, but he only obtained a few hundred points in a month. Now that he was going to get 100 points in one go, he was naturally excited. Chapter 86. From the snake demon's finger that was covered in tiny scales, he quickly took out a ring that glowed with a green light and slid it across his own finger. With a flash of yellow light, the small number next to the original large battle character on the ring suddenly changed from the original 365 to 465. As he watched the number on the ring increase, Yi Qinghan seemed to see his sister, who was lying in the Yi family's back mountain, slowly waking up. He couldn't help but feel a trace of eagerness in his heart. How great would it be if a few dozen more dukes and barbarians were teleported over? But he also understood that this was definitely unrealistic. Generally, there weren't many demon and barbarian emperors. There were only a few dozen dukes in the House of Ares, and they rarely traveled alone. Furthermore, they rarely traveled alone. Most of them traveled with a team. The one in front of him was probably a rare lone ranger among the demon race. He'd thought that with his speed, one or two dukes wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He hadn't expected to encounter a super elite squad of the four great families here and ultimately fall. In the future, when we encounter a large group, stand with me. I have a way to deal with a martial snake demon. With everything done, everyone split up. Some took turns, while others rested. Only a few young masters and young ladies remained. At this time, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a voice transmission. In fact, the sound transmission secret technique was not considered a precious secret technique in the major clans. Everyone present naturally knew how to use it, and Yi Qinghan had learned it from Yi Shisan some time ago. At this time, he was being transmitted by a delicate and pleasant voice. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of black pearl-like eyes in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Yu Qingqing, a level 3 general realm cultivator, could deal with a martial snake demon. He nodded at her with a smile and transmitted back, "All right." Although Yi Qinghan could instantly kill a demon commander-level snake-type demon race after combining with his beast, he didn't explain too much. Although he'd used his battle technique in front of a small number of people, no one knew that he had such a heaven-defying skill. They all thought that he possessed such terrifying strength because he had an 8th grade battle beast. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly tell others what everyone was thinking. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was that he always revealed it at the most crucial moment. Yi Qinghan's warm smile seemed to make Yu Qingqing very happy. A trace of joy flickered in her eyes, revealing a faint charm. Her lips curled up beautifully as she floated away. Yi Qinghan's lips curled up into a faint smile as he watched the perfect back outlined by the black clothes drifting away. Initially, he thought that Yu Qingqing would pester him to the prefecture battle island. He even prepared several reasons to reject her. Who would have thought that the women of the Yu clan were the best wives, just like the rumors said. After Yu Qingqing had followed him to the battle island, she had never deliberately arranged for them to meet each other by chance, nor had she climbed into his bed in the middle of the night to put on a show of hand-to-hand combat. On the contrary, other than when she had to appear, she would only appear. The rest of the time, it was impossible to see her. On the other hand, Chu had never asked for anything from him. Instead, she had always been thinking of him, silently contributing without asking for anything in return. What is a perfect wife? Most men were defined by one thing: understanding. They understood what a man wanted, what he didn't want, what he should do, and what he shouldn't do. It was obvious that Yu Qingqing's performance fulfilled this requirement. The days that followed returned to being dull and fulfilling. Yi Qinghan continued to cultivate, while Hua Chao and Feng Zi continued to seduce the women of the Yu clan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingguo continued to live in seclusion. The few marquises practiced and guided the elites of the various clans when they had nothing to do. The foreign tribes that were teleporting over became more and more popular. Once they were discovered, they would immediately surround them. First, the young masters would take turns to go up. Under the protection of the marquises, they began to turn the foreign tribes into training partners. Then, after the young masters were done training, the elites of the various clans would go up to train. In the end, the foreign tribes would be weakened until they died. It was obvious that in this way, the elites had obtained a large amount of experience in fighting against the foreign tribes. They had also collected a large amount of information on the offensive and defensive skills of the foreign tribes in preparation for future large-scale battles. Yi Qinghan's cultivation method was the most peculiar. He never attacked and only trained his footwork and defense. It was as if he had nothing better to do. Hua Chao was very bored. He had been waiting here for 2 months. Recently, the number of foreign tribes being teleported over had decreased. He also knew that as time passed, the 3 clans had more or less figured out the rules of these teleportation formations. Apart from a few idiots, they would undoubtedly step into the teleportation formation when they were being chased. As for the powerful Lone Rangers there, they rarely used the teleportation formation to kill enemies. After all, they would be teleported to a place where others were waiting. For example, the demon-slaying pool. Originally, he had planned with Madman to pick up the women of the Yu clan. He didn't expect that last Yu Qingqing to say that she wouldn't interfere with the freedom of love of her subordinates. However, he had clearly described their achievements in toying with women over the years in detail. These Yu clan women weren't the Yu clan's Tranquil Lake women. Those women were specially sent by the Yu clan to make friends with the nobles. And these elite disciples were all the core disciples of the Yu clan. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also very powerful. After Hua Chao and Feng Zi couldn't promise to be the main wife, they obviously wouldn't foolishly let them play with them. After the battle, they all went back to their own homes. When they were free, they would contact each other and have a one-night stand or something. The Yu clan didn't have any requirements for the core disciples to fall in love. The only requirement was that they had to be the main wife. Therefore, Hua Chao and Feng Zi's plan to woo them was ruined. So boring, Hua Chao rubbed his beautiful face and said weakly with his head down. For the past 5 days, other than cultivating, he didn't move at all. Not a single foreign tribe was teleported over. He wasn't someone who liked to cultivate. After staying here for 2 months, life was tough. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate. Boring, I have an idea. Just as Hua Chao was bored to death and was thinking if he should have a meeting to discuss how to end this activity early, a black figure walked over from afar and took over his words. Ah! When Hua Chao heard this, he suddenly became alert. He blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes and looked at the green figure. When he saw who it was, he was a little surprised and said jokingly, "Yi Qinghan, did the sun rise from the west today? You're such a busy person. You actually have time to accompany your brother. That's rare. Hee hee. It's really hard for a rich young master like you to stay in this *TTY place for 2 months. Yi Qinghan was dressed in a green robe. His figure had grown a little taller after a few months of continuous cultivation. Coupled with his eyes that were as calm as water and his slightly tanned face, he seemed to have slowly become mature and steady from his original immature youth. Hua Chao scratched his head and let out a breath. You're really boring me. You say you have an idea. What is it? You agreed to go peeping with me. F***CKU. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This guy was already so old. Why did he always feel like he didn't grow up? He was always thinking about this. He thought about the other disciples of the Hua family and looked at Hua Chao in front of him. He said doubtfully, Hua Chao, aren't your assassins very patient? I heard that your assassins would sometimes stay in the latrine for 5 to 6 days without moving at all just to assassinate a target. In the end, they would succeed. I think if you stay there, you'll jump up after 2 hours. Sigh. Hua Chao was probably touched on his sore spot by Yi Qinghan. He scratched his head again and said embarrassedly, I've never been patient since I was young. I'm determined to be an assassin under the sun. I'll tell my target clearly that I want to assassinate him. Then, I'll take his head in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. Then, I'll float away. Don't you think that's cool? Cool is cool. Yi Qinghan was speechless. He paused for a moment before saying, however, I'm afraid you won't even see your target. Then, you'll become a pile of rotten meat. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Aren't you bored? Let's make a bet. If you lose, I'll arrange for you to go to Tsang City's 13th Street to play for a month. How about that? Chapter 87. What are we betting on? 13th Street. Not in Tsang City. How about a month at the Moon Hotel? Flowers and Grass was very interested. His beautiful eyes rolled a few times and he made his request. For a young master like him, he wasn't interested in the goods on the 13th Street. The Moon Hotel was the most expensive place in the entire House of Aries. It would hurt him to stay there for a month. Moon Hotel it is, no problem. Yi Qinghan found it funny. He agreed after thinking for a while. Though a month at the Moon Hotel was a little expensive, compared to the fact that the House of Aries could hire an elder, such a small matter could be arranged. He thought for a while and said the rules of the bet, don't we still have a month to wait here? I want to fight with you every day for an hour. I won't attack. As long as you can stab me 3 times, you win. Of course, you can only use a wooden sword. If you can win 16 out of 30, you win. There's such a good thing. Are you sure? Flowers and Grass blinked in disbelief. He was wondering if Yi Qinghan had too much to drink. Was he talking while drunk? How strong was he? Level 3 General Realm, and he was about to break through. What were his special skills? Stealth, Shadow Clone Technique. Yi Qinghan, a level 1 General Realm warrior, wanted to fight with him for an hour every day and said he would win if he could stab him 3 times. Even if Yi Qinghan had an 8th tier beast and could reach the same level of strength as him, one must know that the Hua clan's speed was the fastest among the 5 great clans. Moreover, with Yi Qinghan's stealth and afterimage clone technique, even if he didn't attack, he was confident in stabbing Yi Qinghan 30 times, let alone 3 times. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod seriously, Flowers and Grass wasn't happy. Instead, he was even more confused. Yi Qinghan was talking while drunk and didn't look like a masochist. This bet that he would definitely lose must be a way to please him. If he was unaccountably solicitous, he must be hiding something. Could it be that he had a motive? Stop looking at me. I don't have any purpose. Do you want to bet or not? If not, I'm going to find a lunatic. Yi Qinghan was creeped out by his stare. He said in a funny and angry manner. Bet. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Wuxia quickly said. He would be a fool not to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, he was quite bored, so he took Yi Qinghan for fun. He could cultivate and also win a month of enjoyment in the moon brothel. Why not? Alright, I'll arrange for some people to be on guard. We'll begin soon. Yi Qinghan smiled and turned to walk towards Yi-17, who was not far away. After 2 months of practice, he had made some progress in the first stage of the shadow step. He realized that the fastest way to practice was when he was fighting against the mutated tribes. People always improved easily when they were under pressure, and the number of mutated tribes teleporting over had decreased recently. Without any mutated tribes to practice, he decided to let his own people accompany him in the shadow step. In this small elite team, in terms of speed and strangeness of attack, the Hua family was definitely the best. Therefore, he decided to let Wuxia accompany him in practicing the shadow step for the remaining month. Of course, the reason he proposed the bet was to arouse Wuxia's interest, so that he would go all out to fight against him every day. After a while, Yi-17 arranged everything nearby and nodded to Yi Qinghan, indicating that he could begin. He knew about the saint-level movement technique, the shadow step. Moreover, the Yi clan's grand elder, Yi Qingnu, had relied on this movement technique to gain the title of unrivaled beneath the heavens, in the divine war residence. In the past 2 months, when he saw Yi Qinghan fighting against the mutated tribes, he had been practicing this footwork. He admired Yi Qinghan's approach. No matter what kind of combat skill it was, it could only be mastered quickly in battle. Let's begin. When Yi Qinghan saw that Yi-17 was already on guard and keeping track of the time, he spoke to Wuxia and immediately merged with his battle beast. His battle aura did not form a battle shield like usual. Instead, it was completely released to the soles of his feet, causing his boots to shine brightly, as if they were filled with jewels. Hee, be careful. Wuxia held a green wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword was obviously freshly made. It was casually shaved from a piece of wood, so of course, it did not have any lethality. He smiled sinisterly, and his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. He had immediately entered stealth from the start. Since Yi Qinghan did not retaliate, he could boldly increase his speed and circle around Yi Qinghan, catching him off guard. Seeing that Wuxia had entered stealth from the start, Yi Qinghan did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes and pricked up his ears, sensing the flow of air around him. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. He activated his battle aura and did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly took a step forward, turned around, and slid sideways. In front of him, a green wooden sword slowly appeared in the air, and Wuxia's figure also slowly appeared. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had dodged his meticulous stab, Wuxia was a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. With a tap of his foot, he rushed straight towards Yi Qinghan. His feet swayed left and right, and his body turned into 3 shadows. He turned into 3 flowers, holding 3 wooden swords, and stabbed at Yi Qinghan from 3 directions. Shadow clone technique. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. This Wuxia really did not give him any face at all. He had used his trump card right from the start. If it was not stealth, then it was shadow clone technique. From the looks of it, Wuxia had mastered the first level of shadow clone technique. The 3 clones looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to activate his battle aura with all his might. With his fastest speed, he spun around in the air with 18 strange steps. What are they doing? The fight only lasted for a short while before it attracted the attention of others. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu did not take turns. They jumped down from the tree they were resting on and came to Yi-17's side. They looked at the 3 flowers chasing after Yi Qinghan in confusion. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, did not fight back. Instead, he kept dodging with his awkward steps. Both of them had reached the limit of their speed. In the open space beside the pond, they flashed up and down, left and right, like two ghosts. "Ladies, they are practicing," E17 replied with a straight face. From time to time, he glanced around in case something unexpected happened. "Bullsh *T, I know they are practicing." "Hey, why does Yi Qinghan's steps look so similar to Grandpa's running bull steps?" Yi Qinggu pouted and rolled her eyes at E17. After watching for a while, she suddenly asked in confusion. E17 chuckled and said, "It is originally the same as the Grand Supreme Elder's running bull steps. Your grandpa thought the original name was not good, so he changed it. I didn't expect the Yi family to value Yi Qinghan so much. They even taught him such a secret technique." Yu Qingqing's pearl-like eyes narrowed slightly as she sighed to herself. When Yi Qinghan was practicing with the mutated race, she heard from the Yu family's woman that Yi Qinghan was practicing some kind of strange but magical footwork. She had already guessed it in her heart. Now, she was finally sure that Yi Qinghan was practicing one of the rare saint's secret techniques of the Yi family, the shadow step. According to her usual deduction, the saint's secret techniques of the 5 great families would never be taught to anyone without the strength of an emperor realm. When she thought of this, a burst of pride surged in her heart. She was happy that the man she liked was so valued by the Yi family. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. What else was so special about Yi Qinghan? Otherwise, based on Yi Qinghan's strength, why would the Yi family impart the family's most precious technique to him? Whoosh whoosh. The flowers and plants and Yi Qinghan were on the field, chasing each other like two playful children. One moment, they were jumping up a tree, the next moment, they were hiding in a pile of weeds, and the next moment, they were walking on the water. It was very lively. It was obvious that the flowers and plants were a little faster than Yi Qinghan. The Hua family was known for their speed, and this was widely recognized on the continent. The flowers and plants were always chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan's footwork seemed very strange. Every time it seemed like he was about to be stabbed, he would randomly twist his feet and move strangely, narrowly avoiding the flowers and plants' assassination. "Young master has lost," Yi Shisan said with a smile. He was very satisfied that Yi Qinghan was able to persist for so long. The flowers and plants of the general realm used their full strength. Considering that Yi Qinghan had only learned the shadow step for a short 2 months, it was already very good. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu also stood there with smiles on their faces, waiting for the two to come over. The flowers and plants were very excited. Although it had wasted a lot of his strength, it was still very comfortable to bully people. However, Yi Qinghan's strange footwork made him feel a little uncomfortable. There were many times when he was about to stab Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had narrowly avoided it. This feeling was not good. However, he was very confident that today was only the first day. Tomorrow, he would definitely be able to hit Yi Qinghan 3 times and win another round. Chapter 88. Brother Hua is mighty. I've lost today. I'll come back tomorrow at this time. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with today's training. He looked at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing, who were standing next to Yi Shisan and smiling at him. He nodded and greeted them. "Qingqing, sister Yu, you're all here. Yi Qinghan, you're really diligent in your training." Qingqing is a little embarrassed. Yu Qingqing's intelligent eyes flickered. She looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly tanned and skinny face, which had lost its childishness. She felt a little sorry for him. She knew that the reason behind this young man's hard work was to get enough points to save his sister. She was very touched by this, but she was also a little jealous. Yi Qingwu twitched her straight nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "Yi Qinghan, be honest. How did you know my grandfather's galloping bull steps? Did he teach you in secret?" "Galloping bull steps?" Hua Hua rolled his beautiful eyes and suddenly realized something. He shouted, "Wow, Yi Qinghan, were you using the galloping bull steps just now? No wonder it's so strange. I'll explain later." Yi Qinghan glared at Yi Qingwu helplessly. He was blaming her for speaking inappropriately. How could he say such things here? After Yi Qingwu understood and shut her mouth, he turned to look at Hua Hua and raised his eyebrows. It was not easy to coax Hua Hua to help him with his training. It would be bad if he failed. Therefore, he decided to use provocation to calm Hua Hua down. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then admit defeat. Otherwise, it won't look good if you lose in the future. Humph. I'm afraid. I don't know who was easily stabbed by me 3 times today. You're definitely going to lose this bet. You're going to treat me. Although Hua Hua was a little afraid of the magical steps of the Yi family, he was certainly not timid in the situation where the 2 beauties were watching. He straightened his chest and said casually. However, he seemed to realize that the next topic was not very harmonious. He quickly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Bet? Why would I treat you if I lost? Shemale, why did you stop talking? Go on, go on. Yi Qingwu accurately sensed the meaning behind Hua Hua's words. Her limpid eyes expressed a strong interest. Seeing that Hua had stopped talking, she continued to ask. It's nothing. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm going to take a shower. I'll talk to you later. The weather is so hot that I'm sweating. Flower laughed and ran away. Humph. If you speak so vaguely, then you're definitely betting on something bad. Yi Qingwu humphed coldly. She was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the flowers and plants. Turning around, she pointed a finger at Yi Qinghan and demanded, "Little Han, you tell me. Tell me the truth." I'm going to take a shower too. I'll talk to you later. It's really hot. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qingwu was looking at him and that Yu Qingqing was also looking at him with a smile. He could not help but frown. Just as he was about to escape, he saw that Yi Qingwu was so angry that she seemed to be about to chase after him. He hurriedly shouted, "What? You two want to take a shower with me?" Yi Qingwu wanted to chase after them, but she quickly stopped. If she really chased after them, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the ground. Pointing at Yi Qinghan's back, she scolded, "Yi Qinghan, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Yu Qingqing did not think that Yi Qinghan would include her. Thinking of the shameful meaning in Yi Qinghan's words, her beautiful face blushed, making her look even more lovely. In the following days, in addition to the routine squatting, the elite team had another activity. They watched as Flora chased after Yi Qinghan all over the mountains. On the first day of the duel, Yi Qinghan only lasted 15 minutes before he was stabbed 3 times and lost 1 round. In the following days, as Yi Qinghan became more and more proficient in the shadow step, the time of the 3 stabs also slowly passed. Today was the 13th day of the duel. The elite teams that were not on shifts gathered around E17, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. It's about to begin. Alright, is there anyone else who wants to bet? If Yi Qinghan wins, the odds are 10 to 1, and if Flora wins, the odds are 1 to 1. Hurry up and place your bets, it's the last minute. Feng Zi's muffled voice sounded, making Flora, Yi Qinghan, and E17 feel helpless. Ever since the 3rd day of the duel, Feng Zi found out about it. He opened a peripheral gambling house under the big tree and acted as the banker. All the elite teams that were not on shift started betting again. Young Master Feng. Why did the betting odds drop again today? Wasn't young Master Han's odds 1 to 20 yesterday? A Hua clan elite said with a bitter expression. A few days ago, Feng Zi, this swindler, always talked about Yi Qinghan's strange footwork as if it was the only one in the world. At first, when everyone heard that Yi Qinghan's footwork was the famous running bull steps of Yi Qinghan, no one actually dared to bet on him losing. In the end, Yi Qinghan lost 13 rounds in a row, so much so that they almost sold their pants. If they still bet on Flora to win now, the odds were so low that they basically couldn't make a comeback. They could only hope for Yi Qinghan to win. Now that they saw that Yi Qinghan's odds had dropped, of course they became anxious. What do you know? These odds are based on their increasing battle experience, as well as the weather, their mood, and the amount of rest they have. It took me an entire night to calculate all of these odds. If you want to bet on speed, if you don't, you can only place your bets tomorrow. Feng Zi's face darkened as he reprimanded. Yi Qinghan almost won yesterday. If he didn't lower Yi Qinghan's odds today, he would lose everything. He was extremely shocked at Yi Qinghan's improvement. Initially, when he found out about their bet, he thought that Yi Qinghan would definitely lose. In the end, after Yi Qinghan gradually became more familiar with the shadow step, he almost succeeded yesterday. He obviously knew the power of the Yi family Saint-Tier's secret technique, the shadow step, after it was mastered. However, wasn't it said that this footwork required at least 20 years of cultivation to be mastered? How did Yi Qinghan seem to almost master the first level after cultivating for a few months? We'll bet on Yi Qinghan winning, 100 purple crystal coins. Just as Feng Zi was thinking, a gentle voice came from the side. Then, he smelled a faint peach blossom fragrance mixed with rose perfume. He raised his head in surprise and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw who it was. Miss Qingqing, Sister Xiao Wu, I'm just playing around. There's no need for you to get involved. Seeing Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu coming together and betting 100 purple crystal coins, he felt a little uneasy. 100 purple crystal coins was equivalent to 10,000 crystal coins. If Yi Qinghan won, he would have to pay 100,000 crystal coins. What? Didn't you open this place to let people place bets? Could it be a black dealer? Yi Qingwu snorted and frowned slightly. She glared at Feng Zi as if she was about to flip out. As soon as Yi Qingwu said this, the elites at the side immediately looked at Feng Zi with disdain. It was as if they would despise him if he didn't accept the bet. Alright, since you're giving me money, I'll reluctantly accept it. Don't cry when you lose. Feng Zi could only laugh dryly and accept the bet. He began to pray in his heart. You must work hard, otherwise, if I lose this round, I'll have to pay 1,000 purple crystal coins, which was equivalent to 100,000 crystal coins. I'm afraid even all my assets won't be enough to pay for it. While the bets were lively, the fight was lively on the other side. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more familiar with the 18 steps. He didn't run around being chased by the flowers like he usually did. He just kept running in circles on the grass. Every time the flower's sword was about to stab his body, his footsteps would twist strangely as if he had foresight, narrowly dodging the attack. 40 minutes had passed, but the flowers had only managed to stab him once. He had planned for this stab for a long time. He had forced Yi Qinghan to a rocky terrain and used his afterimages to stab him. Now, Yi Qinghan was like a loach. Every time he felt like he was about to stab him, he would narrowly avoid it. It made him want to vomit blood. It's been 50 minutes. Young Master Feng, prepare the money. How many clothes can we buy with 100,000 crystal coins? Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were fascinated by the scene. From time to time, they would cheer for Yi Qinghan's miraculous dodging. Under Yi's 17th reminder, 50 minutes had passed. Yi Qingwu laughed and looked at Feng Zi, who had a bitter expression on his face. The members of the elite team beside her were also full of excitement. Although the stakes had been lowered, if they won this time, they still had a chance to win back what they had lost in the past. They couldn't help but cheer for Yi Qinghan even louder. Isn't there still 10 minutes? What's the hurry? In a fight between experts, they can stab several times in a second. It's not clear who will lose. Feng Zi's face darkened as he swallowed his saliva. He gritted his teeth and endured. In his heart, he had already cursed the flowers dozens of times. As time passed, his heart grew colder and dimmer. Chapter 89. Time's up. Yi Qinghan wins. Yi 17 announced the result at the last moment. The result was out. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The first to fly into a rage was none other than Flora and Fauna. His beautiful face, which could make many women fall into the wall with envy, was obviously filled with resentment. He threw the wooden sword away and cursed, "I don't want to fight anymore. It's my loss. If we continue to fight, I will vomit blood. I admit defeat. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to go to the moon tower, don't. You almost succeeded a few times. Keep working hard tomorrow. You will definitely win." Yi Qinghan walked over slowly and said with a smile. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked very excited. He had finally mastered the first stage of the shadow step. The results were obvious. Flora and Fauna, whose speed was comparable to an ordinary level 3 martial, could only stab him once in an hour. It was conceivable that as his strength increased, his speed would also increase. That way, he would have enough capital to survive in the chaotic prefecture battle. Then, under the premise of preserving his life, he would instantly kill a marshal, obtain a large number of points, and successfully rescue his sister, Feng Zi. Pay up, pay up. Waha, 100,000 crystal coins. Yi Qingwu jumped in joy. The two of them had been observing for a few days. They estimated that Yi Qinghan had a very high chance of winning today, so they bet all their money on it. As expected, he won in one go. She was overjoyed. "Ugh, ladyboy, why are you so disappointing? I even lost my underwear this time." Feng Zi had a bitter look on his face. He probably wanted to go to the brothel after the prefecture battle. He probably didn't even have money for fast food, let alone a night out. In the end, Feng Zi lost all his money and even borrowed some from his family's elites to pay off his gambling debt. However, Flora and Fauna refused to spar with Yi Qinghan no matter what. If they continued fighting, he would probably go crazy. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only find Yi 17 to spar with him. Initially, the Hua family's assassins were the best sparring partners. Now that the Hua family had stopped working, it was not appropriate for the Hua family's elites to trouble themselves anymore. They could only let their own people be their sparring partners. Yi 17 was a second-level marquis, so it was a bit of a waste for him to be a sparring partner. However, the number of foreign races teleporting over was decreasing, and there was no longer a need for so many vassals to keep watch. Naturally, the other members of the team didn't have any objections. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was already time for the 3 months that everyone had agreed on to abide by the rules. Today, they were preparing to leave the demon-slaying pool and head towards the depths of the illusory forest, where the 3 races were engaged in a chaotic battle. Early in the morning, the team started to get busy. Those who were on guard continued to be on guard, those who were packing quickly, and those who were preparing dry rations and fresh water were busy. For a time, the demon-slaying pool was bustling with activity. Yi Qinghan, Flora, and the others were eating a wild boar leg. This place was still far from the central region of the illusory forest, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered if he started a fire to roast meat here. After the team set off, it wasn't realistic to want to eat roast meat anymore. Not to mention the fact that starting a fire would easily alert the enemies. In a situation where they were in a chaotic battle at any moment, it was hard to know if there would be time to roast meat. This was the last barbecued meat in the near future, so the young masters naturally cherished it. One by one, they wolfed down the food until their stomachs were full before they were satisfied. Yi Qing Han was very satisfied with these 3 months of guarding. Not only did the 3 months allow everyone to have some understanding of the abilities and skills of the devil race and the barbarian race, but their combat experience had also increased. In the past 3 months, without a single casualty, he had easily obtained nearly 800 points. Most importantly, he had already mastered the first level of the Shadow Step. In the upcoming battles, he would have a greater chance of surviving. His battle aura cultivation had also greatly increased, reaching the peak of the first level of the general realm. I'm done packing. We can set off now. A group of women walked over from the east. It was Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingqing, and the others. Everyone had already packed their equipment and were waiting for them. Seeing that they had arrived, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "Set off." According to the usual records of the Nether Island by the clans, they had only traveled 1/3 of the way into the illusory forest. The most chaotic battlefield of the 3 clans was indeed in the central region, 50 miles outside the Scarlet Prairie where the final battle would take place. The entire Nether Island was shaped like a triangle. The 3 clans' temporary headquarters were located at the 3 corners, while the vast Scarlet Prairie was in the center. The illusory forest on the periphery of the prairie had the most complicated terrain. It was also the chaotic battlefield of the past 10,000 elites. The goal of Yi Qinghan and the other females was to reach the chaotic battlefield. After 3 months of guarding, the team had killed many different clans and accumulated a lot of experience in fighting and cooperating with each other. They had also accumulated an extremely high morale. At this time, they had rested and their morale was high. It was the perfect time for them to go to the chaotic battlefield. The team began to march silently. According to the calculation of the distance, it would take about 10 days to reach the chaotic battlefield. The Hua family's assassins split up and went out stealthily, beginning to scout the surroundings. The squad avoided the few places marked by the family that might have dangerous magical beasts. They marched quickly and silently. As time passed, the Dark Elemental Legion they gradually approached the chaotic battlefield. On the 7th day, they encountered the first elite team from the House of Ares. The team seemed to have gone through a huge battle. Out of the entire team of 200 people, a few dozen had died, and the remaining half were injured. After Hua signaled for the Hua family's assassins to disperse and be on guard, the young masters walked towards the team under the protection of a few dukes. "Greetings, young Master Han, greetings, Lord Yishir-san." The leader of the team was a young master with bloodstains on his clothes and a huge dukes with an injured left hand. The two seemed to know the young masters. When they saw Yi Qinghan and the others walk over, they hurriedly greeted them with a bitter smile. "Young Master Han, the person on the other side is the young master of Phoenix City's Lu family. The injured giant is his family's Duke Realm bodyguard." Yishir-san saw that Yi Qinghan was slightly confused, so he explained in a low voice. Yi Qinghan had been busy cultivating along the way, so he obviously wouldn't have any impression of the team attached to his family. "Phoenix City." Yi Qinghan nodded without a trace. Phoenix City was one of the 20 major cities under Tsang City. The Lu family was the owner of Phoenix City. After clarifying the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded and said, "Young Master Lu, what's the situation? How did you suffer such a huge loss?" Young Master Lu had a bitter expression. He looked at the injured person behind him and said, "Sigh, this is a huge loss. I don't even know how to explain it to the family. You don't know, it's so chaotic up front, a complete mess." With young Master Lu's detailed explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. It seemed that the demon god and barbarian god manners had sent some important figures to the elite manners. This time, the 2 manners lineups were unprecedentedly strong, especially with a team from each mansion. There were 7 or 8 demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Any team from the House of Ares that encountered these two teams suffered heavy casualties and was utterly defeated. Unfortunately, the Liu family's team encountered the super elite team from the demon god Manners a few days ago. In the end, they only managed to escape after another dukes and their team self-destructed. Super elite team. Could it be the children of one of the two holy venerables from the demon god Manners? As for the barbarian Manners, it was very likely that the son of the barbarian Mangan, who was said to be able to smash an elephant to death with one hand, had led the team. The demon god Manners and barbarian god Manners didn't expect the House of Ares to be so complicated. The entire barbarian god Manners was under the rule of the barbarian god, while the demon god Manners were managed by the two holy venerables. For the demon god and barbarian god Manners to be so cautious and send such a strong lineup, it must be the children of those important figures. Damn it, do you think there's no one in the House of Ares? If we encounter them later, we'll slaughter any son of the demon god or barbarian god. Feng Zi's nostrils flared when he heard this. They had planned to do this from the beginning. They'd formed a super elite team and were prepared to carry out a massacre. He didn't expect the other two Manners to have already started. Have you heard of any particularly strong and famous teams in the House of Ares? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered Yi Yi and the others and hurriedly asked around. Yes. Miss Long's team also swept through the chaotic battlefield. No one dared to stand in their way. There's also a team that's never been famous before. I don't know what faction they belong to, but they're called the Sickle Team. They have 4 dukes and the rest are all marshals. They're unbelievably ferocious. I once saw a barbarian god team completely slaughtered in less than 30 minutes. Then, they quickly retreated. Their movements were clean and swift. I reckon that the super elite teams of the demon god Manners are so crazy because the Sickle Team killed too many of their people. Young Master Lu frowned and pondered for a moment before raising his head. Are you preparing to return to your temporary headquarters? Do you need any help? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan exchanged a look and saw the excitement and worry in each other's eyes. They were excited because Yi Yi and the others were fine and had probably obtained a large number of points. They were worried because the demon god's super elite team was probably chasing after them. Therefore, Yi Qinghan cut to the chase. Yes, our team is seriously injured and needs to go back to recuperate. I guess we'll have to wait for the final battle to try our luck. Young Master Han, I wish you all the best. After giving them some medicine and food, Yi Qinghan continued on his way. After learning that Yi Yi and the others might be pursued by the demon god's super elite team, they sped up. They moved a little faster. When Feng Zi and the others found out that Yi Yi and the others were the elite team of the Yi clan, they didn't say anything. They just increased the speed of the entire army. Chapter 90. 3 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the chaotic battlefield. As this place was close to the chaotic region, they encountered more teams from the House of Ares. As the House of Ares teams were densely packed here, they didn't see any teams from other residences. The team found a simple cave to rest and prepare for the official battle the next day. In the evening, the team welcomed a special guest. Long Sainan. Long Sainan, who wore a tight-fitting, fiery red warrior's robes and had a heroic look on her face, arrived at the entrance of the cave accompanied by 2 dukes. A few people came out to welcome the 3 of them. Yi Qingwu held Long Sainan's hand first. Her innocent face was filled with doubt as she asked what was on everyone's mind. Sister, why do you seem to know our schedule? We just arrived and you're already here. A cordial smile appeared on Long Sainan's handsome face as she said, Hee, this area is the temporary resting place for the elite squad of God of War Manor that I've arranged. I've arranged for a team to spread out and monitor the area, in case any teams from other residences suddenly come in. Of course I know about your arrival. Sister, I heard that the prefecture battle this time is very chaotic. Yu Qingqing's eyes were bright and her beautiful face was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile and asked the question that was on his mind. Chaotic? Which prefecture battle wasn't chaotic? Long Sainan was taken aback. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at everyone with a smile and said, "You guys want to ask about the information of those two super elite teams, right? Actually, I came here today to tell you guys about that." That's right. Yao Kaka, the son of Yao Xia from the demon god residence, led 8 demon emperors and 200 demon marshals to participate in the prefecture battle. Man Gon, the son of the barbarian body, also came with 7 barbarian emperors and 200 demon marshals. According to the usual rules, teams of our level usually don't kill wantonly. We're only here to train, search for treasures, and kill demonic beasts. However, when Yao Kaka's team was searching for treasures, their treasures were stolen by the sickle team. Hence, Yao Kaka was furious. This sickle squad had also killed quite a number of barbarians, so Man Gon also took action. If I hadn't led my men to intercept them multiple times, the House of Ares would have suffered heavy casualties this time. Of course, now that you're here, do you think you can help intercept those 2 teams? Hee hee. No problem. There was no need to be polite in a mansion battle. Since they've broken the rules, let's go all out. Long Jia, don't worry, if we run into them, we will definitely beat them back. Feng Zi had always been a warmonger. Back in the demon-slaying pool, he was the one who enjoyed torturing and killing the alien races the most. Of course, he would applaud when he heard this. No problem. Yi Qinghan was the second to express his opinion. Of course, how were they supposed to earn points if they didn't fight? Without points, how could he exchange for a spirit pill to save his sister? Of course, the fiercer he fought, the better. The super elite team formed by the 4 great families was the strongest combination in terms of attack, defense, and mobility. There was no reason for them to be afraid of those 2 teams. All right. Yu Qingqing said softly and followed behind Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that she was saying it for Yi Qinghan to hear. Of course, Hua Ji and Yi Qingwu didn't have any objections. The Hua family was most proficient in escaping. If they couldn't win, they could always run. Yi Qingwu knew Yi Qinghan's determination, so she wouldn't foolishly oppose it. The 7 Marquis in the cave looked at each other and nodded silently. If the 4 great families were to be overcautious and indecisive even with such a powerful lineup, they would be looked down upon. Most importantly, they had 7 Marquis, and 3 of them were at the 3rd rank. If they couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat with these young masters. All right. Long Sainan smiled and took out a rough map from her pocket. She passed it to Yi Qingwu and explained, "This is the map of the nearby area. This red dot is the area we are currently in. There are many people in the House of Ares in this area. So, if you don't know the situation, don't stray too far from here. This is the front line. I've collected a small portion of the Demon Emperor's and Barbarian Emperor's skills and abilities. You can take a look. I usually stay nearby. If there are any problems, you can contact my scattered guard team. They will bring you to where I am." After Long Sainan explained, she said a few words to Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing before leaving. The few of them sat cross-legged and rested in preparation for tomorrow's big battle. The closer they got to the center of the illusory forest, the more complicated the terrain of the Scarlet Plains became. When they first entered the forest, there were only some ancient trees and some small rivers. It was a very normal forest. However, when they arrived at the chaotic battlefield, Yi Qinghan and the rest finally understood what a complicated terrain meant. Yi Qinghan's small troop left the cave where they rested last night. Early in the morning, the entire army set off towards the chaotic battlefield. The more they walked, the more complicated the terrain became. Although the entire terrain could still be considered as a forest, there were trees everywhere. After a while, they found a row of naturally formed stone formations. All kinds of stones stood upright. The boundaries could not be seen at a glance. After a while, they found vast caves. They were like eerie huge mouths that seemed to want to swallow everyone in one gulp. After a while, he saw many small rivers, like a net, separating the ground into small islands. Of course, they did not dare to approach this kind of terrain. They could only take a detour from afar. After all, they were still unfamiliar with this place. If they went in head first and encountered a large army's ambush, it would be really disharmonious. After walking for 2 hours, they finally met the first foreign tribe's elite troop. The Hua family's assassins immediately sent back information. It was a barbarian troop. According to the information, the barbarians' realm was closely related to their height. It was obvious that there was only one barbarian in the barbarian emperor's realm in that troop. Therefore, after a brief analysis, the group decided to start the first battle with this troop. Everyone followed their usual formation and casually walked towards the small barbarian team. Both troops had noble-level powerhouses. It was impossible to sneak up on them and launch a sneak attack. At this level, the realm of the soul was already extremely high. Only a Duke-level Hua family assassin would be able to sneak up to within 100 meters of the other party. The Hua family's assassins had already split up and moved stealthily. Apart from a few who were on guard nearby, the rest of them were mixed up. They would suddenly attack when necessary to protect and kill the enemy. Apart from Yi Shir-san, who was in the center, who released his coercion without restraint, the rest of the Duke-level powerhouses in the troop had stopped circulating their battle force. They only relied on their body's instincts to move quickly. This was originally planned. If a human martial art practitioner did not circulate their battle force, it was very difficult to distinguish their rank. The advantage of this was that they could prevent the enemy from escaping before the battle had even begun. In addition, they could secretly protect their young master. In addition, they could suddenly attack and catch the enemy off guard. After advancing a few hundred meters, the barbarian troop finally appeared in their field of vision. If a few barbarians could be said to be a surprise, then more than 200 barbarians could be said to be a complete shock. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the 200 densely packed barbarians who looked like door pillars, as well as the super door pillar in the middle that was at least 3 meters tall. They were all huge men in bronze-colored leather armor. As they walked on the mountain, it was as if there was an earthquake and a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Act according to the plan. Destroy all 200 door pillars in front of us. Yi Shir-san shouted in a deep voice. The barbarians in front of them seemed to be at least at the level of a great barbarian warrior. If they could kill all of them, they would gain a lot of points. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. After a brief moment of shock, everyone's fighting spirit soared. They circulated their battle force with all their might and charged towards the small troop of barbarians in front of them. Roar! The barbarians in front of them had obviously discovered them a long time ago. When they saw that this group of humans had foolishly rushed towards them, all of them cried out in excitement. They strode forward with their sturdy legs, waved their fists which were as big as casseroles, and rushed towards them with large strides. Stop! Yi family disciples fuse with their battle beasts. Yi Shir-san had always been the leader of the Yi family's kamikaze warriors. He had led the kamikaze warriors through fire and water many times. His experience, wisdom, and art were unparalleled. Everyone was completely at ease in handing over command to him. Chapter 91. Under Yi Shir-san's command, everyone suddenly stopped 200 meters in front of the barbarians. Then, more than 50 people, including the Yi Qinghan, took a few steps forward and merged with their battle beasts. Roar! Roar! Woo! Gigi! Phantoms of strange beasts appeared out of thin air in front of the Yi clan disciples. The roars of various beasts resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and then they all entered the bodies of the Yi clan disciples. All kinds of strange tattoos appeared on their foreheads. Yi at hashtag and kill asterisk. The barbarians on the other side obviously recognized the symbol of the Yi family. However, they did not seem to stop moving forward. Instead, they roared and rushed forward even faster. As one of the 5 great clans of the divine battle abode, the Yi clan had probably killed countless barbarian disciples over the thousands of years of divine battle abode battles. When the barbarians saw them, it was as if they had seen their father's murderer. They charged forward with all their might. Yi family members, all squat down. You family members, collective illusion attack. Foam family members, all on your swords, attack the barbarians' eyes. The barbarians rushed forward again and closed the distance between them to 100 meters. This distance was the effective distance for the Yu family members to attack with illusion. Yi Shisan's expression was calm as he made a prompt decision. Swoosh swoosh. Under Yi Shisan's command, all 50 members of the Yi family squatted down. At the same time, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the Yu family members. She shot straight at the barbarians' eyes at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, the 50 barbarians in front of them were all hit and were stunned on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. What the Yu family members attacked next was more than 50 different kinds of swords. With a piercing sound, more than 50 swords stabbed into the eyes of the chairs in front of the 50 barbarians. Then, they quickly pulled out and stabbed the other eye before the barbarians could react. Roar! Roar! The first attack was completed. The 50 barbarians in front were all hit and most of them were blinded. The most ingenious thing was that the Yu family's attack and the Hua family's attack were linked together. This round of attack did not last more than 5 seconds. The 50 people in front were suddenly caught in an illusion. They were stunned on the spot, but they blocked the barbarians from behind. The barbarians at the back charged forward at a high speed and collectively crashed into more than 50 barbarians in front of them. Most of the barbarians in front were blind, so they couldn't tell where they were attacking. So, they attacked in all directions. As a result, the 200 barbarians, who were originally in a neat formation, fell into chaos. There were also many barbarians who fell to the ground with serious injuries from the attacks of their own people. Everyone spread out in a fan shape. The Foam clan will continue to attack with their flying swords. Target the eyes of the barbarians. The Yu clan will continue to attack the barbarians who are preparing to counterattack. Members of the Yi family, release your battle chi and attack indiscriminately. Any commander would seize such a good opportunity. This scene was within Yi Shisan's expectation. Therefore, he immediately ordered a second round of attacks. The second round of attacks clearly caused the barbarians, who were already in a state of chaos, to become even more chaotic. The illusory attack of the Yu family caused the clear-headed barbarians who wanted to counterattack to fall into an illusion and freeze on the spot. The 50 or so long swords that had been hovering above the berserkers were like ghosts. They moved about among the berserkers, and they did not stab anywhere else but their eyes. Moreover, the Yi family's collective battle aura was even more powerful. So much energy gathered at once and then exploded. Even the uninjured barbarians were injured. After several rounds of bombardment, only half of the barbarian team could stand. Roar! The leader of the barbarians, the barbarian emperor, roared in anger when he saw that more than half of his disciples had been killed or injured in a short 2 minutes. He slapped the terrifying muscles on his chest and no longer cared about the barbarians who were still killing each other. He leaped up angrily and rushed toward Yi Qinghan's team like a mad bull. Yi Shisan, you go and block him. And you, cooperate with Feng Meng and get rid of this big guy. Yi Shisan glanced at the barbarian emperor who was rushing over and said indifferently. He sent 3 Duke realm experts from the team to intercept him. This barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong and he hadn't been injured in the previous rounds of attacks. However, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the attacks of 3 Duke realm experts. After Yi Shi-san made the arrangements, he looked at the barbarian team again and found that a small number of uninjured barbarians had begun to scatter in all directions and were madly running away. He quickly ordered, "Not good. They are running. Yi family disciples, charge." Hua family assassins and Feng family swordsmen, quickly assassinate the escaping barbarians. Ah! The barbarian emperor has started to run. Yi Shi-san, stop him. Yi Qinghan had been waiting for Yi Shi-san's order with his blue dragon dagger in hand. As soon as he heard the order to charge, he charged forward like a bull in heat. The 2 third-level Martial Yi family disciples who were responsible for protecting him hurriedly followed. If this little ancestor was injured, they would be scolded to death by Yi Shi-san. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and ignored the shouts of the 2 temporary bodyguards behind him. He covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Then, the azure dragon dagger gently slashed across the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron. A blood-red wound appeared on the barbarian's neck, which was as hard as iron, as if it was a piece of white paper that had been torn apart. Then, a stream of blood gushed out of the wound as if it was free. Ah! Instant kill. The 2 martial realm cultivators behind him were stunned. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. Based on the size of this barbarian, he was probably at least a barbarian commander-level cultivator. Young Master Han could actually kill him in an instant. However, after being stunned for a moment, they realized that Yi Qinghan was like a loach and had actually burrowed into the barbarian group. The 2 of them were shocked and didn't dare to think too much. They circulated their speed battle aura to the maximum, and the long sabers in their hands shone brightly. Brandishing their long sabers, they followed Yi Qinghan into the barbarian group. The group of Yi family disciples behind them were like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, pouncing into the barbarian flock of lambs. Although based on the size of their bodies, they looked like lambs no matter how one looked at them. The assassins of the Hua family also appeared at the first instant. They joined forces with the swordsmen of the Feng family to intercept the barbarians who were fleeing in all directions. However, it was obvious that these barbarians who were not heavily injured and reacted at the first instant were all experts. Basically, they were at least barbarian generals and barbarian marshals. These barbarians didn't seem to care about the Feng family swordsmen behind them, nor did they look at the Feng family's flying swords whizzing past their heads. They also didn't care about the Hua family assassins who suddenly appeared. They only waved their thick arms randomly to protect their heads. Then, they moved in one direction like a giant moving Iron Man. They ran in a frenzy. The flying swords of the Feng family scratched their naked bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. The strange assassination of the Hua family assassins didn't stop them. Their terrifying defense gave them enough capital. They only knew that if they kept running, they would have a chance to survive. It was obvious that the barbarians' seemingly reckless and even somewhat cowardly behavior had successfully made the pursuers of the Feng and Hua families at a loss. After chasing for a few kilometers, they helplessly chose to give up. According to the previous plan, the pursuit couldn't exceed a predetermined distance. Otherwise, it would easily lead to an ambush. After killing a few unlucky barbarians, the disciples of the Feng and Hua families quickly returned to defend. Yi 17, Antu, and Feng Meng also encountered the same problem. At the beginning, the barbarian emperor of the small group of barbarians madly rushed toward their camp. Under the command of Yi 13th, the 3 of them quickly arranged themselves in a formation, ready to make this big guy stay here. However, this seemingly silly big guy suddenly changed direction halfway. His speed suddenly increased, and he began to frantically escape. Yi 17 and the others were stunned, but they immediately reacted. The 3 of them quickly followed, wanting to make the barbarian emperor stay. However, this barbarian emperor's defense was extremely strong. He kept his eyes closed and covered his head as he madly ran. When he closed his eyes and covered his head, the vassal realm experts of the Yu and Feng families couldn't do anything. The Yu family's illusion techniques could only be attacked through the eyes. Although the Feng family's flying swords could pierce the barbarian emperor's skin, such a small injury was nothing to the 3-meter-tall barbarian emperor. Yi 17's aura enveloped the barbarian emperor, and the long saber in his hand flashed with saber light. Unfortunately, this barbarian emperor's defense was too strong. The important parts of his body were wrapped in gray leather armor, so they couldn't cause any serious damage. In the end, after chasing for more than 5 kilometers, the three of them looked at the barbarian emperor who had jumped straight down a cliff and shook their heads helplessly. They didn't continue the chase and returned home. With their speed, it only took them a few breaths to cover a distance of more than 10 kilometers. However, when they returned to their original location, they saw a strange scene that made them collectively stunned. They saw the disciples of the Yi family surrounding a group of barbarians, but they didn't attack. And among the barbarians, there was a black-clothed youth covered in blood. He was actually fighting a group of barbarians alone. No. This wasn't a group battle, but a naked massacre. Chapter 92. The black-robed youngster held a green dagger in his hand. His footsteps were strange, and he seemed like a slippery loach as he shuttled through the crowd of dozens of barbarians. His footsteps were elegant, and he looked like a dancer who was dancing gracefully. The green dagger in his hand fluttered with his footsteps. Occasionally, a bewitching glint would flash in his eyes, causing a berserker who was approaching him to freeze for a moment. Then, he would slowly and gently draw a line across the berserker's neck with the dagger. The barbarian's neck immediately split open with a red wound like the mouth of a baby. In an instant, a stream of blood shot out. Then, the barbarian's eyes bulged and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Damn. 17. When did your young master become so fierce? The light in his eyes is the Yu family's illusion technique. The green dagger in his hand is at least a treasured weapon, right? How did Great Elder Yi Qingnyo's galloping bull steps become so elegant and confident under this kid's feet? Feng Mang rubbed his head and looked greedily at the green dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand. It must be known that if he had a transcendent artifact like the one in Yi Qinghan's hand, that barbarian emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been able to kill him instantly. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. He knew that this transcendent artifact was something that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. It must be known that a transcendent artifact and above was something that none of the craftsmen in the continent could create. The rare treasured weapons on the continent, as well as the divine weapons, could only be obtained by luck from one place. That was the most dangerous place on the continent, the God-slaying mountain. And with his strength, if he entered the God-slaying mountain, he would most likely die. And Yu, of course, was not a fairy, nor did she have the temperament of a fairy. This Marquis of the Yu family did not have the temperament of an expert at all. Her mature and beautiful face constantly rippled with a soul-stealing charm, making her look somewhat like a madam of a brothel. At this moment, she looked at the strange light flashing in Yi Qinghan's eyes and faintly frowned. Puzzled, she said, "That's not right. This kid doesn't seem to be using the Yu family's illusion technique. His speed is faster than theirs, and the confusion lasts longer. And although he is Yu Shui's son, I've never heard of a man being able to awaken the Yu family's bloodline. Learning the Yu family's illusion technique. This kid, he really has a lot of secrets. Hee. Of course. Let me tell you, Yi Qinghan is the future patriarch of the Yi family." Of course, Knight 17 knew that the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes was his body fusion combat skill. However, he wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone that Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying body fusion combat skill. However, as they looked at the young man in front of them who was gradually growing up, they thought of his amiable smile and his extremely close relationship with them. In the future, once Yi Qinghan became the patriarch of the Yi family, their lives with Yi Shisan would not be too bad. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu had complicated expressions on their faces. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan, who was dancing gracefully in the midst of the barbarian tribe and killing one person with each step. Her quick-witted eyes became blurry. This was her future man, the man whom she would spend the rest of her life with. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had confidently and calmly explained the tune he had sung on the boat to Tranquil Lake Island and how he had recognized her at a glance. She thought about how Yi Qinghan had heroically sung the song, breaking the formation, on Tranquil Lake Island and how Yi Qinghan had looked down on the world. She sighed in her heart that her choice back then wasn't wrong. Since it wasn't wrong, then she would continue down this path. Of course, Yi Qingwu had seen Yi Qinghan kill people. Back in the Yi family castle's Garden of Enchantment, Yi Qinghan had killed people in a fit of rage. It was also this demonic light that had flashed and instantly killed the Emperor Realm Yirong. She thought about the young figure standing proudly in the Garden of Enchantment. At this moment, he had gradually matured from an inexperienced youth. She looked at Yu Qingqing's infatuated gaze and thought about how Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul without hesitation that day in the Garden of Enchantment. An inexplicable feeling welled up in Yi Qingwu's heart. It was a little sour, a little jealous, and a little lost. This massacre didn't last for long. Seeing the last barbarian fall to the ground, Yi Qinghan raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains on his face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. He didn't have time to think about why everyone was looking at him. He just quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and started to get busy. Everyone also started to get busy. They started to gather the corpses and waited for Yi Qinghan to collect the points. After a while, Yi Qinghan saw that the points on the ring in his hand had increased from more than 700 to nearly 1,000. He grinned. Unexpectedly, when he smiled, his blood-stained face became somewhat ferocious and terrifying, scaring the people around him. Without caring about their reactions, Yi Qinghan confirmed that all the points had been collected. Then, Yi Qinghan gestured to Yi Shisan that they had succeeded. Everyone retreat. Return to the cave last night. Yi Shisan ordered decisively. They retreated to the cave where they had rested and reorganized yesterday. This battle had lasted for half an hour. If they didn't retreat now, they might attract the attention of nearby alien race squads. After cleaning up, the Hua family assassins quickly dispersed and everyone turned around and ran back. As for the barbarian corpses on the ground, they obviously didn't have the time and energy to care about them. At night, demonic beasts would appear in large numbers and devour the corpses that died in the battle during the day. Today's first battle was a victory. Everyone needed to rest and think for a while so that they could be more familiar with each other in the next battle and expand the battle results. Today's battle results were good. They defeated a barbarian squad and killed more than half of the barbarians without any deaths or minor injuries. It was a pity that most of the barbarian marshals in the squad ran away. In the end, only 2 or 3 barbarians were killed. It was also a pity that the barbarian emperor had escaped. It seemed that they had to make a battle plan. If they encountered such a situation in the future, they wouldn't let these shining points escape from under their noses. The squad rested for a night and set off again the next day. They didn't go deep into the danger zone. They just wandered around the temporary gathering place. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they finally encountered another squad of the demon clan. After confirming that it was just an ordinary squad, the whole squad began to attack. After yesterday's battle, the elites of the 4 families cooperated more tacitly. After 2 short rounds of attacks, the squad of the demon clan was completely defeated. In the end, Yi Shisan decisively sent out 5 vassal realm powerhouses. Following the collective charge of the large squad, the 5 vassal realm powerhouses instantly killed 2 demon emperors of the demon clan. In the end, out of the entire squad of the demon clan, only a dozen people luckily escaped. The rest became the points on Yi Qinghan's ring. Just like that, the super elite squads of the four families wandered around every morning. After the Hua clan assassins confirmed the strength of the enemy, they immediately started the battle and quickly retreated after killing. Within half a month, they actually slaughtered 8 squads and obtained more than 1,000 points. Adding the original points, the number on Yi Qinghan's ring was almost 3,000. The crazy slaughter of the super elite squads of the four families finally attracted the attention of the Demon Clan and the barbarians. They began to gather a few squads and started to intercept the squads of the four families. However, under the advanced detection of the Hua clan assassins, they calmly retreated. At the same time, their squad also became famous in the House of Ares. On the chaotic battlefield, a rumor about Yi Qinghan's super elite squad began to appear. According to the rumor, the 4 great clans of the House of Ares had jointly assembled a super elite squad. They were dressed entirely in black and masked. The squad's combat strength was incomparably valiant. They won every battle, and all of them were complete victories. Until now, they had slaughtered more than a dozen elite squads of the Demon Clan and the barbarians. Most importantly, the squad's casualty rate was pitifully low. After more than a dozen battles, only a few people died, and more than a dozen were severely injured. Of course, this rumor about Yi Qinghan's squad had also spread, but their casualty rate was indeed very low. The squad's tacit understanding increased day by day, and the squad members also gradually grew through each battle. The Hua clan assassins were like ghosts. Every time a squad member was in danger, they would instantly kill. The Yu clan's illusions and the Feng clan's flying swords were impossible to guard against. The few vassal realm powerhouses hidden in the crowd could provide support at any time. 120 martial realm powerhouses and 7 vassal realm powerhouses. Moreover, most of the people inside were descendants of the ancient gods. They possessed the bloodline of the gods and possessed nature-defying skills. With such a powerful and luxurious lineup, if they still couldn't win a complete victory against a squad of foreign clans that was so much weaker than them, Yishir-san, the commander, should just bang his head against a tree and commit suicide,